first question, can everybody see both the landscape as well as the little town picture?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome sauce. Trying out observing tokens for you guys. And Mushi, you're still at 2 points of exhaustion?
Yeah.
All right. And she's the only one with exhaustion left.
I believe so.
Okay. She stands alone.
I'm exhausted all by myself now.
Guys, I want to play a Mystic so bad. God, I love psionics.
So you're gonna try to kill Gorneo then? Is that what you're saying?
No.
We know
I haven't
pretty
even read
good
this whole
clicks.
Unearthed Arcana. This is like a 28-page long document.
That's basically what stopped me from reading through it.
I haven't finished reading through all of this shit yet, but it looks so dope.
Oh, dope.
Like, I don't even know what kind of character I would play. I'd have to really come up with a concept. But like, I'm really excited to do it. One of my very first D&D characters was a psionic class, so I haven't really played one since then. I think it's time to bring it back. I think it's time. We think we run it back.
Oh Lord. All right, so the recap's gonna have to wait until Ben shows up. So we're just gonna jump right into this. So Gorneo, you were brought to a small little dormitory room of your own quickly after your own kind of magical mystical surgery performed by Grandmother Willow with the assistance of your dragonborn companion, Rubender. And 24 hours later, you find yourself waking up from a very deep sleep. And Kuritar is patiently waiting by your door. And she stands there, this half-orc woman with the blindfolds tied taut around her own head, as she kind of looks in your general direction as if she senses you coming to. Are there any errands you wish to perform about town before your friend goes under? Any words you wish to speak to him now?
I'm afraid I'm not going to be of much help. Wish him luck for me.
That we will do. And she kind of gives you a patient bow before stepping away from the open door of your dorm and goes back out to that front altar room where your own surgery was performed. So, having slept 24 full hours, it is dark after sunset here in Tribor when you wake up. Is there anything you would like to do at this point in time?
I mean, I guess I'll go watch them work on Gerbender.
All right.
Because I just have like bandages wrapped around my head, right?
You got bandages wrapped all around your head, specifically covering your right or your left eye?
Oh, that's
Both
a great
eyes.
question. Okay, hold on. Where's the dice? Okay. Trying to think how I want to roll this. Percentile? Okay. We'll do percentile. There's one. Okay. So we'll do high right eye, low left eye.
All right.
95, so right eye.
All right, right eye. Super important, obviously. Totally not just for flavor.
No, that was strategic. I had just determined if Gorneo was right eye dominant or left eye dominant, and clearly he is right eye dominant.
But he could be left eye dominant, so he chose to keep his left eye, and he's like, just in case I lose it, I'll go with the right eye.
Nah.
Go big or go home.
That's right. That's right. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this right. What would a dragon do, Ryan? What would a dragon do?
1 second.
It's the eye of the dragon. It's the thrill of the fight.
The Drake.
Rising up
Drake's
to
eye.
the challenge of our rivals.
Okay. So with your right eye all bandaged up, you're finding it a little tougher to kind of get your bearings than you were originally used to. Things seem further and closer than you originally thought. You're constantly kind of walking just into the sides of walls, and
He just
standing
takes his
up
time.
is a bit of a challenge at first. It's going to take a little bit of time to get used to only using one eye to kind of judge your distances. And you watch as Grabender is led by Kuritar from his own dorm room out to the front altar room. And he gives you a brief nod to be determined what he says at this point in time.
Do I have inspiration of any kind to give to anyone?
I don't think so.
Oh, come on, I went under.
If you check your character sheet, it would say so on there. I think Ben is the only one left, unless he used it on that.
No, it says I have 0 inspiration.
All
Or
right.
just as a line, yeah. Well, Ben has it, then he's gonna use it on one of them. Whoever's making the roll.
Maybe he'll just be like, fuck it, I believe in you guys. And die under the knife.
But Gorneo will shake his hand and he'll say, "Good luck, Urbender."
And you can tell he's a little nervous about this whole concept of possibly forever changing himself permanently. But he gives you a nod of approval, and he says, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. And he continues forward to the altar. Is there effectively anything you would like to do in Tribor while the two of you are here? Any shopping you wanted to take care of? Horses you thought about buying?
I am
potions?
flat broke.
All right.
We did need to get a horse. Probably horse and wagon would be the best to get back to everybody.
Surely for the sake of just kind of moving things along, there is 135 gold in the bag of holding, and I would assume Grabender could hand that off to you at this point in time.
Probably. So we need to, probably a horse and a cart to get me and him back for the least amount of money, right? In the quickest amount of time. Because like the horse and the cart is cheaper than like 2 horses, right?
But a horse drawing a cart goes just as fast as the party would walking. It's just whoever's not steering the horse would be able to take a long rest in the back while it was
Well,
moving.
I'm assuming he's going to need much longer to rest than I will.
It's possible. But at the very least, you could go effectively
That's
right
correct.
after. But it's not like you guys are going to be booking it down the road, just kind of traveling at a normal pace if he is in the back of the cart. Whereas if you wait till he's completely rested up, kind of like it took you 24 hours, it's probably going to take him some amount of time. And then after that, if you were to get like riding horses, you guys could effectively double your distance each day.
It'd almost be the same amount of time, wouldn't it? And it'd be better for him to rest here. So yeah, 2 riding horses would cost us how much?
Riding horses, 75 gold each.
And there's how much in the bag of holding?
There is 135 in the bag of holding. I'm not positive about what items offhand. I think it's accessible to everyone. So let's see. There are a number of items.
I think we have a character sheet for the bag of holding.
Oh yeah, I see it
Up at the top.
So just sell the Javelin of Lightning. Trade that for a pair of horses.
Maybe it's not.
Yeah. You got a jeweler's loop, climber's kit, potions of water breathing. obsidian flakes,
Bag
silk
of ball
rope,
bearing.
and
So
azurites.
Is this golden topaz important? And there's also, what is this? Is this 6 azurites?
Yeah, 6 azurites. And there are currently 0 golden topaz. Those are the ones that Cognar offered up to perform, or to basically replace the, I think it was like 100 gold piece.
Oh, I see it. 0 there. Okay.
That was him hoping we'll get more.
Oh, I know what I'll do. So Gorneo will, I think what I want to do is watch the magic happen.
The surgery.
And then
Right.
in the morning when Gerbender's like recovering, I'll go over to the inn and see my buddy. Insert name here.
The one at the
Gamage.
inn, the one who sold
Gamage.
you the vest.
Gamage.
All right, all right.
That
So
was
the
his-
one at Home of the Boars.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah,
I've got-
Gamage and Darla Proud.
Ha! Nailed it.
Yeah.
So I'll go see Gamage and see if he has like a guy that he trusts that could maybe get me a good deal for the money that I do have.
All right,
And I think that'll be a good plan.
all right.
And I want to see if I can find a badass eye patch.
All right.
You know, because priorities.
So we're going to be retroactively placing the surgery here, of course, in the edits that we do with every one of these episodes when Ben finally shows up. But in the
Damn it,
meantime, the surgery happened, good or bad, to be determined. Hopefully not horrendous, because Gorneo feels like going out and buying some things, possibly at this point in time. Most important loss.
I mean, aren't the side effects of like if it goes badly like really bad for Gerbender?
They
Like really bad. Worse than really bad.
Yeah, like I kind of need to know the outcome of this before I go like.
But it's
spending
not
money.
like, much like your eye, his thing isn't going to happen immediately. Effectively, like if they roll a 1 on their medicine checks, and even if they use the ability that gives an advantage, 2 ones would be required. He was definitely like die effectively undisplayed in the surgery. But otherwise, it's going to be happening over time. But bad things for him.
Okay. Okay. Well, I guess. Yeah, I will go see Gamage then in the morning after this. You know what? I'm just gonna say successful surgery.
There we go. Putting a positive thought out there into the world for your friend.
That's right. We're gonna send good vibes to those dice.
All right. So after this successful surgery, you help lead Gerbender to his own room after the hours that it took to perform his own skin replacement surgery. And as you lead him to his bed, he is kind of almost just collapsing in your arms. You have to, it's an effort for both you as well as Kurtar to lead him back to his dorm room. And he just collapses into the bed. And he is out like a light. And Kurtar thanks you for your assistance in helping to get him back to his room. And for too long, you make your way out of the altar of the foe hammer and across the way for the home of the boars. And making your way into the home of the boars, there's a rather intricate-looking tapestry that is very prominent across an entire span of the wall on your left when you enter. It depicts a immense dragon in a well-woven silken cloth. It has clearly bumped up the class of this place noticeably, and it seems to be the talk of the tavern portion of the city. And
Probably a beautiful tapestry.
As you step in, both Darla and Gamage cry out and are quick to start pouring the first of the beverages that they're going to be offering you for free in exchange for all the help that you assisted them with previously, as well as the new adornment decor they have on their tavern walls.
Gorneo will raise the first mug and say, "It looks really good," from what I can see.
A couple of cheers, kind of just in agreement. And Darla kind of blushes ever so noticeably behind the bar. And Gamage raises his own glasses. To the heroic motherfuckers who helped to bring this tavern back up to its proper state of establishment. Gorneo! And there's a cheer about the room. Gorneo! Gorneo!
Garner.
Gorneo!
Rabble.
Quickly, they are quick to drink a toast in your honor. And well into the first round of drinks that has been passed out on your behalf, Gamage kind of makes his way over once some of the ruckus has died down. For now, not that I'm unhappy to see you back so soon, but I thought it would be some time before we'd see your face gracing our presence once again. What brings you back here?
Well, we had an interesting run-in. We went into the swamp down south.
Ooh. Is that where he kind of gestures around his own head? Those bandages? Was it serious?
I think it's going to be okay. I found a very skilled medicine woman to help fix me up, so I think I'll be all right. But we had to come back to Tribord to fix myself and my Dragonborn friend up. But we're doing better now. But we do need to catch up with the rest of our party quite quickly. Do you have anybody in town that you trust that could maybe get me a good deal on a couple of horses for us?
Well, horses.
I have about 100 gold. I'm running a little low on funds right now.
100 gold. We got a couple of old mares that a few folk left in exchange for their own bar tab not too long ago. My wife Darla made it evident to me only upon after your party left that we were still in your debt a little bit. If you wouldn't mind, we could take the 100 gold and call it even, an even trade for the horses.
Sounds great.
Terrific.
Cheers.
And he pours another round, clanks the mugs, and is quick to down him before Darla kind of shoots him an eye like, you're kind of going through those pretty fast, and you're still on the clock. Yeah, you'll find them around back. They're not tied too tightly to their posts. You shouldn't have any trouble with the knots. They got all their gear that they need. Feed might be a problem if you're taking them on the road. There's a spot over in the market square. You could probably find some feed for however long you're planning to venture with.
Needs to get to Westbridge, so at least a couple days. But thank you.
That should be no problem.
No, I think I could handle that. You've been most helpful, Gamage. Oh, here's your gold. And he'll pull it out and he'll say, "Oh, Darla."
And she kind of looks over this way. Like she's kind of been keeping the side eye on this conversation in a very noticeable way, but now she is just turning her full attention towards you.
Gorneo will hand her the sack. He'll say, "Here, for the horses."
Oh, bless you, child. Another round for this Gorneo, mister.
And Gorneo will slap Gamage on the shoulder.
And it's not too long before the drinks start kind of flowing much more freely. They start to pass on the occasional charge of some of the more frequent people whose faces you would probably recognize a couple from your own stint here. helping them out.
It's not like I
But-
could forget them.
Even if you wanted to. But nevertheless, it's a very warm and pleasing atmosphere to be in after the extent of the swamp that you guys had to endure. And it is quite a change of pace for you, to say the least.
It's funny because Gorneo's probably drinking more with these people than he has with his own party, like ever.
Can I try something?
All right.
Okay. So I'm not sure how well this is gonna work, but I'm gonna give it a shot, seeing the situation I'm currently in. I'm gonna try and use my earpiece to get a hold of Gorneo.
All right. Mushi presses up on her ear and
Gorneo, I'm not quite sure if you can hear me. If you do, please reply.
Gorneo, you hear her.
The fuck?
Spell
Gorneo
amplification.
will reach up to the. Wait, so this is like while I'm at the bar?
While you are in your third, fourth, or fifth round of drinks, you hear Mushi's voice in your head.
So this is the second night after I've left Mushi, correct? So we
day
got
one,
to
you
Tribor.
guys split up and went to Tribor, and you slept for a full 24 hours. And then Grabender's surgery happened. So this is effectively day
third night.
3. The
The
third
third
day.
night. I have not heard from Mushi in 3 days. Okay, so Gorneo will excuse himself from the bar and he'll walk outside. And he'll reply, Mushi, what's going on?
Well, I don't mean to alarm you. You've been gone for quite some time, and I was hoping to hear back from you, but I understand your situation's very dire. Well, here's the funny thing. Cognar left. I'm alone with Wolfpaw here, and we're just on the outskirts of town, about to go in and deal with LaRock. And I'm not
Mirage
sure.
is still there.
Well, Mirage, yes, Mirage is still here with us, but I don't feel 100% confident in our skills to take on LaRock the way we are, and I just was wondering when you guys might find your way back to us.
What do you mean Cognar left? He just left?
Well, he left a note, but yes, he said he wanted to take to the clock and try and deal with less violence in his life, and they just decided to go. But I worry because Mirage finished the map and he gave us, the special secret password to get into everything, and I fear Cognar might be on his own one-man journey right now. I don't know where he went.
Did he take the map?
Well, no, but we both examined it very thoroughly, and we asked several questions to Mirage, which Mirage was more than happy to answer for us. But I'm just worried about you guys. I know you guys are going through a lot, and I'm just not sure what would happen if I lost both of you along with Cognar in the same time span. I'm just trying to get a good idea as to when you guys will be here.
I'm sorry I didn't contact you sooner, Mushi. I wasn't sure if this errand could go that far.
Either.
But I'm okay, I think, and Gerbender's okay, I think, and I have secured us some horses, so we should be able to make it to Westbridge by sundown tomorrow, DM?
Yeah, sundown tomorrow with the horses.
About sundown tomorrow if everything goes according to plan.
Assuming Grabender wakes up.
If everything goes according to plan. But if anything goes wrong, I will let you know.
Well, we will do our best to hold down here. I'm not sure how
What's the
vital it is.
situation? What's happening?
Well, I just know that LaRock has taken over the town, and I fear
Wait,
if he
Mirage?
finds out we're LaRock.
The Rock.
Mirage is with us.
Don't do that, Mushi.
It's the earring. It just has bad interception.
Bad reception.
But I know that Wolfpaw is very anxious, and we're supposed to be meeting this other member, and I worry about the actions they're willing to take to go further.
Well, if they want to be idiots, they can be idiots. Don't get yourself killed, Mushi.
I'll do what I can.
All right.
And I look forward to hearing from you. It's good to know that this works in such far distances.
Well, especially when it wasn't working at all a few days ago.
Just a day ago.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to go check on Gerbender again, and then I will keep you up to date.
Miyushi out.
Over and out.
So it looks like we've got a bed?
Yeah, so now we flash back to the surgery that we flashed forward from.
Flashback to the recap.
Oh, no. Okay, so you know what it was? We just had a Gorneo episode, and now it's like, next episode, and it's like Gerbender's, like...
Meanwhile,
yeah.
at the altar...
I had to make dinner, sorry.
We all know Allie's the cook.
Did you hear the part about Cognar leaving?
I'm also still eating dinner. So, yes, I heard the part about Cognar leaving, and I just assumed it was Lucas deciding he wanted to play a new character again.
I mean, yeah, that's what I figured too.
Like he does.
This
I'm really
wouldn't be
excited
the
to
first
see
time Cognar's taken off solo with information about the cultists.
He did. He was the first one down the monastery all by himself.
He waited until after the party received a map as well as a number of passcodes from Mirage before vanishing the night.
I'm just blaming Lucas.
Well,
right.
I am in charge of
wants
him.
to go on a suicide mission. I'm not
Oh, I thought Lucas was at the hospital or something.
I'm back.
He's here.
He's got his priorities straightened out.
Oh, he just left his wife there?
Yep.
No, they
can fend
got
for
us
herself.
through, so.
All right, so Gerbender. After Gorneo's surgery, you helped lead him back into his dormitory, and he was effectively just passed out from the extensive amount of work that was done on him for 24 hours.
Right, and I was pretty tired from all the spells I was casting.
Right, so if there was any sort of errands or anything like that, any shopkeeping potions you wanted to buy or the like that you wanted to do in Tribor during that time while he was passed out, speak now. Gorneo went ahead and got 2 riding horses from his friends Gambit and Darla Proudfoot. Okay.
For 100
and
gold. Which I
for 100 gold.
Well, then I will give him 50 gold for my portion of the riding horses. So
He took it out of the. I think he took it out of the
I
bag.
did it out of the bag of holding. It's this 10 platinum pieces, right? Boom.
Yeah.
Gone. 0. Oh wait. That's why he gave us the bag of holding.
He's a sneaky little bastard.
That motherfucker. Well played, Lucas. Well played. Man.
It took you a whole week to figure it out.
Just dawned on me. Holy. I'm so impressed with you, sir.
Well, I mean, to be fair.
Hey, the tip of the role player's cap to you.
Well, to be fair, that is where all the money is. So
Yeah. Because that's where the money is.
yeah, that's where the money is.
Follow the money.
Holy shit, he's been planning this for weeks, folks.
All right. So
Months,
Gerbender,
actually. Months.
anything you would like to accomplish during this time?
Oh,
You've effectively got a day to yourself while Grandmother Willow kind of rests on her own to regain her abilities so that she's at her optimum before performing surgery on you.
how much are the healing potions?
50 gold for an ordinary, and I think it's 150 for the greater.
guess I will go
Badass. Could, like,
go find a healing potion because that's all I can afford.
All right. So you are able to spot a vendor in the marketplace, and assuming you don't want to do any sort of bidding for it, he's happy to sell you for the set price of 50 gold.
Yeah, I'll just buy it.
All right.
Okay.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right.
I don't have enough to buy Mushi a diamond, so.
That's no
So
excuse.
You kind of just spend the remainder of your day just kind of lapping around Tribor, getting a feel
I
for
know.
everything. Go ahead.
Is there a bank, and can I apply for a personal loan?
You can certainly try. You have built up some credit with Darla and Gamage Proudfoot, though you did also kind of take their life savings, so they don't have that much left to loan out to you. As of tomorrow, they'll have about 100 gold.
I said a bank, not just people.
Well, if you would like, you can search around Tribor. You can try to get an audience with the commander.
That's an interesting concept, getting sponsored by nobles.
I think
You
first
guys
I
have
better
walked by her tower in the middle of town a number of times.
work on my sales pitch first. So I'm going to find a quiet inn and start composing a song about why people should give me money.
All right. So
Remember, you're not a bard anymore.
I know, which is why it's going to be harder to do.
goes to work on a song for his
Hey, it's going to be
panhandling.
his inspiration for eventually becoming a bard.
Right? This is it. This is going to be his one-hit wonder, his breakthrough. It's going straight to the top 10. So, Gravender, you make your way into the home of the Boars, and you see this incredible tapestry decorating one of their walls, and like it takes up the full wall. The image of this dragon woven of fine silvers. It looks immaculate. It's noticeably stepped up the class of this place by a few notches. But should you so choose to go unnoticed, you are able to kind of just make your way into one of the corners and just start kind of fiddling away with your instrument of choice to start preparing some sort of a song.
I don't fiddle, I flute.
You begin to flout a number of lyrics for your jazz flute in preparation for panhandling.
Excellent.
Before you yourself start to kind of grow a little weary and make your way back towards the dorm that has been provided for you at the altar of the foe hammer. And the next morning, you are being woken up by Kuritar, who is standing patiently in your... Not being woken up, you awaken to find Kuritar standing patiently in your doorway, almost kind of waiting for you to arise. And as you do so, she sort of comes to life. And in doing so, she makes her way over to you and gently grasps you by the forearm with both of her hands. Almost as if she were leading you. Despite the bandages around her, or the cloth strip tied around her own eyes, she seems to be leading you in the direction of the altar. And on your way forward, you do manage to pass by Gorneo, who wishes you the best of luck on your surgery.
And reminds you that you have inspiration.
Before the pair of you are led into the altar room itself. And you can see Grandmother Willow bathed this time, and she has cleaned up a bit. And she looks ready with a number of tools prepared at one of the nearby countertops, kind of just spread out as if preparing for the worst. She looks to be ready for anything. And she kind of gestures forward to the table in front of her. She said, if you're ready to proceed.
As I've been walking down the hallway, I've been kind of whistling a tune and going over the lyrics. It sounds something like, "We've saved the world a dozen times. You owe us lots of money. Money, 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 money. You owe us lots of money." And
Money does rhyme with money.
and then when Corneo tells me that he reminds me of inspiration, I'm gonna be like, what is he talking about? That throws me off. So yeah, I'm ready.
As you whistle a note that's noticeably flat in your harmony as you pass by Gorneo. But you lie yourself flat upon the altar in front of Grandmother Willow, and Kuritar steps up beside her. And Kuritar leans over and whispers a few words, enhancing Grandmother Willow's own abilities for the next hour, as Grandmother Willow begins the surgeries. And in a very familiar fashion, the first few moments that you lie there, you recognize the process that she goes through of effectively just putting you under this sleep spell and then a number of numbing spells to effectively just put you out. And Durotar? Oh wait, Jose.
For the horde.
And a roll gets made.
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to read his
Yeah.
face and I can't.
He's looking down.
Corneo, you find yourself waking up in your dormitory once again after a successful a successful evening of drinking.
And you hear a bloody
Wait a
scream.
What happened? I was watching that thing.
With your bad
And
eyes.
Corneo, you presume everything went all right.
All right,
as
okay. No, that's fine.
Nothing noticeably
Nothing went
wrong
catastrophically
happened.
wrong. That's all I needed to know.
Nothing went catastrophically wrong, hopefully.
Like
At least
neither of
you
them
noticed.
reacted in a very bad way. I will take it.
I mean, there was the occasional splatter of blood and the surprised look along the way. Like, they weren't quite expecting that to happen, but they've never really worked on a Dragonborn before. So,
Oh, jeez.
as she begins to sew, I did forget that you were watching this part. So, as she, in the final moment, she begins to effectively lay these stone scales on place all up and down Grabender's forearm as she does so. After this large open patch has been removed, as one by one she had to remove his own scales to do so, and then pry open a bit of the skin underneath, and just effectively hold that open with a number of tools all along the way to fit the size of these stone scales that she was given. And as she
She
laid
tuned to my arm.
these stone scales into place, one after the other, in a almost reverse fashion to which she removed Grabender's scales, she one by one began to remove her tools that she had, effectively holding his skin flaps in place, and they began to just flop back naturally before she began to do her own healing agents all around them. She poured a number of vials and chemicals into that open space, and eventually it looked like his skin, or possibly even the stone scales, started to grip hold of Grabender once again. But shortly after that, she was quick to start bandaging up his left arm. And as these bandages were quick to effectively kind of tie off his left arm, Grabender, for the time being, effectively, you are going to lose the functionality of your left arm until that wound is either healed up from any sort of infections that might be present, or the like. She effectively told you to wait a 10-day before removing those bandages.
Jeez.
Oh,
Okay, well, once a 10-day, I'm going to cast Cure Disease on myself.
All right.
Or not once a 10-day, once every day. Or a 10-day.
All right, that might help. But nevertheless,
How long-
Gorneo,
How
you
long
make
was
your
I
way.
told to keep the bandages on?
Similar a 10-day effectively.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I don't
And
think
then
you
Yours was like 2 months.
Situation will be reassessed.
2 months.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
effectively, like if you take off those bandages and the eye just plops right out, clearly something went wrong.
Yeah.
yeah. I
And
don't
now we
think
know
those
that
off.
That's
Gorneo's
not supposed to go
dominant
there.
eye. So all right. So with that, Gorneo, you find yourself waking much earlier than Gravender
Oh,
and kind of waiting patiently by his bedside as he himself kind of just sleeps through this 24-hour period of his
So do I
own.
get all my spells back?
You do, yes. 'Cause 24 hours is definitely a long rest. Definitely a long rest.
could I make an eye patch out of the scales that they took off his arm?
Oh my god.
I think she put them all back, didn't she?
Not his skill. No, Gravender had a.
Oh.
That's a
They're
little
like-
morbid,
They're like
but
blue
I like it.
scales, right?
Roll me a survival. check.
Survival.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could try.
Oh, come on.
Why not?
What?
Eh.
I'd say, yeah, you're able to kind of scrap together something reminiscent of an eye patch. I mean, it doesn't have to be too pretty, but
Well, could I scrap it together like enough scales to take it to somebody to make me an eye patch? Like somebody who actually
if
knows
you want
what
to
they're
take it to,
doing?
like, say, Christopher, the guy who made your vest,
You know, I
absolutely.
was thinking something along those lines.
Absolutely.
You know,
Fabulous.
Bring it straight to Mr. Perkins.
because I was thinking he could put some kind of like design in it too.
He also manages to weave his own, not quite patented, but he continues to refer to it as his own unique spin on it.
Hey,
And
I
that
will take Pat.
Should this eyepiece be damaged in any such way, it will find a way of almost increasing its value, never decreasing it.
Yes. And Gorneo will let him know
Nevertheless,
that people are
Gorneo
noticing.
does have
And
a
he will let
blue
people know that-
Dragonborn scale eye patch.
And he will let people let him know that people are noticing the vest, and they do like it. I had to fight a guy off for it once.
I'm just gonna go out there and say that Gravender's gonna be kind of disturbed about this eye patch you're wearing when he wakes up.
I've never
won't
taken
even
someone
notice
else's
that it's
body part
yours.
and used it for my own personal gain.
A temporary reminder of what you've done. Or maybe
But it'll-
Gorneo's
I was
like,
just
"You know what?
thinking,
I don't
I was
really
like,
need these
what
eyes.
better?
I'm just gonna
I was
keep
actually just thinking, I was like, what better to protect a drake's eye than dragon scales?
That's soothing.
I could have him put a symbol of Bahamut on it.
We're gonna turn.
Oh, jeez.
I haven't made it very far through, but I love those guys.
So,
That would be just a mishmash of like gods and symbols and stuff. People wouldn't know what to make of me.
so in the evening of this fourth day, since you guys split up from Yushi and Cognar,
Oh, and once you wake up, I will tell you about my conversation I had with Mishi.
It sounds like we need to go as soon as we can.
As soon as you're able, I will have our horses, and we should be able to get going.
Unless unless the DM tells me otherwise, I'm ready to go.
all right. So
So
with that,
everything went according to plan, Mishi. We're on our way.
Well, that-
We're
you don't hear any immediate
Not-
response.
super functional.
Super functional.
There's a herrick there. So as you guys set off with these pair of horses that Gorneo purchased from his friends at the Home of the Boars, you guys set
I will
off.
also get us some rations and the feed for the horses, and put it in the bag of holding.
All right.
I want to say 5 gold. I don't know.
Amanda, do you remember what it came down to for your ox?
my ox was 15 gold.
15 gold per. Wait, 15 gold for the whole ox or for the feed?
That's Mishi's
Um,
ox. Uh-huh.
My ox was an evil, evil guy.
That's pretty
I
evil.
would not pay a penny. That looks like an evil ox.
You already paid more than it was 15 gold for the ox, Amanda. Feed per day, 5 copper pieces.
Oh shit.
Yeah, but I paid for like a whole 10-day worth.
Okay, so 1 gold.
Because
someone
you
to
didn't
take
want
care
to
of
pick them up for a 10-day.
Yeah, well, I didn't want.
You effectively
to.
bought an ox and then paid the guys that you bought the ox from to keep the ox for 10 days.
Well, I didn't know what we were gonna be doing.
All right, so I'm gonna
You bring an
spend.
ox, I'm not gonna be your friend.
I'm gonna spend 1 gold and get feed and rations for us and horses,
All right.
and put it in the bag of holding.
So, food rations run differently from feed for the horses. Food rations, like for people, that works out to 5 silver for 1 day's worth of rations.
So I think between the 1 gold, I should be able to afford all of it, right?
All right, just throwing it up. So that'd be like 5 rations.
I think I'm really overpaying, but it's okay.
As long as you're doing the math on your end to find
Yeah,
out how
I was
much.
just like, in my head, I was like, okay, if we're dealing with copper pieces per day, I'm fine. If we're dealing with silver pieces per day, short of like 50 silver a day, we're fine.
All right. All right. So,
I am mechanically just buying us enough supplies to get us to Westbridge.
And I'm casting Lesser Restoration on each of us. You touch a creature and can end either one disease or one condition affecting it. So I'm just going to like cure us of any sort of infections that we may have.
all right. To help with the healing process. All right.
So it's 2 second level spell slots every day.
Jeez.
Should I put the symbol of Bahamut on the eye patch?
I don't know.
I would assume he's asking you
Good
this.
question.
I don't know. Would that make your bender feel better about it?
As you see
Oh my
your
God.
skin around his eye.
We're going to pretend that Gurbinder hasn't noticed that it's his yet.
I'll tell you if you want me to.
No, that's okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
Cornell's
wanna
just not
make
gonna
it
say
terrible.
anything about it. He's just gonna wear it.
Like, I stole your scales. Not that you need to know.
He'll just say he got it from Christopher.
Hey, I remember that scratch.
I'm just-
Oh, I don't know
I'm
what you're
just-
talking about.
I'm just wondering, like, how anybody else would feel if, like, Gurbinder just started walking around with a patch of Corneo's skin on his face.
I know, right?
There's a big
Very
difference
Hannibal
between
Lecter.
dragons.
I'm
Here's a
sure
Kragnar
someone's walking
finger.
around with some dwarf fingers.
I mean,
Hey.
there's a dwarf
Hey,
hand
hey.
somewhere around there.
We walk around with like animal skin on when you're wearing leather and stuff. Like, come on,
But you're
Like,
all right.
your own
it's just
friend.
the world we live in, y'all.
So each of you mount up on your horses and just let loose to the south, heading for Westbridge. Can I get an animal handling check from both of you?
Animal
Tom.
handling check.
Tom the Dragon.
Animal
Lord.
handling
God, I
check.
love Tom.
Animal handling. I'm not great at that.
It's wisdom, right?
I'm worse with it, I promise.
17.
So, Gornea, you're finding yourself having to kind of slow pace a couple of times as Grubender's still getting the hang of having to steer this animal with reins.
Can I help him do it?
It's like I'm
can
used
I-
to this cart thing. Riding a horse is
Yeah,
Can
yeah.
I? Can
Just,
I
just
like
give me the reins.
lead his horse while he just holds on with his one good hand?
As far as like if you want to make full use of their speed to get to Westbridge by the end of the day, you can't really be like leading his horse, but
Okay.
effectively like you're able to go for a bit and then you see him starting to veer off of the path a little bit, so you turn back around to help steer his horse back onto the path. It's not taking that much longer
Oh, okay. Never
time
mind.
effectively, but you
Okay.
guys are able to keep a relatively quick pace, much faster than walking, a noticeably faster pace than walking. And as you guys continue outwards,
Oh.
there
Have I heard
Go
of
ahead.
Yushi yet?
you have not.
Gorneo.
I don't
was
understand why this horse won't just follow the road.
So, Gorneo will periodically on the road keep trying to get a hold of Yushi.
All right. Hold on to that thought. As you guys are leaving Tribor, you do see a couple of almost monarch-looking butterflies flutter around and kind of trail you guys for a couple of feet before fluttering back off about their own business. Before you guys continue along, going over the hills, not through the woods, but you continue to go far away.
Sorry.
Definitely not through the swamp.
Grandmother's house.
As
No,
you guys
in the
no, we
swamp.
don't go
As
to grandmother's
you guys
house. We're
begin
not
to
going
press-
there.
one of the hills on your journey, you notice that the Black Maw Bog seems to have grown a bit and looks to be enveloping a portion of this road and this pathway before you that it did not previously.
The fuck, Brian.
We're going around
The
it.
road to the north of the
not going
bridge.
through it. Not going
All right.
Oh, you don't want to face the wraith lady with only one eye?
So how far around this are you guys wanting to?
Wide berth.
If it's wet, I'm not stepping in it.
All right.
Anything that might reasonably be termed bog, I'm not going through.
So effectively, this is what the animal handling check is for your own knowledge. But you guys do manage to veer your horses a significant distance, like keeping the bog in your furthest line of sight, but keeping it there just so you know what to avoid. And it does take a larger portion of your day to veer around the bog rather than just cutting through it on the path that was already present. As you guys continue to make your way around the bog, you guys spot a couple more of these butterflies fluttering about in a greater number. There's like 30 here, 40 all sitting around that tree. Another
These butterflies, are they
before you.
like in the bog portion, or are they outside?
They look to be outside. Like there was the couple of them that fluttered by as you guys were leaving Tribor.
Okay, well, I'm going to kind of assume that they're nice butterflies then, and not mess with them.
All right.
Are you not gonna poke the butterfly?
Don't make eye contact.
Did I ever get the wand back from Yushi?
Yeah, I gave it back.
Can I use the wand to detect magic and look at the butterflies?
How close would you like to get to them?
Oh god.
Well, oh wait, are they in the bog?
Nope.
30 feet.
30 feet. All right. And would you like to approach the cluster of 30, 40, or 25?
Oh, there's that many?
There's a lot.
Oh, never mind.
That's just
Don't
what
want to
you
get
can
close
see.
to that. Never mind.
All right.
I don't want to get close to a swarm. No.
So you continue to venture around. Gorneo pulls out the wand before thinking twice and putting the wand away and just kind of digging his heels into the horse and going faster along this outward path of the bog. And you guys see a couple of more clusters of these butterfly swarms, effectively, kind of just here and there scattered about. Several lying about and filling up what looks to be the bones of some sort of creature, a larger animal that looks to have died out a long time ago. Others kind of fluttering in and out of a hollowed out tree that died however long ago. Others present just kind of flying from here to there as you guys continue to press your way forward before you guys eventually lose sight of the Black Maw Bog behind you. And I would assume continue to go for a couple more miles before veering back towards the path itself. But nevertheless, you guys are, despite this little detour, you guys are able to close your distance on the town of Westbridge. And before the sun set, you do see the town of Westbridge just over the next crest.
Yushi, are you there?
And that is where we're going to jump the southbound team.
Hey.
So, Mishi,
Yes.
you just made contact with Gorneo to let him know that Cognar just took off in the middle of the night. You got Mirage looking at you as you told him that Sedina was the only one left here with you. He shoots you a kind of
Sorry.
quizzical.
My bad. I'm emotional, guys.
And Sedina looks to be visibly upset by Cognar abandoning the party.
Okay. Well, good news. They will be on their way shortly. But Cognar leaving has given me a little bit of an idea. Sedina, how familiar are you with Larocque's efforts into this town?
I can't say I'm incredibly familiar. I told you that I only ventured into there for a brief moment before they tried to grab me.
They tried to grab you as you entered?
I believe the words that one of the priests with the masks shouted out was to seize her.
What were you doing in the town at the time, may I ask?
Passing through.
That's all. Well, that puts a bubble on my parade. Well, from my experience in the past in Red Larch, he had the town just about completely under his thumb, and I noticed that it was just everyday sort of, everyday type stuff. There were chickens to be sold, inns to stay in, everything was normal at the surface, and if we hadn't have fallen through a hole into their den, we literally probably wouldn't have found them for quite some time. It's curious
So perhaps
to me.
you're saying we just go about our way and leave their business to their business.
In a way, yes. I say we may be able to get into the town and get a room to sleep, a place to wash off at least. You guys look pretty decent.
That doesn't sound like leaving them to go about their business. That seems like you're putting yourself directly in the center of it. And Sedina just kind of shoots Mirage an ugly glare.
Well, here's my thought process, Mirage. From what you say, he is a man to be feared. Very much so, apparently. So much so that all the cultists fear him. Even probably the name of him they dislike. Now, I'm not sure exactly what it is he's working on here. But if there's a way we can use this fear they have against them, then it might be wise for us to maybe at least try and speak with Larock and see if there's any way we could possibly get him to infiltrate the cultists for us.
It's never a wise man who wishes to make a deal with the devil.
That may be so, but it's better to have one enemy than four, wouldn't you say?
The dog does not agree.
Excuse me.
All I'm saying is we have a chance here. We had different pathways in past lives, but here we stand united against the same enemy in a way. So why wouldn't we try and use the power he holds against these cultists we've been trying so hard to get rid of?
Mushi, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check. With disadvantage because you are still exhausted.
Oh, well, that's not terrible.
That's perception.
That was perception.
Oh. That's good.
It's not charisma.
We're going to work on
Oh.
Amanda's perception.
That
It's
was
better,
a
but
one.
worse.
Yeah, but there's no automatic fails in skill checks.
I know.
As you said before, I'm free to go on my own way. I think I'm going to be taking you up on that, the way your dwarf did. He saw this venture forward as being suicidal. Can't say I blame him for being a coward and taking that way out. Better to be a coward and alive than a hero and dead.
Yes.
And Mirage turns around on the heel of his boot and just begins to walk away.
Before you go, I just have one more question, if you don't mind.
Speak now. May we
Is there-
never meet each other again.
Is there any useful information you can give me on the rock before I walk into this apparent suicide mission of mine?
Imagix is cursed, bad, evil stuff.
Does he
I
have
wouldn't
any known
recommend taking
weaknesses?
him on your own. If he had weaknesses, we'd have made use of them. Good
Right,
luck.
you do believe that he would want these cultists dead, yes?
A man's mind be a man's mind. Unless you're capable of delving into it, his thoughts are his own. His doings, he's got his own reasons. Never made clear to me why he's doing what he does. Mayhaps he'll give you a moment for you to ask such questions before he kills you. And he continues in the direction he has started walking.
Bye, Mirage. It was a pleasure reviving you.
And Mirage fades over the horizon.
He fades. What kind of magic is that?
Yushi and
Mirage.
Sedina
Mud
PotA
sorcery.
are all that remain of the southbound party.
Everyone's leaving me.
And she just kind
Southbound
of shoots.
and down 2.
Sedina shoots Yushi a look. Almost like a very helpless look before she speaks. Though everyone else seems to have abandoned and left us on our own, these people are going to need us. Can I still count on you?
I will be here with you, yes, but I just hope you hear me out here.
Oh, I hate your face.
I hate your face.
Go ahead. Speak
The-
your piece.
In Red Larch, when we entered the town, there was no immediate danger to us. And in trying to find Larock, we managed to slaughter every single villager in our path. I think the only sure way we can guarantee these villagers' safety is through trying to talk with him. It could be a suicide mission, yes, but it could be the only path we have to try and save these people at the same time, because he will throw every single being in front of us before we even manage to get a glimpse of him. We will have to slaughter very many innocent people to get to the problem.
How quiet can you be?
Well, to be quite honest, I'm not the most quiet person around, especially how tired I am. I've noticed a slight gimp in my leg. But
Well,
what was your plan?
if you're not so interested in greeting this problem with brute force head on, perhaps we might be able to sneak into the inn that all of the townsfolk have surrounded themselves with, have surrounded. I have no idea what we may or may not find in there. Possible Larock is hiding out in one of the other homesteads. But the majority of the town, at least when I was there, was gathered out front of that inn. They have to be guarding or protecting something of interest. And if you're able to keep up with me at the very least, I may be able to help with your own clumsy footing.
Okay, is there like a tree or noticeable bush, like anything that like slightly sticks out but also blends? Like, I don't know, a weird tree with some weird knot
There's
on
the
it.
cliffside.
Cliffside. Are we like in like a valley? Like, is there no?
Are you asking? Are you asking about your current surroundings, or are you asking
Yeah.
her about what's present in Westbridge?
No, I'm asking you about our current
Okay.
surroundings.
So it's kind of just like, effectively much like the picture depicts. It's just hilly grasslands with a noticeable cobblestone path, well
there be,
worn.
like, A boulder
North and
or
south.
something to the side of the road.
As you guys continue, you only have 5 miles left before
Yeah.
you're in Westbridge. Along that route, there does look to be a small spattering of large rocks after a couple
Okay.
of miles.
I'm gonna bury the map by a boulder.
All right.
That way I don't have it on me in case anything happens. I'm going to dump out my jar of sulfur. If I still even have that, I don't even know. Jar. I don't think I have those anymore. Okay, well, I'm gonna bury
Now,
this.
correct me if I'm wrong, but that's going to leave quite a bit of a stench.
Oh, well, you know what? I don't have it anyways, so we're good. I'm just gonna bury the map.
Okay. Okay. So Misha, you dig a hole, and just the map on its own, just you're burying, or are you putting the parchment in something, or what?
I have a scroll case. I would like to bury it
There
in.
you go. Beautiful.
You come back and
You
worms are
bury-
eating through it.
You put not a scroll in a scroll case for some random adventurer to find in the future. Now you guys know how these scrolls appear in random places. A little bit of insight. But all right, you bury this parchment inside a scroll case near
the boulder.
just near a boulder.
Yeah, like I want it to be like
It's a little bit off the beaten path,
That's
but
fine.
it does kind of stand out as being a large, prominent, almost sandstone boulder in these grassy fields.
Hopefully it's not an obvious like, oh, I hit the map. Like, oh, it's gonna be that fucking boulder.
Hopefully,
But we'll see.
we'll see.
Yeah. So we'll see. Are you sure sneaking in is the smartest way to go if we're just trying to speak?
You did say he's going to try to throw everything at us that he has before we come face to face with him.
Originally,
You say you've dealt with him before, so I'm only going off of what information you've given me thus far.
Originally, we were more violent than understanding, so we really shot first, asked questions later. I'm not proud of our previous actions, but
That's why I was suggesting perhaps sneaking in. If you want to try to gain an audience with him, perhaps that might be the route to take. Otherwise, making a show of it could also very well draw his attention. You've dealt with him in the past. I have not. I leave the final choice in your hands.
So, how many days did they say it would be until they got here?
They told you by tomorrow evening.
Tomorrow evening. So, and it's morning now?
It's about noonish. Yeah.
Well, I still won't be able to move very fast, although we're only 5 miles out. But I say, if there was ever a time to try, it's now. I will stick as close to you as I can, and hopefully we will be able to get an audience with Larock, and maybe we will be able to do some negotiation to save these people and maybe take down an enemy as well. You did mention that there's a third party. Now third party would have been fifth. No big deal.
Great Paul promised he'd meet us on the outskirts of Westbridge.
Do you think he will go along with our plan?
I can assure you, should creatures come to combat, it might be more of a clear visual for him to take our side. Sneaking in, however, if we can do it well, he may never be aware of our presence at all. Though I suppose that's a good thing. But once again, if we were to be caught, and should we have to be forced to come to arms, he should be there to assist us.
Okay, well, I suppose let's get going, and hopefully some good will come of this.
Very well. Amnesia, you spend the next 4 to 5 hours closing this 5-mile gap from you to Westbridge.
I'm so slow.
Just continuing to strain yourself, and it's just a burden to stay awake still after everything you've been through. You're perhaps feeling yourself starting to regret staying up that extra night just to glare at this woman who you now find the only one that has your back presently. But nevertheless, you are able to close this distance from your current location to Westbridge. And in the distance, so this is before Dorneo and Gravender get there, of course. But you and Sedina Wolfpaw begin to creep your way upon the outskirts of Westbridge. It looks to be a town larger than Tribor, but still quaint. It's still got that kind of countryside feeling to it. But the first thing that probably catches your eye is that most of the buildings that once stood here look to lie in ruins. There look to be several handfuls of people out and about, kind of just keeping to themselves as they do go about their daily activities, whatsoever they may be. But closer towards the center of the town, there looks to be several dozen townfolk gathered in a bit of a clearing. Each of them looks to wear a brown patch on their cloaks or tunics, as they look to be standing listening to a trio of stone-scaled, hooded priests with masks that you clearly recognize as those of the Earth cultists. Each one of these priests look to be leading them in strange prayer to the Black Earth. As you and Sedina creep forward on the outskirts of town, she gives a brief series of gestures with her hands, and I need a stealth roll from you, Yushi. From Yushi,
Damn you, disadvantage.
with disadvantage, that's going to be a 17. As her ability is currently granting you plus 10 on your stealth checks.
Ooh.
As you and her
I
begin
thought you
to
hated
creep
her.
We're friends
Oh.
now.
Oh, you're
Everyone
friends
likes
now. Okay.
into the edges of Westbridge.
It's slightly different than
She looks to be
Red Bar,
constantly looking between the occasional group of people going about their business and you to kind of take your lead. Effectively, she's following you. What are you doing?
I'm gonna try and avoid these cultists praying to the earth. I want to look around to see, like, how many houses, like, there's, like, not lights on inside, but, like, candlelight glimmering through, or...
So it's not quite it's not quite like sunset yet. So can you see this map?
Yes.
So effectively, it's kind of like that. You can still see everything because the sun is still out. And you know your allies are arriving tomorrow afternoon.
That makes it tough. This is... I'm gonna tell Sadie, this is...
And this looks to be the gathering of the dozens of townfolk. And if you can see a couple of the individuals should look familiar. I tried to make them a little bit more brown, like the whole token a little more brown to stand out, but there's a whole lot of townsfolk here. And this is the inn that they are standing out front of. So this is the small clearing where a bunch of townsfolk have gathered, listening to these three preach on about this entity known as the Black Earth.
I want to try and get closer. I think I'm going to try and get, like, behind this way.
All right.
And then maybe try and take this pathway, but I want to make sure, like, that there's no one in the road or anything that
Go
might
ahead and
notice.
move yourself where you would like to go.
Okay.
Assuming like along the back of this house, and then roll me
Yeah.
a perception check to kind of peer around the side before you like run to the next bit of cover. For
Jeez,
everyone else,
disadvantage.
worry not, folks. Stand by, stand by, stand by.
Dear.
And everyone's
Yes.
all right. Welcome to Westbridge.
It's a beautiful little village.
Looks slightly different than I imagined in my head.
Did you expect a
You
bridge on the
know,
west
these
side?
these kind of like things in the road and ruined buildings.
Those are clear evidence of a series of earthquakes.
Yeah,
Oh
Think
god.
like very like LA, where like after an earthquake, where like bits of the road are just not level with each other at all. There are cracks and looks like loose earth present in bits of the road. Houses have just collapsed and tumbled in on each other.
I
And
see
in all of this ruin, these people are standing in the open, listening to these three hooded priests in their prayer.
As we get closer, can we hear what they're preaching any better?
With a 7, unfortunately,
Nope.
you can't quite get it. It's like a series of muffles, loud muffles, but you can't quite put the words together. Might be in another language, might be one you're not familiar with. It could even be common, for all you can tell.
Okay, I'm gonna try an inch closer.
As you start to go forward, Sedina reaches and just pulls back your robes.
All right.
As she whispers into your ear, how far in do we plan on going? Are we going all the way through, or are we just scouting for now?
It would probably be best just to scout for now, because this is a far stretch from what Red Larch looked like originally. Clearly, they are far deeper into this cult than I imagined originally.
Very well, following your lead. She kind of releases you.
So I'm gonna try and get kind of behind 11-ish. See if I can hear any better. I want to know.
Make your way across. Roll me another stealth check. Still with disadvantage, but plus 10.
Oh shit!
13.
No, but
Your
still, fuck. This is bad.
There's an audible clanging as your foot lands audibly in a bucket. And for the next couple of seconds, your foot just continues to ring out like a bell ringing as you run the couple of steps, trying to kick to get it off, and it's only making this clattering louder and louder with each flick of your foot. And Sedina just looks at you with a very horrified look on her face. And without even the need for a perception check, you hear that prayer that you've been creeping closer and closer towards stop.
Can I grab Sedina
Oh.
and just
She is
say,
right there.
looks like plans
What
have
are you doing?
changed. And I'm going to cast that.
All
And
right.
I'd like to get as far back as possible, and
Or
maybe,
back as possible.
yeah, we're going back. However
Back,
far,
okay. Like the
however
full
far it'll let me
500
go.
feet back, or like
Yeah.
just 100? 500 feet back. All right. Roll me one more stealth check. So you and Sedina just bamf out of there. And you step through this door of dimensions 500 feet back along the path you came. You can see in the far distance to your north, a small little sandstone rock from this distance where you know that you buried the map. As you, Sedina Wolfpaw, and this bucket all step through this dimension door
Damn this bucket!
500 feet back.
I'm
Where
gonna
you-
tell her to like get down so like they don't see two clearly standing people.
As the two of you, I would assume, dart for the nearest trees.
Yeah, there's trees.
I think I'm gonna have to charge you like some sort of royalty for the use of my bucket.
Oh,
Never copyrighted it. Ha
Ah.
and I'm gonna say to her, when we originally went to Red Larch, it was as though it was a normal town on the surface. This is completely different environment than I was expecting.
And she
As
kind of
much-
solemnly is just nodding along. It looks significantly worse than when last I was here.
We may want to go back a few more paces and make camp until the others are here to join us. No, I don't want to come to violence, but that looks like it might be what has to happen. I would feel at least better trying to speak with him if I had more backup. No offense, but we are but two people
Completely
against an
understood.
army.
I was looking to recruit an entire party. I'm relieved that you did stay to see through to this far, while your own party seemed to cower behind your skirts, and even a number of them took off of their own accord. Not keeping their words at all, but perhaps you were right, seeing how the situation has severely worsened. It might be advisable to wait for your allies.
However, this may not be good news that you're looking for. They have decided to undergo some procedures that may not leave them in 100% condition.
What do you mean procedures?
It's quite a long story, but let's just say for now that they may not be at 110% like they would have been if they would have originally
Perhaps the
come.
story is better suited for another time, but are they still going to be fighting fit? Should it come to that?
Oh, I have no
The
doubt
people of
they will.
Westbridge be in need of them. Will they be able to answer the call?
They will, yes.
She swings away at the gnat that's just making me irritating.
Now, where was it that this other paw fellow said he was going to meet you?
If you wish, I can call to him. If we're intending to rest tonight outside of the town, I can try to call to him.
I mean, I do plan on resting the night, seeing it's just the two of us. I can't imagine us getting a good enough sleep. At least with three of us, we could better watch our backs.
Indeed. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I'd prefer to keep a bit further from the road than we have been these past couple of nights. Given her gaze kind of falls down to the bucket that your foot is resting in. Recent predicament.
I warned you I wasn't very quiet. Just this was.
Fail to warn me just how unquiet your abilities are. Even I am unable to assist to such an extent.
I've also been tired, so my eyes haven't been working as sharp as they.
Perhaps you should just rest then.
This time I would like to try and get a hold of Gorneo.
First things first, she is going to be pulling you significantly off the path, like a couple of miles. And
that's perfect.
She's effectively just kind of dragging you for a portion of this, but you guys do begin to get within the barrier of the nearby Crypt Garden forest before she's comfortable with just kind of sitting there for an extended period of time.
That did not go at all how I wanted.
No?
So you guys are very far off of the path. But
she's gonna be a werewolf.
Probably. That'd be cool.
She murders you.
I don't have any silver, so that'd be done.
Not even coins. It's like, take my money, werewolf.
Just throw silver at her and score her
Alright,
out.
so you said you want to contact Gorneo?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get a hold of Gorneo and be like, hey, is there any update as to how close you may be?
So Gorneo, as far as your time frame, it's not so much tomorrow afternoon, but the afternoon after that you guys are leaving. Or that you guys will be there.
Wow. Okay.
Because like rather than leaving with Grubender in a wagon and just towing him the whole way there, you decided to wait in Tribor for him to rest. So it's effectively just adding another day.
So which day is this conversation taking place on?
So this is day number 3 that this conversation is taking place.
So
I just spoke with
so
you.
this is taking place while I'm talking to Christopher and shopping and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, I just spoke to you this morning, but
Like
now
you
I'm
just
like,
bought
a little more urgent.
I got my day drink on, so I'm tracking time. I needed
What do you mean your day drink?
momentarily
I am in an immense amount of pain. I need to numb it a little bit.
Oh, well, yeah, there's about to be a lot more pain when you find your way this way, Gorneo. I can guarantee it. the town of
what's going
Westbridge is in shambles.
What do you mean?
The entire roads are collapsing. There's cultists, not cultists, but the other cultists everywhere. We were nearly caught. I'm not stealthy and this bucket tagged along, but we're gonna try and rest. I buried the map, so if I die, it's by a boulder.
That's not specific enough.
By a boulder. There you go.
I need better instructions than that.
It's pretty specific regarding the area around here. There's really not very many boulders. It's the
I
sand.
don't know where you are.
I'm by Westbridge. What
That's
have
not
you?
specific enough, Yushi. Where around Westbridge are you? Which road?
Amanda, I buried the maps outside of Payson. There's a boulder.
There's a boulder.
Go find it.
Well, there's only one road into Westbridge that I'm on.
Right. So it's by
To the north.
road. Okay.
North
East or
road.
west?
North. And it is on the. What side of the road is it on?
This is your choice.
Oh.
You made
Gonna
up
be
this
on the-
boulder.
Left,
Tell us all about this boulder.
left side of the road if you're traveling towards Westbridge. It should be a pretty obvious boulder.
So east
Um,
side of the road. Okay.
If you blur your eyes a bit, the boulder looks somewhat like a minotaur
It is very fitting.
with a
It
nearby
does.
passage.
I'd be scared to approach it if I were half blind. It does look very threatening, boulder-like.
It looks like a minotaur.
Yes.
It looks like
I
Okay.
have bought one of those, so
We know. That,
I almost got impaled by one of those things.
If you look at it with one eye,
Should be easy for you.
Um,
But if anything happens to me, I just want you to know that there's still a way for you guys to fight the cultists.
Why would anything happen to you? What's going on? Are you guys gonna
Well-
go get yourselves killed?
Well, Mirage has left us as well.
Well, I can't say I'm shocked at that.
It's just me and Sedina.
Didn't she have a companion?
He is not with us yet. We tried to get a good scout of the area, and that's when the bucket found us. So, needless to say, we had to get out of there pretty quickly. So if they are able to track us, it won't be long until they'll be able to find us.
Bucket?
It was bad, Courtney. I'm not near as quiet as you are.
Well,
But they were chanting
yeah.
in a small little bit. I was able to hear they were chanting about the Black Earth. That's all I know. But the city is in shambles, and it's a lot worse than we originally imagined. I hope you and Gravender can be at 110% by the time you get here. Speaking of 110%, I'm not sure if you guys will be for this plan or completely against it, but we know LaRock is a very powerful person. And we know that he was kicked out from the Earth Cult, the main old Earth Cult. He's a secondary Earth Cult, I suppose. If we could somehow use that to our advantage, I think it would be very prosperous for us. If we could somehow get him to invade, from the, what's the water one? The
Riverguard Keep.
Riverguard Keep. If we could get him to invade the Riverguard Keep and go underneath, then it could be very useful to us in many ways, because he holds a grudge against these people. So I believe if we could somehow reach him and speak with him, it could help us in the long run. Otherwise, I think we may have to turn to violence, and I know none of us are really looking forward to that.
Well, I don't usually advise giving madmen any kind of power, nor working with fanatics. Neither are usually good for you. They usually create more problems.
But in this case, it could be useful.
We don't arm terrorists, Mushi.
We're not arming him, we're just giving him information.
That's fair.
Arming him with
I mean-
information.
If you had an enemy and someone was like, oh, well, here's your enemy, do with it what you will, just let me leave in peace, wouldn't you be like, oh, that's my enemy, let's go kill him?
That's a great metaphor.
I
Are
thought
you
so.
trying to say to me, Mushi, that the enemy of your enemy is your friend?
Exactly. And I
Except
wouldn't
for
call him so much a
your
friend,
enemy.
but it could be prosperous to us, and I think it's something we should consider.
I think the only issue with it is that they'd be walking right past the monastery where we have an entire regiment of holy paladins holed up.
Not if they go through the Riverguard Keep.
Oh
'Cause
yeah,
we
but
could
they
go
could
in-
take the north road from... I need the
'Cause-
map, DN.
Stand by.
Because we could go in through the monastery, and they
okay.
could go in through the Riverguard Keep, and we could
Oh
get
yeah,
two
Westbridge is
entrances
further
at
up
once.
here. Oh, you're right.
It'd be faster for them to go straight to Riverguard Keep than it would be to go
You're
to the
right.
monastery.
Cornea takes a moment to draw this out in the dirt before him. He's like, oh yeah, that road. Yeah, they could take that road.
I think
The
it's a
Stone
reasonable.
Trail. I even know the name of it, the Stone Trail.
I just think it's something we should consider.
It's an idea. But as far as fighting them, I don't... We should try to avoid that.
Yes, they are very powerful, and we barely escaped a red larch with our lives the first time.
Okay, well, I've secured us horses and supplies, so we should be there by tomorrow evening.
Well, we are going to rest farther
Day
off
after
the
tomorrow.
road.
At set time.
We are resting off the road. The third party member is supposed to be meeting with us, and
So Mushi,
I
you
will
guys
try and
are about
update it.
here-ish. Can you see
you
the
should
red
draw a map
marker?
where my boulder is.
Can you see the red marker?
Yeah.
Okay, at the base of that red marker, that's where you guys are.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Like just inside of that tree line.
Make sure we got far away, okay? I did not want to be part of that slaughter. Yeah,
After your
yeah.
bucket shenanigans, she wanted to be nowhere near the road in case they said no.
I can't say I blame her.
Look, you're becoming friends already.
And you know what?
You're
When
not
I don't have
blaming her for
anyone
shit?
else,
Oh, touche.
we're gonna get through this together, okay? No one else is here with us, so we're gonna get through it together.
All the boys are gone, so Mushi can actually be friends with the girl.
But who- Damn it, Rebecca.
There's no Gerbender to impress or fight off.
Brenda,
with
that's
anymore.
not where the boulder is. It's like right.
She placed the boulder right in the middle of the swamp. Is that going to be a problem, guys?
Yes.
It's like
I'm
right
not gonna ever
here.
go get it.
Mine's a far less noticeable spot. See, perfect. Yes, right there. That's the boulder.
Gosh, you guys are the worst. When you draw things, I've got so many layers on this map. It's tough for me to see the things that you draw. So, like, for all I know, all these past months there's just been like dicks hidden all throughout this map. I don't even
Well,
think
now
about
that we
it.
know.
Just because, like, I got the DM map layered over the player map, and so it makes it look like just the regular map for me, but I can see it where all the things are supposed to be,
Mm.
like the Nettleby Ranch or the
I
Delman
will be
Ranch. And all that.
Yeah,
But,
So what you're saying is we needed to be drawing more dick pics?
I think so.
I mean, that's a choice for you. Whenever you go back and watch the VODs, you're going to be proud to see dicks drawn all over your map.
Yeah.
Because if so, then every map that you get from anybody from here on out is going to have dicks drawn on it by the GM. So, like, the map you get from Mirage, you're going to be like, well, what's this room? He's like, sorry, I just wanted to draw a dick right there. That's not a real room.
It sounds like something Cognar would do.
All right. Well, Amanda, you just said you're going to be right back. Assuming you have the headphones, I'm just going to keep on talking. So, Amanda, you are currently being left by Sedina Wolfpaw, who basically takes off kind of to the southwest in a direction after informing you she's going to try and signal for Greypaw to both find you guys as well as to find him to meet up with. And Mushi, as you kind of just lie down, I think you're the only one who kept hold of your bedroll, lying that out, and attempting to begin your own long rest with the reassurance that your party members are going to be arriving.
Just a winter blanket, but yes.
Winter blanket, that's it. The day after tomorrow.
Oh, which reminds me, I need to purchase another bedroll, so I do so.
There we go. Good thing you're still in Tribor at this point.
Good thing I'm still in Tribor.
All right, so Mushi, you are quick to just pass right out after Sedina leaves.
Oh, yeah.
She leaves you guys in a kind of relatively well-hidden alcove, a small cluster of bushes underneath it, some overgrown trees, branches hanging low, bushes grown high. And in this alcove, you're left alone, quickly pass out. And can I get a perception check from you? Originally, it would be a disadvantage because you were sleeping, but you are so exhausted, it's still a disadvantage.
She rolled a 2 anyway.
Oh,
Jeez, your rolls tonight, Mushi.
oh my gosh, guys, I'm gonna die.
Mushi, being alone here in this forest seems to have no noticeable impact upon you. You are just in a very deep sleep. Nevertheless,
really, I was a hermit, so I kind of enjoy being alone in a forest.
yeah, you totally enjoy being alone in this forest. It's just the best, isn't it?
It's totally fire source
Bad.
prophetess.
Literally the worst.
No, that swamp was literally the worst.
Yeah. What if the swamp is encroaching on her inner sleep?
Jesus.
What if
Nevertheless, Mushi,
Cognar shows up. Hey, hey, hey.
after who knows how long, you feel yourself being shaken awake by Sedina Wolfpaw. The sun is present just above the horizon to the east. Even through all these patches of trees, there's the occasional gleam of sunlight. And as she's shaking you awake, she has clearly got a bit of a worried tone to her voice. As it takes you a moment to focus and regain your position. Like, where am I? Why are there trees? Oh, that's right. We're hiding out right here. She seems to be yelling and pointing out to a chest that is placed at the foot of your winter blanket.
A
So
chest?
what is this? A small chest that's been placed there.
Real quick, did I lose a point of exhaustion?
You do lose a point of exhaustion.
That's good.
We're
Can I get
getting
my-
there.
Are you
Now
exhausted?
you have disadvantage on ability checks.
Yeah.
You're back to your full movement. Congratulations. I can't believe it.
I would like to inspect this chest, like see if it looks familiar by any means, if there's symbols on it or anything.
If you want to see if it looks familiar, go ahead and roll me a history check. Otherwise, roll me an investigation check.
Can I do both? Because I'm seeing if
Yeah.
it looks familiar and then.
One after the other, sure.
Oh.
2 and a 10.
Investigation's better.
Yushi, you don't think you've seen this chest before, but it looks like a fairly ordinary, poorly put together wooden chest. You don't think you see any sorts of traps or anything like that in the latches. There's no noticeable lock on it.
Okay,
Just a-
I'm gonna.
Technically,
Sedina,
it's, I
you
guess,
should.
more like a crate with a hinge on it, kind of just a small crate with a hinge, a box, effectively.
Sedina, you should probably take a step back if anything comes out of this. I don't want you to be in the fire. And I'm going to open it,
All right.
giving her a chance to step back first. I will open it.
She does so. She steps back about
Whoa.
15 paces, and then continues to step back about 5, 10 more. As you throw open the lid.
Broken.
And this is what you find inside of this small chest.
I would like to open the note.
It's a very brief note. There's only 3 words scribbled upon it.
Run for life.
Oh my gosh.
You will die.
You gonna die.
Oh, that's sad. Oh, that just makes my heart happy. Sedina, it's gonna be perfectly fine. This was
She
from an
doesn't
old
step
friend.
any closer. Like she's still kind of waiting for something to happen for this chest.
This was from an old friend of mine. And I'll lift it and show her, and then I'll put it away. But
All right, so you hold up this golden mask and you kind of display it to Sedina for a moment, or tucking it back into your pack. And this doesn't really seem to look to relieve her whatsoever. As she just starts to more or less interrogate, like, well, then how did your old friend know that you were here? Is your old friend going to be assisting us with Westbridge?
no, as you know, we were in the bog for I don't even know how many days.
Only
But,
a couple of hours. You seriously go on about it far too long. You're really being all this out.
Well, the bog does things to you, Sedina. I honestly, after knowing you for the short time, I would never wish that upon my worst enemy.
I told you guys after the fact, so but
Regardless, I'm going to stop it there.
all right.
There was a person, creature. I'm not sure what he was, but he basically he saved us, and in the end, we were able to save him. And this was a thank you from him, and it makes me happy to know he made it out alive. But apparently, someone in our party, Borneo, said that he's come across this kind of creature before, and apparently he's a terror to the world, and it's best he stayed in the bog. But I'm happy he escaped, because he saved our
Her
lives.
expression noticeably changed to the very uncomfortable. She starts surveying the landscape nearby. Should we be concerned that you let loose a monstrosity into this world?
I don't think Borneo really knew him that well. He seemed like quite a lovely person. He lost his brother. He was just sad, really.
I
That's
fail
all.
to see how that makes one's evil deeds justifiable.
But he's a good person. That's all. He's no harm to us, but he won't be helping us. He's looking for freedom now, after being trapped in that bog for so long.
If you say so, I suppose. Nevertheless, you might be happy to know that, I suppose, bad news first, I don't believe your allies were able to join us last evening as they claimed they might have been able to, but I was able to make contact with Greypaw, our ally.
Well, that's good. As long as we have one more person on our
I
side.
informed him of the happenstance, as he was able to inform me he was close enough to hear the audible clattering you were making. He was outside of town to the south side, surveying on his own, and even from his distance, he was able to hear you.
But, well, I suppose you didn't ask him what happened after that. Did he get a chance to see what these people did?
He continued to survey for a moment longer than we did. There was a hesitation in their prayer, and before a number of them were sent to the north along the roadway, a number went most likely, from his point of view, to the presumed area where the sound was coming from. And upon little to no success being found, they sent out several search parties to the north. So it would seem our making our way to the forest was indeed fortuitous. But
Indeed.
only a few hours after our own incursion, they were right back to their daily rituals, it would seem, about their normal lives, as if nothing had happened.
He didn't happen to hear exactly what they were chanting, did he?
I'm afraid it was a language he himself was unfamiliar with.
I worry about this Black Earth. I've heard of it mentioned before, I believe. You can do a history check to see if I'm lying or not.
Why would I do a history check to see if you're lying?
I said I could do a history check.
Yushi, you remember picking up a book written by Marlo Fernrail
Fernrail,
himself
yeah, the Testament.
that talked about a black earth?
Yes, that's what I thought. It's nothing good.
Terrible things.
Terrible. Well, new day and new opportunities, I suppose. What are we intending to do? Just wait until your party arrives?
I hate to be sitting ducks.
Would you like to take another attempt at meeting with this Lorok? Just talk with him.
I still feel speaking with him is an option we need to pursue. I just worry they may try and kill us before we get that opportunity.
Are you capable of performing that same stunt that you did yesterday?
Yes.
Where we stepped through that doorway and we were hundreds of feet away from where we were moments ago.
Yes, I will be able to do that as long as I can grab onto you and take you with me. I wouldn't dream of leaving you alone. Funny how yesterday that would be.
I would prefer to keep my life, if that's what you're implying. I appreciate your thoughts of me only as an after fact. Nevertheless, if you are indeed capable of replicating such a stunt, then I will follow you into Westbridge. Only on the condition that you do exactly as you did before should things turn sour.
I will.
And get us both out of there.
I will leave this bucket here as well.
Perhaps it's advisable.
Was a good bucket, though.
There was no holes in it until I got a hold of it.
Yes, how unfortunate, the bucket.
Yes, let us, I believe we should try and, I'm not sure if our best idea would be to go straight back onto the path or not.
There was that cliff face. Perhaps we can spy from a distance?
Well, it's worth a shot. What's the worst that can happen?
Try. Please don't speak such phrases. Don't wish us such ill luck before we've even begun.
I will follow you to the cliff face then. I'm not sure how you got us into this woods, so I'd like to follow you.
She just, ignoring his last couple of sentences, just starts walking. As you're walking, you're noticing a significant kind of spring to your step. Each step after the next is coming easier than it has been these past couple of days that you spent.
I'm almost not exhausted.
Because your speed is no longer halved. And as you and Sedina continue forward, you can see roughly about 100 feet ahead of you this cliff face that you saw the last time you ventured into Westbridge. It was on your right, and you guys were at the bottom of it. This time, it's about 100 feet away from you, and you guys are approaching the edge of it. Before she does that now familiar gesture to increase both your stealths by 10. And stand by, everybody else. That's everything. Everybody can see?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Mushi, you and Sedina are creeping closer and closer to that cliff's edge. What do you do?
Stonehenge.
I would like to try and stick as close to the trees and kind of
You
make
do
my
notice
way.
that there is a bit of a gap from the trees to the edge of the cliffside.
Well, I was going to go this way and then kind of like army
Wanting to
crawl.
go right up to the side of the cliff? Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Yeah, I'm gonna try.
Still
Assuming
with disadvantage. She's
with
following you, so this is still going to be a disadvantage.
Doesn't matter. 16.
That bumps it to a 16 with her being nearby. It's a very weird sensation. As you continue to army crawl, she's continually like yanking your legs one way or the other to avoid your knees just crunching on a series of dead branches and twigs that had fallen prior. And she's just like adjusting your path from behind so that you avoid brushing through the taller grass. It might be a bit of a beacon, like if it were seen moving up at the top of a cliff on its own, aside from all of the other grass growing nearby. Nevertheless, the pair of you do manage to make your way to the top of this cliff face and peer over it. And down below, you can see a number of people out and about, still kind of just going about their own business, with a bit of a clearing filled up with a number of these townfolk as the trio looks to continue preaching on. And a lot of these people continue to be looking to listen to what's being said. This cliff face looks to be about, effectively from where you're at, about 120 feet down to the bottom.
Don't tempt me. I kind of want to take like a step back so I don't like fall off the cliff face, but then I'm gonna try and like army crawl my way down this way.
All right. You continue along the edge of the cliff.
And
Sabina is nearby following you. When you drop down to an army crawl, she does the same behind you. When you were up and crouching and running, she's doing the same. She's effectively following your movements, even though she's giving you the advantage on the stealth.
I want to look at this 18 shack. Right. I mean, do I hear movement or see movement through the windows?
Go ahead, give me a perception check.
And I'm going to do that thing where, like, you point, both fingers at your eyes and then point to the shack. Like, let her know I'm watching the shack right now. Not that I'm watching much.
I mean, the building looks relatively still. You don't think you see movement in the windows. It's very hard to say for sure. This is not your area of expertise.
Okay, well, I'm going to keep going then.
All right.
Sounds safe to me.
Keep on keeping on.
Just tell me when I need to roll another stealth check, or I'm just going to keep going.
Effectively, what's your end game here?
I want to get to like right here.
So right there. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check as you make your way to right there.
Hey, 20.
So you continue to army crawl. It's taking you a lot longer to just crawl on all fours, but you're hoping it's doing something in advantage to your stealth to avoid being noticed. And as you creep your way ever closer to the cliffside, Sadina kind of hesitates for a moment behind you, and her gaze stays locked with this building behind the two of you as you creep your way to the edge of the cliff face. Effectively, she's watching your back.
Can I hear their chanting any better now?
Roll me a perception check.
My Miyushi, what big ears you have.
So the bits and pieces that you managed to make out does seem to be spoken in common, and they seem to be preaching about how they are effectively protectors of this town from the oncoming destruction, that the elemental magics that were used on their town will never be used again so long as they remain here, that they will defend these townsfolk from any evils that would make their way in and seek to do them harm. And the evildoers of the land, and just on and on and on. And these people look like they're just soaking up every word of this.
I like these people. I'm gonna turn to Sedina, and I'm going to say, do you want to get a closer look? I can get us down there if you want.
And she whispers back, would you still be able to do that thing?
Yes.
And I suppose, and she
Do that thing.
That's that half a square closer to you.
Should stop to get real. Should be interesting. I am going to grab her, and I am going to dimension door, and I want to get to like behind this tree right here. Like I just want to get down the cliff. Really.
Just down the cliff?
Yeah.
All right.
Let me
Go
find my
ahead
gun.
and roll me a stealth check.
I mean, 500
Let me-
feet,
let me-
you could go across the whole freaking town.
I know I could, but you know what?
You could go just on this
You
side of
guys
the roof on
vamp
14.
down as Misha ignores the voices coming to her insane, exhausted state. Go ahead and roll me that stealth check. As the two of you appear down below. And it
Wow.
seems that Sedina has taken advantage of having experienced this magic before and is accumulating it into whatever she's doing to make it much more subtle than it was just yesterday. And you can hear the chanting and praying continuing on the other side of these buildings. No noticeable observation of you.
Is there
that
any
looks to be-
doors to this
That looks
building?
to be the back of this inn. There's a couple of smaller gardens planted with a variety of herbs and small plants like potatoes, corn, and such. And there looks to be a door in the back right about there-ish.
I would like
It
to
is
whisper back to her.
closed.
Do you think the rock would be in there?
I have, as I said before, I have no idea where he is.
Well,
I only know that they are all convening out front of that inn.
Well, let's give it a gander, shall we? And
Although we don't need,
I'm gonna try and get up against here, but like if there's a window, I want to be on either side of it. Like I don't want to be in their window. Like, hey guys, I'm outside your house.
there doesn't look to be windows in the back. Kind of like a lot of more businessy buildings. Like they kind of want to hide effectively the back alleyway that's covered in the more dirt than what's out front. The front side's a lot more decorative with windows letting in the light. The back, it's kind of like ignore whatever's happening back there.
Okay. So then I'm going to try and creep
That's
around.
effectively for 14. For 12, it looks to be a small homestead. And 25, that's a a small farm home looking directly where you are.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna keep trying to creep closer.
All right.
I'm gonna try and get around 12 as fast as I can, but as quietly as I can also.
And as you and Sedina start to creep around 12, once again, effectively, what's your end game? Are you going?
I want to get.
12, are you just sprinting straight for 14, the back of 14?
Yeah.
Through the crops like a jerk. All right. Go ahead and roll me a
You said stealth check?
stealth check.
Shit, this is terrifying, guys. Oh.
As Mushi gets an 18 with her stealth, DM is going to have to change maps.
Oh,
I mean, like scroll over. So, everyone else stand by. You will look here. Can everyone see?
oh.
All right.
Man, you ran through a lot of
Usually-
crops, Mushi. Damn.
Apparently,
Sedina-
like I probably should have gone around if I
Simple.
would have seen that, but, you know.
The map is also representative because, like, the
Yeah.
homes aren't the size of Mushi, so it's not quite to scale. But this map now is to scale. So, Mushi, you and Sedina plant yourselves up against the back wall of this inn as you guys begin to creep forward. That's where we're going to take our break.
Oh my God. Ah. Guys, I'm a spy.
I just want to know who Lucas's new character is.
You are inches from this door.
Oh my god.
That there's no visible locking mechanism on. And you and Sedina seem to have made it thus far unnoticed.
We're badasses. This is terrifying.
We're gonna
See
take
how
it over
easy it is to
again?
get yourself into trouble?
Kagna, you're not here to protect me.
No.
One hit and I'm dead probably, but you know what? We're gonna go for it anyways. Fuck. Oh my god, guys.
The funny thing is you went back in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I told everyone what my plan was, so you know what? Go big or go home.
Uh-huh.
That's right. That's right.
It's Dungeons
It's our
and
new
Dragons.
motto.
All it is paper.
It's our new motto: go big or go home.
Or GTFO, you know? Go big, go home, GTFO.
Hey, I mean, Cognar was just living by the team motto, you know.
I think I've been hanging around Gorneo too much. I can do this spy shit. Yeah, let me just like vamp over here. Ah, see, I got this. Just different kind of vamping.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I think it takes
Terrible.
Corneo like a whole minute to go 500 feet.
Yeah, I can do it once. But he could also do it all day.
And it has to be dark.
It has to be dark.
There's stipulations, man.
But can't your cloak let you vamp or something?
I
Not
can
in the
use Misty
sunlight.
Step.
Yeah, Misty Step. Oh, but yeah, still not in sunlight. But that's okay, because, you know, you don't do stuff in daylight anyway.
And, I mean, with my vamping, I can do it as much as I want. There's a limited
Mhm.
time she can dimension door.
Yeah. 4th level spell.
Yeah.
But it is useful. Super useful.
This was intense, guys. This was intense. I'm sorry you guys are just sitting around, but I'm having a blast. I'm just giving you guys his eyes and arms enough time to heal up.
That's right. That's right. Character transition mode.
You know, if Cognar was still here, his arm would be healing too. It actually works out though, because if there was any more than just me and her, I wouldn't be able to dimension door shit. So that works out.
All right, Amanda, you ready?
Alrighty, I haven't left.
Okay, doke. Again, filled his drink. So we are good to go. Mushi,
Yeah.
you are sitting there, inches from this back door of the inn. The echoes and chanting of these priests on the other side, as well as the occasional voices of the common folk just on the other side of this building, are echoing all around you, noticeably sounding out as they do so. You and Sedina have crept thus far. What would you like to do?
Can I listen in this door?
Go
I guess
ahead and roll
step
a perception check.
forward and try and listen.
Roll that perception check.
God damn you, deception or freaking disadvantage.
Mushi, place your ear up against the solid wood door and kind of in doing so give Sedina a brief look, and she's kind of like, what do you hear? What's over there? And it sounds all clear.
I'm gonna shrug like you just were and kind of shake my head like I don't hear anything. And I'm gonna tell her to get closer to me, and I'm gonna open the door. Cognar, what do
Alright.
you want me to do?
Mushi,
Yeah, I wondered
You
so
begin-
I can grab her.
you begin
just in
to
case.
press onto this door, and you hear a very loud, audible noise in your head. It's Gorneo saying, Mushi, we're on our way.
Oh my god. That was
And I assume you choose not to respond at this point in
I was
time.
not responding
As
at
you are
this time.
pushing this door open.
I stopped for a second though because it did startle me.
The door creaks ever so slightly,
Oh, fuck.
revealing what looks to be a kitchen of the inn.
Oh, fuck.
And in this room, there are a number of tables set up with a number of vegetables and meats and delicacies, all currently being brewed up, boiled, cooked, chopped up in all sorts of fashions. But looks like they make use of this particular patch of vegetables behind you as their own source of food for the patrons of the inn. Inside, you can see two individuals in stone-faced masks currently kind of busying themselves about this kitchen. And opposite you, there's a very large individual laying down up against the wall opposite you, and he looks to be asleep with the occasional deep breath in and exhaling.
Just so you know, everyone, that's my new character.
I would like to close the door.
Quiet,
very quietly.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Jesus.
You manage to peek inside and are quick to close this door, noping right out of there as you do so.
I'm gonna look at her and like shake my head like, fuck no.
And she looks at you like, what?
And I'm gonna kind of like usher her this way, like kind of not really push her, but like clearly she's probably like following my lead.
She waits for you to walk around her and follows your lead.
I'm gonna get over here. Is there any other doors on the back of this building that I saw from the distance?
Don't look to be any back doors to this inn.
Well, I'll get over here and I'll whisper to her. There was a very, very large individual in there, and I don't believe it was LaRock. I haven't seen it with my own two eyes, but he was very large. I don't think he would even be able to fit through the door if he tried. He was asleep, but there was other masked individuals inside as well. I don't know if LaRock would be in here or not. But it's descendants trying to walk by there unnoticed.
Well, if that's LaRock, do you not need to speak with him?
Right. Real quick, out of character.
Yep.
Didn't Mirage say LaRock wore a mask because he was once a beautiful being and then he wasn't, or was that the other guy?
That's the prophet guy.
Yeah, that's the prophet guy. Well,
It's all information you chose not to share with your two remaining party members.
well they're not here though. You know, I told them where the map was.
You told them about the map. That's it.
Entire time.
There's a map and a
Didn't
letter.
share any of the passcodes
No,
or
they
any
don't
of the
get the
information you got from Mirage.
That's fun.
Go ahead.
So I'm trying to do the passcode. My thumbs won't work. I don't think that was him. I just maybe I'm being too judgmental, but I feel the best way to get to LaRock is to ask for him. I can open the door and I could just ask to see LaRock and see what happens from there, I suppose.
Yushi, roll me a persuasion check.
Oh God.
Still at disadvantage because of your one level of exhaustion.
There you go.
Sabina kind of gives you a look like, are you crazy? Before she composes herself and instead words it as, you're going to have to excuse me, but I'll wait out here. I'll provide cover, but I'm not going in there following such a strategy.
Daft plan.
It's something Cognar would do, though. You should do it.
I don't know what to do. I just want the rock to be like, I'm here, guys. Come talk to me.
Sneaking in is one thing. Revealing yourself to those you are sneaking from is something else entirely.
Okay, well, maybe it's best we just take a step back. I can get us back onto that ledge, and we can just observe the town for the rest of the day and see perhaps maybe their rituals or what they do during the day type thing.
That's what you do. Certainly sounds more advisable. Revealing yourself having snuck into their location.
Oh, okay. Oh,
We don't have the best plans.
maybe this plan wasn't really all thought out like it should have been. But you know,
Maybe we should sneak in and be like, hey, we're here.
that's catching by surprise. Maybe be like, hey, maybe these guys really need to talk to him. Maybe we're so
Remember the
oblivious.
GM's saying you can certainly try.
Let's go back onto that ledge and I just observe, and maybe we'll get a little better information that way.
Should perhaps hold of your cloak. Waits in anticipation.
I clicked a button. Fireball. No.
Clicks a button and fireballs.
That'd be awesome.
That would be hilarious, wouldn't it?
You could get a sneak attack, you could fireball, and then...
Doorway between dimensions opens up and just swallows Mushi and her compatriot, Sedina. And they're once again cliffside.
We're just going to hang out right here for a heartbeat. Not a heartbeat,
Roll
but
me
you
a
know.
stealth check.
Jesus.
You should have slept another day.
Because now you're in line of sight.
But we're going to lay back down on our belly.
As Mushi dimension doors and immediately just drops down to the ground. And once again, Army crawls her way to the edge of this cliff. A couple of rocks do noticeably tumble off from the side of this cliff down below and just kind of skitter and skid and jump about 20 feet off from the base of this cliff. Sedina shoots her a look. I mean, she shoots a look right back. It doesn't seem like anyone noticed those rocks skittering about. As you guys continue to wait here, observing.
So I'd like to listen to their chant more, and then if I notice any movement other than the main group, I'd like to focus on that.
All right.
And I mean, I'll do it for a few hours until it looks like it's getting late, and then we'll probably vamp, because they said they'll be there tonight, right? Or tomorrow
I
night.
believe so. I think tonight.
Time
As of now, it's tonight. Yes, because when you were outside of the kitchen, Gournay was like,
He said
yes,
it was
we're
on
on our way. So it's tonight. It might have been sooner, but they are currently being delayed by butterflies.
Better please.
Butterflies.
It's the butterfly effect. Jesus.
Ah, hurricanes are happening all like fucking mad on the other side of the world with all these butterflies here. But Mushi, go ahead and roll me a perception check and one final stealth check that we're going to say is cumulative for your remainder of time here.
Unless it's bad, then we can keep rolling stealth checks.
If it's bad, I would assume you want to get out of here now.
Yeah. Oh,
Now, however, also it's because Sedina's spell does eventually fade, and so you're no longer getting that plus 10 to it.
oh, that's cool.
Assuming you're staying here for hours and hours. So as you were watching, it seems that a number of these clusters of individuals you've seen going about their day slowly kind of work their way into this main crowd, as kind of a couple of others are kind of making their way out to go attend to a couple errands of their own. It's kind of like there's always a large crowd kind of gathered around these three individuals who are giving this illustrious prayer about the town of Westbridge. This prayer of protection, offering their own services, and basically going on and on about how great they are. And so long as they're here in the townsfolk will be defended from any evils without. And basically kind of like a college campus where there's one of those people with the sign just shouting at everybody nearby. There's always a crowd gathered around. Not always the same people, as it seems to funnel in and out. As these people trickle off, other people start making their way up. But there's always a crowd there and present. As it's starting to get later into the day, You notice one of the individuals starting to head back towards this farmhouse, number 25. And he seems to be looking up towards that cliffside an uncomfortably long time along his walk. You think he might have spotted you. Can't say for certain. Maybe he's fancied by that cliffside as you just lay there quiet.
And I'm gonna watch him still, quietly as I can. I'm not even gonna move.
Eyes burning into your side as you just lay there patiently.
Oh God!
And down below,
now he'll definitely see me.
Down below, you hear the audible latching of a door down below. Or silence. Silence, except for the prayer continuing to ring out down below.
Does that guy ever emerge back from the farmhouse?
Back over the cliffside. It looks like he just went into his farmhouse. You're not sure if he noticed you. You're not sure if he was just looking up in that direction, because otherwise he's just staring at a rock wall his whole walk home. But it looks like he's effectively in for the night.
We'll stay a little bit longer.
As you continue to wait a couple of hours longer, roll me one more perception check.
Hey. Double digits.
Slightly better.
Mushi, as you and Sedina are kind of very patiently waiting for whoever it is, Mr. 25, to see if he effectively spotted you guys and is just going to reveal your position to the entire town or what, you do manage to get a glimpse over the roof of the inn of a fourth priest who makes his way up into the crowd as one of the three makes his way back into the inn. Effectively, kind of like the townsfolk, these three look to be swapping out.
Okay, so like looking at this town, I mean, there's not really any other commotion anywhere else in the town. Like that's
effectively like the only tokens I put on the map are kind of like the only real things happening, really.
Okay.
Like there's the occasional people, like small clusters of groups going about their day. The occasional guy like number 25, Mr. 25, who just goes to his own home. There's a couple of people who go to the north with some horses. Some people heading to the south with what looks to be like field equipment. But other like it's more or less like just a bustling town going about their day with a majority of people pausing in the middle to take focus of these three priests. And as the sun is setting behind you, you're beginning to lose sight of what's going on in the town.
I'd like to whisper to Sedina once more.
Right.
Once again, they don't seem to be harming these people, and it, from the sounds of what they've been preaching, they only wish to protect them, if that's so. They keep speaking on and on about how they'll protect this town from any other evils that may come in the foreseeable future. When you said that you were being seized by them, you say you were walking through. Was that the only thing you were doing? You weren't, I mean, did you have weapons out or?
Seemed they were much more concerned I spotted them. So they attempted to seize me before I managed to escape.
Can I do an insight check on her to see if she's telling the whole truth?
Absolutely. Still with disadvantage because of your 20 of exhaustion.
We're friends now.
You guys are friends, but it's hard to read her despite all the strain you've put yourself through today. You can't quite say for sure. Or one way or the other. It's possible she made this whole thing up. It's possible she's just opening her heart to you.
Well,
Perhaps if you weren't so tired, a 16 would have been much better for this role.
perhaps.
We'll never
Okay,
know.
well, I guess our best move of action is to go back and wait for the other two. They said that they will be arriving sometime this evening. I suppose he tried to get a hold of me while we were at the inn store, and I did not reply. Maybe they should do that now, hours and hours and hours later. Cornel!
I suppose we need to work out where we're meeting them, as the road to the immediate north of Westbridge might be inadvisable.
Yes, I believe you are correct on that one. They might still be searching for the noise of the bucket.
Indeed.
I will try and get a hold of Gorneo. Well, Gorneo,
Cliffside, or are you guys retreating back to where you made effectively retreating back at all, or are you doing it here at the cliffside?
you know what? I think we'll retreat back. I'll do my dimension door to get us 500 feet away, and then she can lead me in her survival ways.
All right.
Oh,
Using my last.
You do that survival like you do. Or you guys bamf out of there. And Mushi, you want to attempt to contact Gorneo. Gorneo, you and Grabender are roughly 5 miles out of town at this point in time.
How far out of town is Mushi's boulder?
5 miles out of town. That's where she put it.
Mm-hmm.
Off to the right of your path.
Have I found?
Particularly out of place sandstone boulder, somewhat reminiscent of a humanoid cow.
Can
Humanoid bull.
Can Gerbender and Gorneo attempt to recover the map?
Absolutely. This one's not going to be a roll for it. This is a yes.
Cool.
Can't tell
So,
you.
Yeah, I don't really want to be part of your shenanigans.
We will.
Effectively,
You're just mad that I'm
as you open up this scroll case that you find buried by that rock, this is effectively what you find within.
Very detailed map.
Whoa, that is a detailed map.
Uh-huh.
Told you guys you needed some time to work on it.
All
More
right.
time.
It's more Ryan needed time to work on it.
So, I actually had it done long before you guys went into the bog.
Oh.
As soon as you guys put his body into the bag of holding, Ryan had this map ready.
So I will put
That's an odd
that.
statement. As soon as you put his body in the bag of holding.
So I will put that in the bag of holding.
All right.
From dust to
It's
dust.
nice they did.
But I did tell Lucas and Amanda, unfortunately, because of the way that I had to make this map, I can't make it as a handout for you guys. So anytime you guys want to look at the map, just let me know and I'll put you guys on that tab.
Can I screenshot this? Hold on.
Feel free to.
I mean, it's
Can-
kind of
can you just
big.
print it
I can
for
do
us?
it in two.
You can just
I
print
don't
it and
think I
send it to
can.
us in the mail.
Yeah, handouts? Like mail out handouts? We'd probably do a screenshot per section. That way you can still read everything.
Yeah. I mean, it's not super relevant right now, so we'll figure it out later.
All right.
He can bring it up for us. We'll be
Yeah.
good.
Gorneo,
Just
again, gotta take a moment.
effectively, this scroll case
Aw.
and map containing it is in the bag of holding.
All right.
So, Gorneo, are you there?
What's the name of that place again?
Which one?
Where the map's for?
The older?
Bisilmer.
How do I spell that?
So, Besilme.
Got it. Okay, good.
The lost city of Bisilmer.
Also known as Happy Funville.
I don't know
Condor had
about
a
that.
lot of fun. Still is having fun.
I'm sure he is.
I didn't want to say it.
I mean, he's not dead. Hopefully.
Yet.
Yeah, well, he could be.
He could be. There's a
Go
very
for off
large
into the
cliff
woods.
somewhere that you
He
just hear a
found a
dwarf.
straight candy bar, and that's how he found out he was allergic to nuts. Oh, not like this. All right.
Oh, so do I get
Mushi.
Mushi?
Yes, you do.
Oh, okay. Mushi, we found your scroll case. Where are you?
I would suggest staying off the road as much as possible. But I'm gonna look at Sedina because she was leading me to our safe spot.
And she tells you effectively where.
We're effectively right here.
So Mushi is able to loosely lead you to this location, just within the outskirts of the Crypt Garden Forest.
So
Assuming
we will-
Mushi and Sedina are waiting outside of the forest and not hiding from your party members, it's late when you guys make contact.
So I will dismount and then help Gerbender dismount.
I'm good. I can get up and down.
You have one arm. Shut up.
I have one arm I shouldn't use a whole lot. It's not like I'm, really crippled by it.
He's not Cognar.
I'm looking at them riding up completely covered in bandages. You guys look a little worse for wear, if you ask me.
That's a good thing we didn't ask.
Oh, harsh.
Ah,
Hey,
Wow,
we've been getting
good
a
to
lot of
see
those
you too.
reactions.
You wonder why Cognar left. Jeez.
Maybe I should have gone with him when he asked.
it is good to have you both back in our company once again.
Thanks,
Our
Corneo.
numbers seem to have diminished over these past few days.
Where the hell is Cognar?
I told you, he left.
Yeah, but where the hell did he go?
That is only for
It seems
Conrad.
that your ally got some information from the mud sorcerer, as you called him, and shortly thereafter took off in the middle of his own watch in the middle of the night.
Sounds
That
like it.
piece of shit.
Piece of shit.
My thoughts exactly.
He left this note, and I'm gonna show the note to them.
And I
He needed to find goodness in his heart again. He
Wait,
stopped what he-
Cognar can read and write?
Just
Some
because he
days.
has 9 intelligence doesn't mean he can't write. He's a merchant. He knows what he's doing.
Amanda, would you like to read this note aloud?
Again.
Once again.
Or Lucas?
Oh no.
Lucas, you can
Oh yeah,
read
do
that.
it in
Oh,
Cognar voice.
Oh,
Do it in
yes.
Cognar
oh god,
voice.
Cognar's voice. I haven't done this in like
As we all read it in
2
our
days.
heads, Ragnar voice.
2 days.
It has been one crazy event after another, and I am sure that... Oh, God, I can't even read it on my screen. Here, let me move it to the right screen. Oh, I can't move it off this one. Let me get closer. And I'm sure it'll be a tale for the bards to sing for years to come, but for me, my resolve is fading. I'm losing focus, and that could lead to any one of your demises. That was the thing that... God, I cannot write, guys. I'm sorry. That was the thing I told myself, that I was going to protect you all. And I feel as if that one notion is slipping through my grasp now. After waking up in the coffin and staying up all night, I had a long and hard thought about everything. From dying, going to do deals with spirits, and seeing Gorneo go down the way he did twice. It weighs heavy on my heart. I need to get away from it all this bloodshed and madness before it completely consumes my soul and leaves me in a very dark place. I plan on taking the cloth and learning the ways to heal and help people instead of killing them. Who knows, maybe I can finally rest and redeem myself for my many wicked actions and all the killing by my hands. Gerbender, I leave you the bag of holding. Do with it as you see fit. I have no need for it where I am going.
Corneo hands it to you.
If you need me for arms and armor, send the Raven. I should be able to send help. Good luck, my friends. Please, stay safe.
And I also received another note just last night. I'll pull out Kurg's note.
And what does that one say?
I haven't
Thank
seen
you.
this one.
That's all it says.
It just says thank you, Kirk.
Mhm.
Aw, how sweet.
He left me presents.
Oh.
You guys don't need to worry about that now. There's more important matters. But yes, Cognar is gone, whether for better or worse. I hope he finds what he's looking for. Tadina and I were able to get into Westbridge, and we even were able to get inside a door. However, we decided to not pursue that because there was a very large, when I say large, I mean like 10 Grubenders combined large individual. He was sleeping in their stone masks, but they're preaching to all of the people about how they are going to protect them from outside evils. Which, if that's what they're preaching, I believe we do have a shot with speaking with Larock and having him help us on our plan to destroy the cultists. If that's what they're preaching and we go in there preaching about evil.
Call you an outside evil and then get them to turn on you.
Wait, what? Since when are we going to be speaking to what?
Corneo, you didn't tell him.
Yes, he must have missed that part. Yes, she wanted to. I warned her, but she wanted to see if she could make an alliance with Larock and send him against the cultists of the River Guard Keep.
You yourself agreed. It's a reasonable idea.
I said we shouldn't arm terrorists.
We shouldn't arm them, but if we arm them with knowledge, we could send them guns a-blazing to our enemies.
What makes you think that
you should
this
trust him.
Larock, who we've already crossed once, is going to go fight people trying to bring about the end of the world like himself, instead of just trying to kill us?
You say that we've crossed him once, yet we never actually had any conversations or any really dealings with him. We only slaughtered all the villagers who put in front of us. We really don't know.
And I'm sure he's forgotten that by
plans
now.
are.
But how he had to leave and find a whole different village to take over because we, got rid of all his underlings.
Yes, but
Yushi,
maybe.
this is an evil man. He needs to be stopped.
But we have to look at the greater of the evils right now also. There's evil all over in this world. Why wouldn't we try and
Right, so
send
we stop
evil?
this one and then we stop the next one.
Yushi, we can't count on evil men to do the right thing.
I don't want him to do the right thing. I want him to kill the cultists.
That's the right thing to do.
In his eyes, you know what? He was
You
kicked
can't
out
count
of the
on an
cultists'
evil
camp.
man to do the right thing, Yushi. He'll do what is expedient for himself and nothing more.
Not
And if
expedient for
that
himself.
means working with the cultists, that's what he'll do.
But they kicked him out. He doesn't want to work with them anymore. I'm sure he holds a grudge against them.
Sure, but if it turns into his survival or working with them, you know damn well that he's not going to fight to the death.
Okay, so what you're saying is we need to go in there and fight him, try and take him down, which I'm not sure if you are aware, but Mirage says that even the cultists fear how powerful they are, which is why Mirage left, because he wanted nothing to do with being in the presence of him. He said better to die a coward than, or live a coward than die for nothing. So we're supposed to go in there with your arm not working and your eyeball not working, and try and take down this guy that is far more powerful than we can imagine. And then we're still supposed to go right after that and fight these cultists that are still holding our Tair for who knows how long and how terrible he is, when I could send this Larock in there and take down their frontline defense at the very least.
Well,
why wouldn't we try? If we're gonna fight him anyways, why wouldn't we try and talk to him first?
Well, Sedina, you brought us here. What was your plan?
I can say for sure my plan has changed a number of times over these past couple of days that your compatriot and I have ventured in and out of Westbridge again and again. Originally, I had the full intentions of simply going in and stopping these cultists from spreading their filth about these townsfolk as whatever they saw fit. But your companion Mushi here does seem to speak wise in her bemusings. It seems your own tales differ, but having heard that you guys have dealt with this Larock in the past, you do seem to be significantly more acquainted with him than I. Whatever choice you make, I will follow your lead. But I would only hope that it is in the best interests of the people of Westbridge.
Which we know from before, he's willing to throw all the villagers in front of him before we reach him.
I mean, he would do the same to the villagers and the cultists.
Yes, and that's exactly who he would. Yes, exactly. He would send the cultists who he's brainwashed as his foot troops should he try to invade the keep.
You can't use evil to fight evil, Mushi.
Why not? There's no reason we can't. If we got him...
Because it won't work. The darkness won't work.
But there's
like
no
I
reason
said,
why it won't
he
work.
won't, because he doesn't have the resolve to finish it.
He does. He's seeking power. If he is seeking power how we think he is,
And
or at the very least...
You would give an evil man that power, Mushi?
At the very least, he's been preaching to these villagers, or his stone-masked men have been preaching to these villagers for at least the last 2 days of how they plan to protect them and that they will save them from any outside evils. If we could just talk to Larock and tell him of the outside evils, that we have a plan and a map to get to, why wouldn't we try and send him towards these outside evils? He's preaching so much. If we call him out and set in front of these people, we could...
He's just going to point to you and say, you're an outside evil, Mushi.
Then we're going to fight him anyways, but at least this way we tried. I believe we should at least try and speak with him first. If it comes down to it, we're going to have to fight him one way or another, but this way we may be able to get some sort of cooperation first.
Well, Mushi, you seem adamant that you wish to attempt to talk with him. I guess we shall follow your lead and simply be prepared for when he inevitably turns on us and tries to kill us.
I am still effective in combat, so it should be okay.
My lead for right now would be suggesting we take a night's rest. It's been quite a long day.
Is your companion around, Sedina?
He's informed me that he will try to keep as nearby as he can. When last we spoke, I informed him to keep a closer eye on Westbridge than us. But if you would need me to, I can make contact with him.
Oh, no, I just meant for tomorrow.
He will be there. Should things turn south, he will be there to have our backs. This much he has assured me.
And who is your companion?
The Grey Paw lad that she went to get before we entered the bog.
He was there and he assisted Mushi and I when we were forced to flee. He was able to scout out the town of Westbridge in our absence. He's significantly stealthier than your compatriot turned out to be.
She's not the stealthiest.
I told you of the bucket already.
Exactly what I was trying to say, but much more subtly.
I appreciate your subtleties.
Being no insult, Madam Mushi, as you are the only one who continued south on our trek to Westbridge. Initially, at least.
As we told you, we had business that needed to be attended to.
You informed me that it was Mushi who needed her rest to rest up for Westbridge. I am glad that you did eventually rejoin us. I hope we can put that all behind us now.
I'd be happy to if you'd quit bringing it up.
Gee,
Gobenda, you seem quite grouchy.
just
this
wanted to
moment
make a
you come
point
to
of
see
it.
us. Are you sure your arm is feeling all right?
I'm sure it's healing just fine. But, gods, does it itch?
Well, let us rest for the night, and we shall, I suppose, figure out exactly how to go about this in the morning. Because it is later at night, right? Like 9-ish.
Yeah, by the
Yeah.
time we got there, it was. Yeah.
Mushi, when you left Westbridge, the sun was going down.
Yeah. So,
So you guys are camping out on the outskirts of the Crypt Garden Forest where Mushi stayed the night before?
Yep.
All right.
so now we have a full watch again. Exciting. And we'll just pass out all night long and just hope for the best.
So the night seems to...
It's just leaving this forest forever.
The night hours seem to tick by without incident before the sun graces your faces one by one in the morn. And as you are aroused, a full day's worth of events lie before you.
Wow,
And no
you
more
see.
exhaustion.
we're aroused,
You
huh?
lose that final point of exhaustion as Grabender has clearly sported a very proud and prominent dragonborn erection with his cloaca.
But he hasn't seen
Full
battle
on.
today.
Full on lizard wood.
It spirals out of control.
I mean, he hasn't seen Miyoshi in like 4 days, so.
And he
I
forgot
do
how
look
hot she is.
significantly cleaner after army crawling through the grass. It's wiped off a lot of the dirt that was on me.
The army crawl wiped off the dirt.
Well-
I don't know.
It was the nice damp grass. It was
It's
like
if you
walking
remember,
through a car wash.
Cognar gave you a shower before he left.
Oh wow,
Connor did give me
That's-
a shower.
that's a thing I didn't need to know.
That's information Grabender doesn't know about. This love triangle that's been present this whole time.
She's
Women
gonna
do
Oh,
think-
that
like-
makes Corneo Phoebe, because nobody wants Phoebe.
I love Phoebe.
Oh my god.
There you go. Corneo just joined in making this a love square.
No, nobody sleeps with Phoebe.
Nobody. No.
Phoebe sleeps with everyone except the friends.
Yes.
That's right. That makes Corneo Phoebe.
With
So then,
her
does this
8
mean when
intelligence
Corneo
and
dies, his
charisma.
twin sister's gonna jump right in?
I mean, I guess that's how you want to think of Savalas.
I mean, with Phoebe, she's got the twin sister,
I forgot about that actually.
Ursula.
I'm actually not that. I'm not that big of a Friends fan. So
Nevertheless, you guys wake up in the morning on the outskirts of the not the Heldenblade Forest, the Crypt Garden Forest.
Okay. So we've tried sneaking in several different times.
does LaRock make appearances during the day?
Yushi thinks she might have spotted him inside the inn. Also possible he was one of the masked priests.
We've never actually seen the rock, so we're not sure exactly
The
what
fact
he
that she
looks
doesn't know for sure
You don't
whether or
even know
not she
who he
spotted
is.
him. Well,
like. We've come in proximity with him before, yes. But no, we have no idea who he is. He could just be like a name,
Like the
a
spider?
legend.
So we don't even know who we need to talk to.
But I believe if we speak with any of the stone-faced individuals, they'll pass the message if needed. We make enough of a scene, at least. not so much an interrogation type scene, but if we persist on speaking and we speak of a great evil coming, we would get the villagers riled, and then the villagers will want their protection because they've been preaching protection, and then they'll have no choice but to listen to us.
I mean, you're the girl with the silver tongue, Yushi. You do have all of the texts from the cultists. You know all what they believe in. You have it from the prophet's mouth himself.
I do have Marlos Ernrell's book, but that's all I have. I guess it got heavy and cargo carriers. Actually, I don't even have his book anymore.
No, it's all in the bag of holding. Gerbender has it.
Yep.
But I mean, I've read enough to understand. Maybe I can. If only I didn't give Kurg my Earth Cult cloak. I could just infiltrate him without them knowing. But
So, Misha, you did see that a number of these townsfolk didn't have like the full-blown cloak. They just had like a patch of it. Like only a couple of tiles of. Like you've fought a number of these earth priests before. You guys have like at the monastery and before, and that kind of stone tile robes that they were wearing. A number of the townsfolk had just like a couple of those stone tiles patched into what they were wearing.
So, does
Not the
the bag
full-blown
of holding have a stone cloak? Corneo?
It has
Whoever
the
said it?
Earth Cult stone mask.
But any of the cloaks?
No.
That wasn't Cogner's thing.
Monk boots.
That wasn't Cognos thing.
Nope, I don't see.
There was a time that I think somebody took one of the robes, so it's very possible it was dropped due to weight.
I'm almost positive that was me, and I just gave it to Kurg.
But there's a mask.
Yeah,
I literally just gave it to Kurg.
Maybe. That was not left for you in the chest, though.
Damn.
This could be convenient.
Well,
No, I don't think you guys have a similar cloak.
either way, we're going to be outsiders. It's a small town. I know everyone in the town.
And each of you is fairly unique.
Corneo might be able to fend.
Is Gorneo wearing the eye patch and nothing's been said?
No, they still have bandages all over them. Like, we're probably...
I am
both
wearing the eye
respectful.
patch, though.
He prefers things like above. Like they're better than that to bring such things up. Like it's Gorneo. It's still Gorneo.
He does
Even if
eccentric
that's not
things.
that.
You would just ignore him.
We choose
He comes
not to,
back wearing a vest and an eye patch. He's going
choose
through
not
a
to feed
phase.
into his extra curricular activities. Like, yeah, it's Gorneo the pirate. Here he is.
It's just Gorneo.
Call me Nick.
Okay. So, after trying to sneak in every which way, I honestly think our best plan of action is just to walk through the path. As crazy as that sounds. There's might be a way to sneak in. I mean, Gorneo, I don't really want to split us up, but I mean, if you feel it necessary, you can try and bamf around the town before the sun gets too high, and maybe try and get inside some of the buildings to see if you can find LaRock. Not that we know what he looks like, so that won't help. I really think we just need to go through the front doors and be like, look, we need to speak with LaRock. We have vital information that he's seeking. Just see what happens. Like I said, if it all worst comes to worst, we're going to be fighting him anyways. We might as well try and get him to fight for our side, at least temporarily. And I suppose, Sedina, just have your guy ready at the first pace of action.
What do you think, Gerbender?
I think we're going to get attacked as soon as he sees us, but, well, I'm willing to give it a try.
And Mushi Sedina looks back at you, gives you a bit of a curt nod, and she says, "I assure you, Grey Paw will be at our aid should we come to conflict."
I don't know if you guys want to bring the horses. That's up to you. I'm walking on foot. I feel much more vigor in my steps here recently. I'm enjoying every step I take.
By enjoying every step she takes, she means no longer at a second level exhausted or beyond.
Exactly. It's quite exciting. So let's go. Let's go face death. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, what should we do with the horses? Yeah, I guess we can just leave them here.
Just gonna tie them off like on a nearby tree for the time being.
I'll say,
Don't tie them off. Like, what if we ever come back and they just like rot here and die? That's just
They got
evil.
food.
I did with my axe once. I've regretted it ever since.
I bought
Okay?
food for them. Yeah,
I'm not sure I really want to go anywhere until we get Cognar's character in or Lucas's character involved.
Cognar is
Is that what
amazing.
Commander is saying?
Yep.
Bahamut has given me a vision.
Wait, I've turned into a god.
of a man named Lucas.
I mean, Lucas already told you guys where his character was when Mushi walked up to him sleeping, and she didn't wake him up. So
Commander,
you guys
Cognar's
know
gone.
exactly
Won't be
where he
coming back.
So Gorneo will say, yeah, we should probably leave the horses here. We'll come back for them. I'll leave the food.
I mean, we didn't even name them, so they can't be that important, even if you don't come back, right?
They're just two old nags.
Don't name them, you don't get attached. All
That's sad.
right. So the party closes the distance between their current campsite and Westbridge. And effectively, it sounds like you guys are just planning on heading directly in from
And down
the
the road.
on the road.
I heard that sigh.
Gorneo does have his regular cloak on with his hood up, shading his eyes.
Regular cloak on, hood up, shading your eyes. Heard that.
And again, this morning I cast
Lesser restoration upon
lesser
each of you.
restoration on both of us.
All right. So, as you guys begin to close the distance between, after kind of you make your way out of the forest and back to the path, with the sandstone boulder in the distance where you guys buried and then dug up this map of the city of Basilmer, you guys begin to approach the town of Westbridge. And as you guys begin to make your way ever closer, off to the left, it looks to be hiding behind one of the nearby trees. You got Gorneo and Gerbender with your ridiculously high perception checks. You guys look to notice an individual who is fairly poorly hiding. Mushi, you never spotted him yourself, but he looks to have medium, dirty blonde hair. And he looks to be wearing maroon robes decorated with silver diamonds and gold trim. And he is currently kind of got a quill out and is not facing you guys as you make your way closer. He is scribbling something in a book he is holding.
Is he hiding in shadows?
He is currently hiding in the shadow of the tree, yes.
Are there any shadows near me?
Gorneo, roll me a quick perception check.
With disadvantage,
Why disadvantage?
because I have an eye patch on that says I get disadvantage
Yes,
on sight-based perception checks.
Thank you. I guarantee I'm going to forget that time and again. So,
That's okay.
With
I
disadvantage.
want this fucking thing to work.
if you kind of step off the beaten path a bit of the ways to the right, there is a tree that would put you in near enough distance to bamf over to this individual hiding behind the tree.
So, noticing that Gerbender saw him too, Gorneos is going to kind of nod at Gerbender, kind of motion his head that he's going to fall back, and then he's going to go to the shadows, and he's going to bamf right behind the little dude, and he's just going to look
Right
down.
behind him?
Yeah, and he's going to look down and see what he's drawing.
All right, Gorneo, as you bamf right behind this guy, as you close the distance, you can see he's got a well-fashioned pack on his back and a bit of a slightest hint of gold peeking out of the top of it. And as you kind of lean over, he looks to be inscribing a series of notes of some sort into this book he's holding. He doesn't seem to have noticed you.
What are the
As you
notes?
bamf over.
What language?
What languages do you speak?
Me? I speak Common, Primordial, Elvish, and Thieves' Cant.
And Thieves' Cant. This does not look to be a language you are familiar with. A series of markings and runes. You can tell it is a language, but you are not familiar with it.
I'm going to call out.
Does he have any? Hold on. Does he have any weapons?
If you'd like, he's got a robe, like effectively kind of draping over him, kind of covering up whether or not he even has armor. If you would like to give him a once-over pat-down, you can certainly try.
Well, if he has a weapon,
In his hands, none that you can see currently.
I just want to do a sleight of hand check to like just disarm him of if he has a weapon or anything like that. If I don't see anything, then Gerbender can shout out.
So you do see he's got this quill and book that he's effectively in his two hands right now.
Can I try to snatch the book out of his hands?
As you reach for the book, Gerbender says,
"Oh there, friend."
And Loxus, at this point in time, your book is ripped from an unseen force behind you. As you turn around, you see Gorneo standing immediately behind you as a voice echoes a little bit in the distance. "Hello there, friend."
Gorneo kind of looks at the book like Gaston stealing the book from Bill. How do you read this?
Can I please have my book back?
What is it? Yeah, here. What are you writing about?
I'm observing what the villagers are doing in the town.
This town?
Yes.
Hey, Gerbender, come over here. Mushi, you too.
Sidina, I suppose.
I walk over and I go,
This way.
I get the feeling I'm going to like you.
BT Dubs, I want to insight check him.
All right. Go ahead and roll me an insight. Insight check him.
Wait, why are you gonna like me?
You think this guy might be taking notes about the town?
Yeah, sounds good enough, like a good enough person.
Like, if you could maybe read what he's writing, you might have a better idea of what he's actually doing. But for right now, that might be what he's actually doing.
The answer seems sincere enough.
Yeah.
Gorneo will say, "Where you come from?"
But I know all about you, Mr. Gorneo. I come from the Helvenblade house.
Just up the road?
Yes.
Oh. You must have ran into
Cognar.
Yes. No, I have not ran into Cognar, the dwarf.
I was sure he was headed
Gerber.
that way after we left.
No, he ran into Gerver, the elf that we rescued from the dungeons.
Cognar spoke much of him.
Yes, he's one of my kin. Not the dwarf, I'm sorry. Gerver.
What have you observed about the people of the town here?
They seem entranced and hopeful of protection from the evil element mages that are coming into this town.
What do you know about the one they call the Rock?
Not a whole lot of information. Really, they don't talk much about him, at least from what I can tell from over here.
Gorneo just kind of turns to Gerbender and Mushi, shrugs.
It's strange, but
As he turns towards Gerbender and Mushi and says, shrugs, as he lifts his shoulders up.
and I look at what was this guy's name again?
Luxus.
Luxus. So I have the strangest feeling like I've met you before.
I've heard of you, but I don't believe I've met you before, Gerbender.
You know, sometimes I just have a sense for the soul of people.
Really? Is that something that Bahamut provides you?
Perhaps. Sometimes I think it's just intuition.
I will continue taking notes in my book about Gerbender's intuition about
So
souls.
you say you've been taking notes about these villagers, yes?
Yes, I have.
But what have you been observing so far from them?
Well, the baker and his wife go down at 10 o'clock in the morning, and they stay for around 2 hours, and then they go back. The blacksmith, well, he doesn't really do much except for bang horseshoes out, and the rest of the villagers just kind of come and go. They, like I said, they seem entranced when they come in. So they come, they listen and listen and listen, and then they walk away after a little while.
And these stone-masked individuals, have you heard much of what they've been saying?
Just really religious propaganda. No offense, Gerbender, but they are just speaking of protection of the village from the elemental cultists that you all have dealt with before. I must say that it doesn't make sense to me that the town has been ravished by earth magics, but they are wielding earth magics themselves, but the villagers don't seem to notice that.
That's a complicated thing.
Yes, which is why I've been taking notes, so that way I don't lose my place.
In your notes, do you happen to know where their leader may be?
I have not seen this Laroc that you speak of. I just see
I've spoken his name yet.
What?
I don't believe I've spoken his name yet.
I did.
Gorneo
You
just did. Like 2 minutes ago. The only people that I have seen that are not from this village are the priests. I believe they call themselves prophetizers, or whoever they are. Spreading the word. The ones with the masks.
So, what was your plan to do with your observations?
Just that. I observe and at a certain point when I felt that I gained enough information about the village that I would head back to the Helvenblade house and present it to the council.
Well, our plan.
Are you sure you trust him with our plan quite so soon? Maybe we should just continue and let him observe.
I don't know, Mushi. The same way that I've always trusted you, I have the sense he is trustworthy.
That doesn't mean we should just go blurting our plan out to the first stranger we see on the road.
Our plan is merely to walk into the village. It's not exactly a brilliant plot that he couldn't figure out. Oops.
Well, you discuss it with him, and I'll be on my way.
I'll be right behind you, Mushi. But yes, that is what we're doing. We're going into town now. So
All right.
if you're going to be observing, hide better, because you're very easy to see.
Yeah, I'm not. Yes, I'm not the most stealthy of elves, unfortunately. Books are loud.
Did you just say that books are loud?
Yes, some of the darker tomes tend to be clad in metal, and the clasps don't hold very well, so they jingle.
So assuming the party is pressing past Loxus's current hiding place.
I'm definitely walking
Town.
forward. I don't trust him. I don't want to blur suspicions. But
Is this effectively
Corneo.
still the marching order we are going for? Mushi in the front, followed by Loxus, with Grabender and Gorneo keeping a close eye behind Loxus.
yeah, I'll be in front.
Wait,
I
is
will.
Loxus coming with us?
Do you
I'm not paying
mind?
attention to behind. I'm going.
All right, Mushi is
Also-
getting
Grabender,
further.
did I somehow offend Mushi?
Oh, that is a weird.
She's not the quickest to trust.
Does it have something to do with her awakening?
It's possible.
How does he know about that? Why aren't you asking these questions?
Maybe if you want to talk to the guy, you
I know
could.
about that, Mushi, because I study.
Study, yes. And I keep walking. I'm not eating this bogus right now. I got enough on my mind. I'm gonna take down the rock bad.
Not taking an opportunity to eat, she's continuing forward into town. As she steps just past one of the first houses.
If you don't mind, I would like to join you so I could observe the inner workings of this village to get more information.
If things turn violent, are you going to be okay?
Yeah, I have means of protecting myself, yes.
Well, all right. It's up to you, Gerbender. If you trust him, I'll trust him.
So there's something about him.
All right. Well, if Gerbender trusts you.
Commander trusts everyone. Not that I can hear your conversation.
That's not true.
Gorneo
That's
Sedina is going to opt to stay towards the rear where you are ish.
Gerbender mistrusts people.
Mushi's
all the time.
tanking? She's a...
Gorneo Sedina is going to pull out her own longbow as kind of like a reason why she's sticking towards the back with you. So the party presses forward. First question, would you guys like to proceed through Theater of the Mind or in the map?
It doesn't matter to me.
I think it depends.
Theater of the Mind
I
should
mean-
be fine.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, unless we decide to go into a house, I don't think we need to
All right.
map it. I mean, we know where the villages are and roughly how big the village is, so...
You guys begin to make your way through the visibly ruined town of Westbridge. Mushi taking a bit of an advance in the lead, followed by Loxus, then Gerbender, then Gorneo, and Sedina. As you guys proceed forward, Mushi in the lead seems to draw a bit of attention roughly 80 feet down the road by a number of commoners who were listening to these three priests out front who begin to turn their attention towards the oncoming strangers to their town. And one by one, these common folk begin to turn. A couple of them look to draw kind of almost makeshift weapons. A couple of them have clubs, others have pitchforks in their hands.
I'm gonna walk forward with both my hands up, like in a.
Others
a
oversized
non-violent.
sticks. Others look to have a couple of daggers around their waist. Others still have a large club nearby. Much as Lox is described before, you can see a couple of individuals who look to be blacksmiths with hammers on hand, as well as some who look to have been outfitted by the blacksmith with maces present. Mushi raises her hands up as the party continues forward. The audible prayer from the masked individuals almost comes to a complete halt as you guys look to have interrupted. And as Mushi continues to press her way forward, their gazes are all noticeably locked on you guys.
I would like to shout out, please, we wish you no harm. I have information Larock may be seeking, and I only wish to give it to him and be on our way.
And their gazes remain locked with you.
Should have sprayed myself with perfume first. It's okay.
Next time.
Next time. I'm ready next time. Fuck.
Mushi,
I'm gonna start walking slower, but I'm still gonna keep.
you start walking slower as the woman and child nearest you, like on the outskirts of this crowd, effectively start to step aside, almost revealing a bit of a path for you and your compatriots to follow.
I'm gonna walk a little more confidently.
And then an individual with a quarterstaff kind of just clutches it with his other hand and starts to rest it against his shoulder. No longer like a hostile stance at seeing strangers in his town, but a bit of a more relaxed state.
I'm gonna keep on going.
And you press your way forward and see, and are able to make your way past a couple of the blacksmiths whose hammers are noticeably in their hands at their side, and their eyes continue to shift over you. In the middle of this crowd remain the three individuals garbed in that stone-scaled robe, each wearing these masks before you.
As we're walking, I want to mechanically take 12 seconds as we're walking.
All right.
First, to stealthily. Second, use the wand and cast detect magic on myself. So it'll be 10 minutes, right?
Detecting magic on yourself and trying to do it stealthily. Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hand.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
24.
Son of a bitch.
Reneo whips out this wand.
I am a dexterous son of a bitch. I'll just do it under my cloak. Just
pulls his cloak over and proceeds to make a series of very inappropriate gestures beneath this cloak. His eyes go very focused before he finishes his ritual beneath the cloak in this town of strangers. And then reopens the cloak, and he looks much more content now that he has finished. Nevertheless, Mushi, you remain about 20 feet in front of Loxus, your nearest ally in the party, as this opening in the crowd continues to lead towards about the front of this inn, where there is a very large, prominent door.
I'm gonna keep going, and I'm going to say once again, I am looking for Larock, and see if anyone kind of ushers me in a direction.
Doesn't seem to be a whole lot of ushering going
Or
on.
if there's a slight glance in their direction before they make eye contact with me.
Usually, roll me an insight check. Looking for the slightest change of face.
Fuck. At least I'm not on disadvantage.
At least it wasn't a natural one again.
Yeah.
Mushi, with a 7, you assume that by the crowd parting that this is where Larock is. As you make your way towards the revealed front door of this inn, your nearest ally at least 20 feet behind you as you take a brief moment to survey everything. There look to be about 20 common folk out here, in addition to the 3 masked individuals, all with their gazes following the party, and remain completely silent as this happens.
I'm going to keep walking in the way that they kind of parted. I mean, I'll make my way all the way to the front door and, like, stop as I look inside, kind of see what I
The
see.
door is closed. It's not an open door. It's a closed door.
Oh, it's closed. Okay, well, I'm going to stop in front, and I'm going to kind of look around and see any weird expressions, and then I'm going to push it open.
Yushi, in addition to your own party's eyes, there are about 45 sets of eyes, all watching you as you push these doors of the inn open.
I made it this far. Guys, if I die, I go out a hero, okay?
Yushi, as you
We
throw
didn't hear it.
open
We
the
were too
door,
far away.
as you push open the doors of the Harvest Inn here in Westbridge, you can see a number of tables already decorated, some with half-emptied beers and steins all about the place. Opposite you, there looks to be a bar lining the far wall with a short halfling individual who is in a series of drinks, preparing a number of cocktails before him, who seems a little more preoccupied with what he's doing than to take notice of your entry. He himself looks to have almost like a top hat, but the shorter version of it. And this is probably the only reason why you're able to make out that he is behind this bar, doing this series of motions with his hands that flow above the countertop as he is going about his business. Decorating a number of tables as well as the edges of this bar counter are a series of hobgoblins. Their attention, unlike this halfling, has all directly averted to this opening door, all towards you, Yushi, as you push this door open. Nearby, a number of these tables look to be a couple of individuals whose garb you notice. This heavy stone plate mail, like many of the guards you've faced in the Black Earth cult before. Each of them stands up from their current place in the table, dropping whatever drink they once garbed, and look to stand at the ready. Their hands glide down to their weapons at their belt, at the ready for any sort of noticeable means of harm. A number of individuals look to be going from table to table, and they look to be dressed in the same fashion as a number of individuals you faced in Red Larch. They look, as well as the individuals you faced in the Sacred Stone Monastery, they look to be garbed in these stone masks, their hoods up, covering most of their features. And they are going table to table, but they immediately look to freeze and all look towards this opened front door. Along the right wall, it seems to run mostly solid before a door opens to what you presume to be the kitchens that you and Sedina entered previously. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna keep my arms raised,
gonna
like
fireball.
not as high as they were. I'm gonna I don't want to be like touching the top of the door or anything. But I'm gonna say once again, we mean no harm. I just have information Larock may need, and we will be on our way. Please hear us out.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Good thing you slept.
Perfume, I'm so mad I forgot about that.
Hold on. I just need to. One moment.
Okay, now.
Fuck. Should use my.
Yushi,
Oh God.
you step into this doorway and shout out your piece. As you do so, the current stance of the number of individuals, the stone masks don't look to have shifted. The individuals garbed in the stone plate mail doesn't look to have changed. The hobgoblins all remain with their gazes locked directly upon you. The halfling on the other side of this counter, however, shouts out, "Well then, why don't you be making yourself at home? Come on in, I'll pour you a drink."
I'm gonna walk in, still hands raised. I don't want to make any sudden movements, but I'm gonna keep walking forward. When I get surrounded by that
You
guy.
walk forward. Loxus, Grubender, Gorneo, and Sedina remain outside looking at this crowd of roughly 40 individuals and the 3 individuals garbed in a similar attire to the earth priests you faced before. Mushi has just stepped into this inn. What would you like to do?
I know she can vamp out if she wants to. So I'm just going to kind of stand outside and be prepared to do battle should the need arise.
I don't help with diplomacy.
And Loxus.
Well, Loxus is completely lost at the moment of what's going on because Grabender just decided to stop. And Mushi went in, so...
Bender's behind you, Loxus. Mushi's in front of you.
I know.
Okay, just...
I heard his armor stop moving. So, I'm just going to kind of continue on to the doorway and kind of just peek inside and just look around.
All right. So I will say effectively, Loxus is the only one with line of sight on Mushi, as the rest of you remain very near that front door, but not immediately in front of it like Loxus is.
All right.
All right. And Sedina looks equally as nervous as the rest of you, with her longbow drawn and an arrow at the ready. And Mushi, you continue to step into this tavern. There's the noticeable movement of arms on the other side as this halfling folk proceeds to fill some sort of beverage into the glass before him. There's a hobgoblin on either side of this bar countertop, each with their gaze continuing to watch you, each of them sneering at you with every step you take closer to the bar they are perched upon. You step right by one of these individuals garbed in the solid stone plate mail as you make your way up to this bar countertop. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, Mushi.
Oh gosh. This is how I go. At a bar. This is cool.
At a bar.
This is your
Look at
thing.
that.
This is your thing.
No
What are you
longer
talking about?
disadvantaged because you chose to sleep. To your right, you can see the open doorway to what is undeniably that kitchen you and Sedina made your way to beforehand. On the other side of this counter, the individual who has spoken up to you sits himself up on some sort of stool on the other side as he slides a drink your way. And he says,
Grab it.
"Well then, greetings, miss," as he lifts his top hat up and right back down in place. "The name's Hervin Durdrigan. At your service. What can I do for you, miss?"
Well, as I said when I entered, I'm just looking to speak with Larock if he is anywhere to be found.
Mushi, off to Hervin's right side, you can see a couple of feathers sticking out from the other side of this bar countertop. Like, almost as if somebody with an exceptionally feathered plumage hat is hiding on the other side, but you do notice their feathered plumage. And behind you on the left side of this bar, it looks to extend beyond your original sight into the bar, and you can see another one of these stone-faced individuals garbed in these stone plate robes, as well as an individual who looks to be topless, garbed in only a long flowing skirt, who seems to be paying keen attention to you. On his skin looks to be decorated a number of almost, if they weren't so perfectly parallel, you would assume it would be some sort of skin affliction. But these skin dermals look as though something is protruding beneath the skin, like a series of tumors almost, but each one of them in a fine row across the top of his scalp. And he is paying keen attention to you as you have stepped up to this bar.
I'm going to hold this drink in one hand, and I'm going to kind of like make eye contact with as many people I can as I say this. I believe we have a common enemy that I wish to join forces with him and destroy.
Common indeed, miss. That'll be 8 copper pieces, if you please.
I'm going to look around before I reach into my pouch and kind of like usher to him like I'm going to reach for my money now, and I will give him a handful of copper.
Yushi, it seems that every single pair of eyes in this room is affixed to you, including this newfound individual just outside of town who is standing in the doorway, watching you. All the eyes...
I like to think it's just my head.
As you reach into your coin purse.
I'll throw 8 copper down there. I'll place it gently. Very slow motion.
Gently place 8
hostile
copper.
actions.
As you reach... She's gonna get And you place 8 copper pieces softly upon the bar in front of you.
It's charging us!
He's quick to scoop it up. So, oh, thank you kindly, miss. So, what brings you to Westbridge?
As I said, I'm looking for LaRock. Can you please point me in his direction?
Yeah, he's here about the tavern, but I'm asking about you. Tell us a bit about yourself. No need to be shy.
Well, you can call me Xanaray, and I've come an awful long way just to speak with him.
Well, Miss Xanaray, if you're so pleased to remain solitude in your secrets, I suppose you could say he's about. Perhaps if you were to reveal a bit more about why you've come so far to seek him out, he might be so inclined to reveal himself upon to you. And his left eye shoots you a wink.
Can I do an insight to see if, like, he's actually sure that this guy is here?
This guy's just trying to earn a bigger tip or what? Go ahead.
Oh, fuck. Oh, okay.
You see, you think you might have slipped something in your drink.
I haven't taken a sip yet.
I know. You should tell me why you haven't taken a sip yet, but you still paid for it.
Well,
Something shifty about this guy.
I've been around for a little while now, and I've had my fair share. Sorry, Kino's about to start crying. His friend is here. I've had my fair share of encounters, but I believe, as I've said before,
As I've said before.
I had to pet him the whole time. He won't shut up. I believe we have a common enemy. I believe it has something to do with these cults of the 4 elements. And I believe he would be very inclined to hear what I have to say. Or I faced them on my own, and I was able to get a bit of an idea as to what we're dealing with. And I would appreciate a word with him as to discuss any matters further.
Harrivan, the individual who introduced himself as Harrivan, interrupts at this point and says, Madam, perhaps you're not quite gathering what I'm trying to drop down. Perhaps the fewer generals that you give and the more specificities that you provide might be so inclined to garner his attention. Be specific, miss.
Well,
And the kind of jovial smile about this halfling just drops.
I have taken down Arisi with my own 2 hands, and I look to take down the rest of the cults. Is that specific enough for you? I have heard that he has a great power to fear, and the other cultists fear him to the point that they kicked him out of the Earth cult themselves. Is that the specifics you were looking for?
Roll me a charisma check. Fucking beautiful. Look at
Okay.
Oh my god! I'm putting that down as 2.
Just happened.
Yushi.
She just talked the shit
Across
out
the
this halfling.
room, that individual who is not garbed in robes nor armor stands up and speaks. As he does so, he pulls forth a very large glaive by his side as he begins to step closer to you, ever so slowly as he speaks. Aye, and you have slain this Arise Karanoth. Perhaps and it was on the behalf of them prophets. That's the completely wrong voice. That is Mirage again,
That's mixed, Mirage mixed with
Stand
the
right?
giant, the
For
storm
the
giant,
first time
right?
in the world, for the first time, that is fucking Mirage, and I don't want it to be. And perhaps you've brought this information to our avail on behalf of these prophets whom you so claim to have slain yourself. What proof do you bring of these deeds, of your heroics about these lands?
Well, the proof I don't have with me currently because they've struck back and taken all treasures of what's the word I'm looking for?
So you claim to have slain one of these prophets without the slightest hint of any proof behind your deeds. And now you come here offering what? War against these prophets. Is that what you bring us?
I bring information, yes, in hopes that you will join us in perhaps what may end up being a war, if that's what you say. But I was told that your
Information
powers...
Of what regard?
Wait, what?
Information of what regard?
We have a detailed map of their area. That we
Perhaps this Lorok you speak is more than familiar with their area.
Perhaps. But we also know the Rock is looking to, or we assume the Rock is looking to destroy them, for the monks at the monastery spoke of kicking Lorok out of their own forces, for they didn't see him fit to be a part of them. So
Perhaps this Lorok you speak of was more than they could ever hope to surpass. And so they kicked him out in hopes of suppressing his continued growth and power.
that is my hope, that he is far greater than they could ever imagine.
And
That
tell me, what became of the Mistress Helen Ray, who would speak such words of Lorok?
she had a very grim fate, and of that I have proof.
Well, then let's see it. As he continues to slowly
Yes.
make his way forward with every other step planting his glaive base into the ground as he walks, using it like a walking cane.
If you just
close
give me a moment, I can go and grab it. It's right outside the tavern.
Can I insight check this big guy?
Oxus, absolutely. Mushi, he tells you that we're all waiting.
I'm gonna run outside cautiously,
21.
and I'm going to go to Kerbender.
Gonna run outside or gonna walk outside?
I'm walking outside.
Walking
and I'm going
outside. All
to
right.
Kerbender, and I'm going to get the bag of holding, and I'm going to grab Helen Ray's mask. Because I know
We don't-
Cognar kept it.
We don't have it.
Ravendra Mushi pokes her head out of the inn and looks directly at you, just to the left of this door as she does so, and is asking you for the mask of Helen Ray.
I'm gonna reach into the bag, say, I need Helen Ray's mask, and pull something out.
Lucas, being the most familiar with this bag of holding, I'm assuming you know what you're talking about when you say Grabender's palm goes in
It comes out
and
empty.
grasps nothing as he pulls his.
Nothing.
I had that mask at one point. What did I do with it?
It
I know
got
we had the map.
destroyed, or you lost it.
It was
to
in
someone.
my bag of holding when it got destroyed.
Yes, that's exactly
right.
what
That's
What?
right.
Can I have all the masks that are in there?
Sure.
I wouldn't do that.
Give me the masks,
Okay.
Kerbender. I need the
That's
masks
mitigated.
now.
Sorry.
There is a priest's mask and another stone mask.
All right, so go ahead and remove those from the bag's
Wait, that was
inventory
in there.
as you hand these over to Mushi.
So I got a 21 on my insight.
Fire.
I want to see if this guy's talking about himself in the third person. Does it sound like something a Larocque would do? Talk about themselves in the third person. Okay. As Miyushi pokes her head out, I'm gonna whisper in her ear, since she's like basically face to face with me right now. I believe that is Larocque. You might want to be careful.
No, seeing I don't have a mask. Fuck.
I can put an illusion in your hand.
He wants to.
I have a feeling that you might die. It was a pleasure meeting you. And I pull my head back.
Fuck. Ah! I don't have it anymore, guys. I really thought it was in that bag. It was in the other bag of holding.
The
Who
other
knew?
bag. The other bag. Yeah.
Fuck.
All the good shit
What?
was in the other bag.
What masks do we have then? Because I told Scribner to pull them all out
Okay,
because I didn't believe
I
him.
mean, you guys should be able to click on the bag of holding thing, right?
Yeah, we have a priest
Yeah, Nick
mask.
already told
we have
you.
a regular stone mask.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just said that.
I know, but you know what? It just. Ugh.
I would say
It's just
this.
unacceptable for what Mushi wants.
What
Yeah,
else?
for Mushi, obviously, not having Helen Ray's mask, but maybe not pulling out a Stone Cult mask would be smart. Using the Howling Hatred, which is the Air Cultist mask, might be the smart thing to do.
Where's the howling hatred?
All right, so what masks have been bequeathed to Mushi?
Whichever one she wanted.
Whichever one she wants.
I believe it's the vendor reaching into the bag for masks. He's got the bag. What
Yeah.
ones is he giving to Mushi?
I gave her all the ones she asked for, which was the
Masks.
cultist mask, the earth, and the air.
All right.
So I am going to take the howling hatred priesthood because that was the air one, right?
Yes.
Arisi, right? Was that her mask?
She didn't have a mask, but that
That was not
her
her mask,
Her
no.
priest's mask.
You guys never really got to loot her so much.
No, not really.
No, somebody killed us first.
Definitely
The
murdered.
javelin of lightning. We didn't get that from her either, did we?
Nope.
She had the staff that Gorneo had, right?
That we lost to a cloud giant.
Oh, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna take this howling hatred priesthood mask, and I'm gonna poke my head in and be like, "I apologize. I got my bags mixed up. I was told the Helen Ray's mask was destroyed when they took a move on the Feathergale Spire, we were able to destroy their orb of destruction inside of our...
And
By
who do
holding-
you mean by there and our?
We're standing outside. You're
Be
in.
more specific with your pronouns, child.
And there, I
This
mean,
guy.
the Earth cultists who took a move on us. Was it the Earth cultists? I'm
It
gonna look
was
back.
specifically
Are you asking
Marlos or
me
Rail.
who made an attempt at your own life, child?
It was specifically Marlos himself.
Yes.
Marlos made a move on the Feathergale Spire, which we very slimly made out with our lives, and in the process, Helen Ray's mask was destroyed. I only have this howling mask of priest to prove that we were in these battles, although it is not sufficient proof enough. However,
Hardly any proof whatsoever. Tell me, child, have you and your comrades ever ventured south of here to a town known as Red Larch?
I have indeed, along with maybe some of my party, although many of us have died in the process, so it's hard to keep track of how many have been there. But yes, I myself have been there, yes.
And tell me, child, do you know how many children you left orphaned in the town of Red Larch? You and possibly some of your comrades.
I am well aware. Thank you.
You're well aware. Tell me, how many?
More than fingers and toes.
As
I
he
am.
turns around and
Two.
seems to speak
Two,
something
exactly.
to the hobgoblin nearest him. That hobgoblin hops off of that table and runs into the back, into a room opposite you, or a room to your far left, and disappears from sight.
Look, I understand you have no reason to trust me, or in the words I'm speaking, and that you may even believe that these cultists sent me. However, I can tell you, I will, with my dying breath, use every ounce of my strength I have to go against them in every move they make, to protect this realm from them. And all I know is that if you are seeking the same thing, I look to work with you and not against you. And I have information that may or may not be beneficial to you depending on what you already know. However, I look to work with you. And that is all I can say. I'm going to pull out...
work with me, but you stand no closer to me than the very edge of the door of the room I stand within.
I will. I'm going to reach in my pack slowly and cautiously, and I'm going to grab my last metal trade bar that I got from Loroc's last place in Red Larch, and I'm going to outstretch my hands and say...
Still
This is
staying
all-
at the doorway to the end?
No, I'm gonna walk closer to him with it outstretched in my hands. I'll
All right.
take a few steps closer. Say,
There
as
are
a
a couple of tables between you and him, like a couple of
I'll-
rows of table, like
I'll try
cafeteria.
and
Like.
maneuver around them as well.
All right.
I'll do my best. As a peace offering, I give you what I stole from you. This trade bar, which I have no idea what you're using it for. However, I understand I got it from your dwellings underneath Red Larch. And I want to give it back to you.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Jesus Christ, this is terrifying. Guys, I might be a cultist. I don't know.
We know you're a cultist. You're the fire prophetess.
Come on.
Jeez.
Nishi,
Honestly, I'm surprised he hasn't been like,
he
why are you
continues
here?
to step closer with his glaive
doesn't
in
recognize it.
hand, using it like a walking stick as he does so. And his grasp meets your own, as he pulls the trade bar from your outstretched hand. And he inspects it for a moment. Yes, indeed. The prophets did have some interest in the carriers of these bars. Their interest, I'm afraid, went beyond what I was able to ascertain while I was among them. Tell me, child, what do you know of these trade bars?
I only know that I took 2 from you. One I sent for information in a town I come from, Pandalen. I have yet to hear word from them, or even if they were able to gain any information on them.
You came into contact with the delegation, then?
I am familiar with the delegation, yes. However, most of them were slaughtered, from what I heard.
And what became of the rest?
Pause out of character? Amanda doesn't remember.
We took them to the Feather
Amanda,
Spire.
think back to a conversation you had with an ancient, old dwarven historian whom you rescued from beneath the monastery.
Oh, Brudenthar.
I remember Brodenthar. Were they all captured?
No, we took them
What
to
did he tell you
Feather
happened
Spire.
to his allies? The guys that he came with that were taken away from their current party?
I don't remember, Ryan.
You rescued them from underneath the monastery, and then we took them to the Feathergale Spire, where they then put on a show of thrills.
Was that the
What
group?
happened to others?
No, his original group. They were.
Weren't they all killed, and like that's where we came across the.
Some were killed
Some were killed.
that you
I
discovered
think
with the
some-
goats outside of Red Larch.
Yeah.
Found a couple of them dead there. Then you
But
came
that wasn't
across
all
the
of them.
ambush site where the
That-
half-orc woman told you about.
I think
So that
You
was
didn't
all of
find
them,
any
right?
bodies there.
That's okay. So
Goldenthar told you what happened to his allies that he was effectively imprisoned with. That one by one they
weren't
took
they
him
all
out
tortured?
of those cells and brought down below and never returned.
Yeah, that.
Okay.
I was
So-
that was the night I was drinking heavily and I wanted to kill that guy. So I did not write down those notes.
And tried to kill that guy.
And almost cut off my own foot with that
The
natural one.
delegation. We met them in Van Dalen, where they were to travel with our fallen halfling friend to bury him in, what was it, Summit Hall, I believe. And along our ventures, we were able to save Brodenthar from underneath the monastery, where he informed us that the rest of the members of the delegation he was traveling with was taken down below, and he never saw them again. Whereas even further in our travels, we came across the very same wagon with our fallen halfling comrade, where there was no bodies to be found near this wagon. So we can only assume that they were taken as well.
And
That
this
is what I know.
individual continues to turn over this trade bar that you presented him in his hands. So then tell me, how did you come across the believers in Red Larch as his gaze drifts from the bar up toward your own eyes?
We merely fell into their hole. We were outside the inn, and the entire road collapsed, leading us into their cove of sorts.
Fell upon their hole and what?
When we further
We're attacked. Sorry, I'm not there.
Gravender
investigated,
pops in. We were attacked.
we found a group of adventurers slain, and as we went further, we found an elderly man warning us not to go behind the doors for some, I believe he said, not word for word, but I believe he said Laroque was speaking with the Delvers, and we must not interrupt. we decided it best to leave the door where it lay, and we turned back. In the days to follow, we met several of the stone-masked individuals, which we took care of in a way I'm not happy with. But in the end, we opened that door and we were faced with what was behind it, and that was another story in itself. And after we made it through that room, that's when I came across these trade bars.
Tell me, what became of Baragustas?
His name, I'm not
The
familiar.
old man that you met outside of those doors who basically spilled all the beans on the believers for you.
Didn't we just send him on his way?
Mhm.
We
I love how Amanda asked that in character.
I'm sorry. I'm like thinking out loud.
This was like almost 2 years ago.
God, it was so long ago, Ryan.
But now you're dealing with the guy.
Yeah, you're dealing with his shit.
Yeah, you're dealing with his shit. 2 years ago or not, this is very relevant to him.
It's very relevant to him. If I'm not mistaken, I believe we sent him on his way. We wanted to avoid as many casualties as possible, although that didn't happen in the end. So
I heard of a number of arrests that happened in Red Larch
it was,
following the murders of some of their townfolk. I presume you're to blame for each.
in a matter of speaking, we may have been to blame. But as I've said, I am not happy with how we've handled Red Larch in the past, and I have learned greatly in our time since that that was the wrong way to come about this. And I understand that you are not with the cultists, so I would assume you are against them, and so therefore we want to work with you instead of against you in any way. So please do not judge us on those past actions of Red Larch, for most of my companions since then have died or gone off, diseased and cursed and stoned and what have you. For I believe me and one other companion are all that remains from the tragedies of Red Larch.
So you come here before us today, strangers in the town of Westbridge, proclaiming yourselves heroes, on the route to slay these prophets of these cults. And what? You wish for our assistance? For us to drop entirely our lives, what we are doing before now, to take arms with you? The admitted murderers of parents of the children of Red Larch, the slayers of the innocent who stood in your way, who only stood there because you, as you proclaimed, fell down a hole that belonged to them. Am I getting this correctly?
Well, for the most part, yes, I can't disagree with you on many accounts. We do sound like quite reckless, terrible people when you put it that way.
And Mushi, that doorway off to the back left is filled once again by that same hobgoblin who comes with him, kind of walking hand in hand with a small child.
Oh,
God.
Small child, Mushi, that you might recognize,
He was the one
He
under
he
the
killed
rocks.
his dad.
who was pinned beneath a whole lot of rocks.
Oh
He
no.
killed his dad.
This hobgoblin walks him right up to
Dead
Laroc.
right in front of him.
And Laroc then takes this child's hand from the hobgoblin and puts this kid right in front of him. And he says, I'm terribly sorry. Would you mind repeating what it was you just said?
That I am not proud of the actions that occurred in Red Larch. And I am working now to perhaps negate what we've done in the past to create a better future, for understanding the wrongs we've done then to create a better now and a better tomorrow, for standing up and saying, we understand we were in the wrong, but we're ready to fix that and do what is necessary to perhaps fix what we did. And although there's no way to bring those innocents back, there's perhaps a way to, I'm losing the word. There's a way to work towards a better future.
And
Or
tell
if we-
me, Madame Zanare, if you were to look directly into the eyes of one whom you left orphaned in the streets of Red Lodge to fend for themselves, what would you tell them? As his eyes kind of drop down to the kid that he's holding out in front of him, this small kid that you recognize as the kid you effectively pulled out from that weight of boulders he was unable to lift in those dungeons beneath Red Larch. His eyes are looking up wide at you with a hint of familiarity as to who you are.
I'm going to kneel down so I'm eye level with this kid.
All right.
And I'm going to look him dead in the eyes. And I'm going to say, I am not proud of who I was. And what I did cannot be changed. I only hope that my apology can soften the emptiness I know you feel in your soul. And I only hope you allow me to try and work to help you to create a better world to live in.
And you go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
That's so sad. I killed his family. I killed my family.
Holy shit.
Yushi, as you
Goddamn.
go down to your knees before this kid, you feel that sincerity in your words that you wish was provided to you by the folks of Thunder Tree. There's this absolute connection between you and this child, Braylon Hatherhand, whom you left orphaned much like yourself in the town of Red Larch, after asking him to go for help as you and your compatriots slew his father. He stands before you and the tears begin to well in his eyes as you speak these words. And he throws his arms around your neck as he just continues to just openly bawl before you.
I will embrace him as well.
Kid is gonna stab you in the back.
Probably.
A pair of you are tightly embraced. Lorak kind of stands back unto himself, noticeably surprised at the apology that you've offered. And he takes a moment as the pair of you are just closely embracing. Meanwhile, Loxus, Gravender, and Gorneo, the 43 people outside of this inn, continue to remain eyes locked upon each of you. The occasional words flow out from the inn, drifting from Yushi, as well as a couple of other individuals from the inside. The specifics are harder to make out, but for two of you, they are relatively clearer than others. Anything you guys would like to do at this point in time?
So did I hear and understand most of what Mushi was saying?
Yeah.
Then I'm going to sit there and kind of mutter to the rest of them. Why is she apologizing? We killed evil people.
If you don't mind me saying,
Borneo
Gravender,
Cornell will lean over to you and say, I wasn't there.
Gubenda, evil is a matter of perspective.
Yes, I've got the right one. They were evil.
I love that attitude.
Clerics. Right. You continue on that thought, and I'm gonna just peek my head back in and just make sure Miyushi's alright.
All right, Loxus, as you peek your head back in, you hear the voice of this individual who's continuing to address Mushi. And tell me, you two are familiar with the onslaught of the Nettleby clan?
I am
Again,
aware of
He
it.
attacked
Yes.
us.
And he gestures over towards the bar, where that plumage of a hat stands above it
It's one of them.
now.
It's
And
like walking into
Darrow
all of our sins.
and Darrow Nettleby
Oh,
is
no.
standing right on top of that bar. His eyes are like fire down upon you, Mushi, as he is just glaring daggers upon you. I've heard a number of bards and the like singing a tale of your reckless slaying of these small folk.
I've heard that one too.
And not only that, but continuing to boast about it. All about these lands. The slaying of their entire family. To you and your party's blades. As one by one you drew the life from their bodies, forcing their own children to watch the deed this time. Is this correct?
No.
I was asleep in the barn that they so kindly let us sleep in. And when I awoke, there was mass destruction and chaos going on everywhere around me. I took up arms to defend my companions, for we were in battle. There were several things happening at once, and I went to choose to side my companions, which I do not regret.
The very side of individuals who chose to ally themselves with the barbarians and the undead whom you dealt with. Is this correct?
Now you should know that these Nettleby people were luring innocent travelers by the tales of a fire witch this fire witch was known to slaughter several and many people around, and we were merely there to help. When they lured
You're
us,
interrupted as Darrow screams out, "She lies!" And Laroc puts up a hand. And all of a sudden, Mushi, that portion of the inn is just deafeningly silent as he does so.
Do
we
I
were lured.
recognize
A
this?
quick glance over your shoulder, you and Loxus can see Darrow is continuing to look, to perceivably scream and shout out, but his cries are completely muted.
we were lured.
At this point, having heard this, I'm going to step inside.
All right, Grubender steps into the inn.
We were
Grubender, you can see Mushi face to face with the child you rescued from Red Larch. And immediately behind him, this
I'll be holding his hand.
Mushi is holding his hand, and immediately behind this child is the bald individual, not garbed in any armor. And immediately across the way is a halfling with an incredibly decorative hat full of a number of feathers from all sorts of exotic birds, screaming and shouting in absolute silence as another halfling that you don't recognize is noticeably trying to pull him down from the bar and calm him down.
Well, I had not thought to see him again.
But as I was saying, my companions, because out of character, I said we originally, but I'm pretty sure Miushi was still sleeping in the end, and she was told about it later because Amanda wasn't present. So I'm gonna go with my companions.
You were the one who
Eventually
helped
present.
slaughter him with a fireball.
Did I?
Yes.
I
Yeah,
don't
you did.
Like all I remember is coming in
But-
and there was
No,
trees.
remember when
As
we
Watson
WoW
fair.
matched?
provides this insight, Mushi is able to remember.
Okay, so we were lured into a tomb of an angered ghost because the Nettlebees decided to steal items from his crypt, which angered him, and as a sacrifice, they kept sending numerous amounts of adventurers, who knows, to come to their aid and help them for their cries. And there we were. And when we were faced with the real
And when
situation,
faced with the choice to own up to their deceptions and to return what had been stolen, they refused, animated the trees of their farm, and attacked us.
we did what was necessary.
And we
Remember
spared
this-
those that we could.
Remember, this bald individual's gaze drifts over towards the halfling with the incredible hat. And his gaze kind of stops there for a brief moment as the two of you finish. He says, "These are not the words that adorn the bard's tales."
Now, the bard may have been carried away with exactly how he explained what happened.
The
And
bard,
our friend may have. He's not
The bard-
quite with words.
was unpleased that we were unwilling to give him more money and twisted our tale to make us seem careless evildoers in an effort to get more from us.
Rebender, roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion.
At the mention of animated trees, Loxus makes a note in his book.
Animated trees.
I must investigate further.
I do believe I was informed that it was members of your own party who paid this bard to make the tale sung as such. But
Yes, my friend Cognar.
all bards are liars to an extent in their own trade. The better the tale, the more the audience, the more the coin.
Indeed.
And to be
And my
fair,
friend Cognar made the mistake of trying to pay him to include his name in this tale and to get him to change some of the details.
'Twas not only his name he included, as was Madame Mushi Zanare and Guribender de Vras, in addition to his own.
I had not realized that we
Assuming
all
one-
made it in.
Katerina is not adjoining you presently.
She is not.
however, To be
she
fair.
joins in. Join the Black Raiders.
Join the Black Raiders!
we did revive every individual of the Nettleby clan, and we discussed with them their wrongdoings. And in the end, we all came to a conclusion that those who died of the Nettlebees were deserving, and we had the entire family there as a witness. Though it may not have seemed fair in their eyes, they lured several individuals to their death trying to help them when they only faced a monster, enormous quantities.
Monster of their own making.
A monster of their own. Yes, thank you, Gravender. That's the word I was looking for.
Well then, come, Madame Zanare. Mr. de Vras. And he makes a gesture as one of the stone plate mailed guards steps aside from one of the closest tables as this bald individual sits on one side of it.
I will come forward as he ushers.
Harridan, I believe we are owed some drinks.
I still have the drink in my hand, and I'll kind of like wave that up. Like I still have this one. If it's not poisoned, that'd be good.
And Harrivan kind of just stops trying to calm down Darrow Nettleby as he just releases him completely and just goes to start filling 3 glasses. Bender, currently you are standing in the doorway of this inn. Would you like to meet this guy at the table that Yuji has just sat at?
Sure.
All right. So the 3 of you make your way to this table, seating yourselves, and there's a brief pause of silence before Harrivan Dardragon makes his way to the table and slides 3 glasses across the table, 1 to each of you. This looks to be a very vicious looking blue drink, bubbling almost furiously in its glass vial.
Can I say I've seen it before?
Mushi, you would probably say you've seen this before.
I think it was the one that I said when
As Harrivan makes his way, gives a curt bow to the 3 of you, and makes his way back behind the bar of the inn.
Okay, I can't remember whether Grabender knows about the thing that makes you tell the truth or not.
Gravender, you do recognize this beverage as the donkey's ass. Effectively a drink that once drunk gives effectively the same kind of effect as the
Zone of Truth.
Zone of Truth spell. Thank you.
I think this is the one I took, and everyone else said it was hard, but because alcohol didn't affect me, I thought it was great.
Oh, and you didn't have to tell the truth.
If you wish to know the truth from us, you simply must ask. We have no reason to deceive you.
Well, then
However,
why not make absolute certain on
I will
both
raise
of
my
our
glass.
parts? As he just raises his glass and just takes a very deep gulp of it himself.
I will do the same, and I'll look at your vendor like, let's do this. Gotta be
All right.
trustworthy drunkard.
Can I get a charisma save from you?
Sadly. Oh, wow, that's the lowest I've rolled all night. Not supposed to be missed that. That's funny.
Gravender, this bubbling blue beverage sits before you.
Yeah, I'll drink it.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a charisma save.
So I look to Gorneo and say, "So you can you can meld with the Shadow Weave?"
That's one way of putting it, yes.
Fantastic. I must investigate that further.
Be careful. Shar's realm is a dangerous place.
Charles, writing that down. Charles Rome.
I said Shar, not Sammy. Go away. I was like laying on the couch and she came up and licked my face.
You've now descended upon the town of Westbridge. Have you any intent to harm the individuals you found within?
We have
Not unless
no-
they have intent to harm this realm.
As I've said before, I only wish to join forces with you and be on my way. I want no harm to come to these villagers as what happened in Red March.
I believe the harm brought in Red Lodge was of your own doing, none of my own.
As I've said before,
May not have been yours specifically, but we were attacked and defended ourselves.
See it as you wish. I believe I recall dropping a rope down to you when you plummeted into the pit.
Was he
Just outside of the swinging sword.
Oh. Shit.
as I've
You were
said, we
accompanied
should
with
have.
another halfling at the time.
Rob.
Man,
He was.
You two
No,
have
no, no,
just
no.
like
That was the Malvin.
so much history with this guy.
Yeah, we have a lot. As I said, Rom was our fallen halfling comrade. That
Stanner,
traveled
I
delegation.
believe his name
Stanner.
was.
The
Was it
Malvin
Stanner? Oh,
halfling.
Stanner.
Did the
Wow.
nearby wagon works?
Was Rom not with us?
No,
No,
That
he
was
was dead by that point.
Ah, we were with
Rom never
Lothar
made it to
then.
Red Larch.
Poor Rom. Yes, Stanner. He was.
Well, I guess he
quite-
did. He was in a wagon, right?
I don't believe you were accompanied by your own party member, but by the half-elf liar who claimed to have wed his own sister, Cassandra.
Yes, Lothar. He had quite the silver tongue.
Wait,
He had trouble telling the truth, is what he had.
He had
So
trouble
to speak.
keeping a story straight.
what
He
the
was
hell did you
Cornelius
guys say when I
Cornelius
wasn't
gonna-
there?
Grenale's gonna lean down to Loxus and be like, "You seem to know a lot about this group. Do you know who all these people are that they're talking about?"
They're all Lucas.
Oculus just starts flipping back 10 pages at a time. Like, oh, yes.
Oh,
These guys.
it's the half elf. Oh, he's had quite a reputation. Oh, and the halfling. Oh, he pissed in a dwarf's forge. You don't do that.
You just follow these people around and write down what they do. What do you have on me in there?
Cornel grabs the book
And how long have you been following me?
How old are you?
That's a weird answer.
Well, I've been around a while, so.
So, seeing that we're speaking the truth now, can I assume I'm speaking with Larock?
That is my name. That
I
is
am
the
glad-
blessing I have bequeathed the people of Westbridge.
I am glad to finally make your face with your name.
And it is good to set eyes upon you once again, I suppose.
You say you've seen us before. I do not believe we've ever seen you.
If I recall, you did not accept the rope that I dropped down to you, but only Stanner did. After he was awoken by your own drow, who picked his pockets.
She was a
She picked
different
his
kind.
pockets.
It
Of the
was
very
area.
coin which you paid him.
Oh, that one. Ah, yes, I have notes on Illyria as well.
Let's.
I
You
swear.
can put that she got turned into a stone statue and obliterated.
Oh, yes. I will write that down.
Let's focus now on what we have at hand, shall we?
Shall we then?
As I said, I have information I hope may be useful to you, and I hope you may be able to work with us for a common goal.
I suppose it would depend on what this information entails.
I have heard your stone-masked men preaching to this village, trying to protect them from the greater evils at hand of the four elements.
You've heard what has befallen the town of Golden Fields, yes?
I have heard, and I fear that it could happen again.
A
For
fairly similar fate has already struck the town of Westbridge. You've seen a number of their homes and homesteads destroyed. The very roads wrought by crevices, opened up into holes and pits into the earth below. This was the doing of these earth cultists.
then you know why we must stop them.
What I
You
wish to
see what
know,
they reap across our lands.
you wear, or your followers wear, the same masks of the people who did this. You used to be a part of them. How
This
can we
was the
trust
job
you?
I provided to these cultists. 'Twas mine long before they ever claimed it to be theirs. Should they continue to gob themselves in my own arms and armor, robes and masks after my absence? That is not my doing, but their own. They lack the creativity to come up with any new means themselves. It is effective. The god that I have procured out of the earth, and he kind of gestures to one of the nearby guys who's effectively got stone plate armor, as well as the anonymity as he gestures over his other shoulder. It's the guy in the stone mask that just has a robe covering up the rest of his features.
But what is it that they have done? Do you still seek to bring the elemental realms into contact with our own?
You speak of Marlos and his urgings. Proclaimed himself a prophet, if only to guide these misguided on the route of his own choosing.
If he did not learn this from you, then who taught him?
That remains unknown to me. But whomsoever it was that chose Marlos rather than I, has also imbued this Marlos with a great deal of powers. The least of which being the weapon he gobs himself with. The small war pick. And his gate. Preventer, go ahead and roll me an insight check.
Insight.
His gaze seems to linger over to Mushi for a moment before he speaks the war pick Iron Fang, which seems to allot this Marlos with a great number of his own powers.
I am familiar with this pick you speak of.
I believe it.
There was a time, not too long ago, I had a dream, and it held 4 peculiar, however you say it. Drank too much.
Peculiar?
You drink too much?
Peculiar, whatever, that word. Peculiar weapons. One of a trident. One was the spear of Arisi, which we, up until recently, claimed as our own. Torneo can attest to that. However, every time we touched it, it gave us this feeling of whispers and darkness seemed to
You
envelop.
felt the very influence of elemental evil flowing throughout you.
Not necessarily.
And then there was a dagger, and then the pick you speak of. The dagger haunts me in most of my dreams. But this
So
darkness,
you know and are familiar with the very longing for such a weapon.
I am very familiar. I feel it even as we speak right now.
I've felt a very similar pull towards Iron Fang myself. But it's in the grasp of another, as
Oh, shit.
Marlos Urnrail.
True prophets, false prophets, and Mushi's one of the true prophets. Oh shit!
And we're outside talking about the Shadow Piece.
I can
As
listen
I've
to like
said, there
5
are
things
many
at once. I've
reasons.
got like a 21 passive perception.
There are many reasons I want these cultists gone. But I had the feeling if we could at least speak with you, we could maybe perhaps come to a conclusion. have maybe the same fates for them. We know that they only wreak havoc on the world. We've seen what they've done to Golden Fields, and who knows what would have become of the Feathergale Spire had they continued. We can't let that evil persist. Even if you create a lovely home here in Westbridge, if Westbridge is all that remains, is that really a life to be living in constant fear of what may come?
It is absolutely a life for every one of the residents of Westbridge. Even if they remain the last fortitude of humankind, the last of the life to live on in these realms. 'Tis a life for them.
You
I've
think that if you
offered
stay
them,
behind these walls, you'll be safe. If
I've
the rest
offered
of them,
them our absolute protection. I can assure it so long as they remain within Westbridge. Why would I venture forth with you on a fool's errand?
Because I fear it's only a matter of time before they come looking for you. From what I've heard, you are no one to be messed with, and probably a greater power they fear. And enemies only wish to squash their fear, so that you may not one day rise up against them and conquer them. After they're done burning and destroying the world around them, they will find you and they will come for you. I'm offering you a way to take them down now before they have the entire world at their feet.
it may be that you could protect this place, given your apparent, well, familiarity or, I guess, connection with the earth. But you saw, or you should know, what happened to Golden Fields. Would you be able to protect them from that? From fire raining from the sky? Would you be able to protect them from hurricanes or tornadoes? As I must assume that is what the air cultists have at their disposal.
Could you?
I do
I've
not
done
think I can
that.
protect this town, no. But I think it is possible to destroy the source of these disasters.
In exchange, she gets the dagger that she continues to be longing towards.
I have no intention of keeping the weapons that cause such devastation.
I would be lying if I said I didn't want it, but I would do my best to deny these wants. For I've seen what the staff did when I touched it, and a life full of that, I'm not sure would be good for us.
So then, tell me, if you were to grasp hold of that dagger right now, what would you do with it?
To be honest, I can't be sure. But as of right now, I would stab it through the heart of the person who carries it. For that person has had my friend Artair under imprisonment and torture for the last at least 10 days, where I have been standing idly, unable to do anything except for dream and see into this person's head who wields this dagger, and see the torment my friend is going through. For I wish nothing more than the death of this person who can put so much destruction onto one being.
Yishi, roll me an insight check.
Oh, fuck. Can I use inspiration? Too late.
Yishi, as you're speaking this, speaking your part, he continues. So we venture forth. We slay the remaining prophets. What then? What would become of our relationship, given our history?
We part ways. There is no
truly seek-
quarrel between us.
If you truly seek to protect the people of this land, then we would gladly leave them to your protection. We are not from here. We simply came here to slay that which sought to destroy it.
Gerbender, roll me a persuasion check with advantage for Mushi helping you out.
Okay, persuasion again.
Got this.
Ooh! Ooh!
Gerbender, you finish your part, and there is an uncomfortable silence over the room.
I'll whisper to Gornay.
As you
"Did
just
someone just
kind
fart
of
in
leans
there?"
back. Gerbender, you hear behind you Loxus's words. No matter how whispered he might have intended them to be. For a brief moment, you wonder who else may have heard these words.
What'd he say? I actually didn't hear him.
I asked
Somebody just
Gornay
farted in
if somebody farted because it got real quiet.
And then I'm going to continue and say, should, however, we learn that what you seek truly is not protection, but domination of this land, I can assure you we would return for you.
Perhaps we can come to terms then. Under conditions, of course. As it's clear that you have no trust in your hearts for I, and his eyes drifts over towards Gerbender. Spell out your terms that you would wish for me to assist you, should I deem them appropriate. I may assist you on your venture against these prophets.
Who has the map?
It's in the bag of holding.
You do.
In the
In
bag of holding, so you do, sir.
Okay. I'm going to look over at Mushi and say, well, it seems that you had more wisdom than I in this situation.
First.
You wish to converse with him. Here is the map. Tell us what you planned.
Well, the rock. I'm gonna lay the map flat on the table. This is what we know of the underground, and we are well aware of. I'm gonna point to like this area, the area that we know. I think it was this area that we know that it ventures off into the fire cultist area.
Mm-hmm.
Like that area-ish?
No, the pet is where the chimera was, and we started
That
going up.
area-ish?
Yeah, this area.
Okay.
We know that this branches off into another area that our sources were unable to attain. And we can only assume that we are aware that there is another area here with Arisi that we have already slain.
Once you guys actually bring out the map, Gorneo will, and hears you talking about this, Gorneo will walk in and say, I can actually fill that part in.
Which part?
I walked down that hallway.
Oh, just right here?
No,
'Cause
I went all the way down here and over to the lava falls. How far in did I go, Ryan?
Because
So
I know
is
we rescued
Gorneo
the
offering
druid
to
right
do
here.
a
Yeah,
bit of a
Gorneo hears
cartography
them
lesson
talking
at this
about
point in
this,
time?
and he will say, I can fill in that part of the map.
Gorneo, as you walk in and start speaking, roll me a Constitution save.
Oh dear.
as a single finger is brought up in your direction.
20.
Jorneo, you feel a wave of energy wash over you, and for a moment you hesitate with your words upon interrupting this conversation. Nevertheless, you are able to continue.
I could fill in that part of the map there. I walked down that area when I was invisible, remember? And I walked all the way to the lava falls over here.
And I'm assuming he's pointing on the map to where he was here and there and there. That's
What point of interest lies over here, then? To deal
So,
with profits.
well,
so.
Yushi's friend that she mentioned, Altair, from one of her dreams, was in one of
The lava
these
falls.
looking places, and I witnessed one this way, this way.
However,
It was
So
around the
you-
corner. I don't.
So you laid eyes upon your own ally and left him be.
I didn't actually ever see him. No, I just saw blacksmith's lines
In-
and things like that. But we were not in a position physically or equipped to continue on.
we just about cleared out this entire sector of the, which I'll kind of point to this whole area. We just finished clearing out just about this entire area from the Earth cultists. Sorry about the dogs, they just got home. But and Altair, in my vision, yes, he was in the lava falls, but I believe they brought him down below, closer to the Fane of the Eye, which we now understand is down this stairway here. So my idea here, which I would enjoy any input anyone may have, this was just more of a idea I came up with recently. We were told that this entrance here is from the River Guard Keep, and this entrance here we are known to be the monastery. We could send my companions and I through the monastery, for we have a group of paladins waiting there for our word, and we can come through I'm kind of pointing with my arrows. If you just follow along, I'm going through it. We'll go slowly, and we'll meet you.
You pulled out an arrow to point with?
Yes, I have a
Isn't
little
that kind
stick.
She pulls out a
I
pointer
use
and
my wand.
yeah, if you look here on the map,
Um,
laser pointer, right about here-ish.
Fireball. Boom.
oh shit! I brought
We'll
the
meet.
whole map, guys.
We'll meet right about where-ish.
Well, I
I
assume
don't know where
if we
that
come
scorch
through the
mark
river,
is.
and we can go.
You're
through
saying
the
you want to
monastery.
meet here-ish?
No. I'm talking still. Just wait.
I know.
I'm not ready to say.
You
the
already
meat.
did that talk. You said we'll meet right about.
Well,
The fountain.
we will come through the fountain area, and we could probably meet around the silos here. If you come through the River Guard Keep and make your way to the north, and then through the silos, we can come through the barracks, Victory Bridge. We can take down the entire water cultists and make our way from there, because we are pretty confident we got just about the entire stone monastery depleted in any sort of resources. And so if we can take down this water keep together, we can push forward north and go through towards the fire cultists. Because I know I slayed Arisi, which is why we had a lovely visitor in the air come and try and kill us, because they're retaliating now. But
So
Yes.
say I were to take up arms with you and yours in your quest against these prophets. I can also assure that the simple rest assurance and the ability to sleep easier tonight isn't all that you're getting out of this venture. What
As I
will be
s-
in it for me?
oh, for you. Well, I assume the vengeance of these people kicking you out of the clan would be sufficient. However,
Wasn't
if there's
crushing wave cultists who kicked me out.
However, if there's something more you seek, speak now and we will see what we can do to make it happen.
What sort of percentage of the treasures found would you offer? What sort of unique items, if found, would be offered?
Gorneo's not a dummy, and he's kind of been listening this whole time. He's just going to say, you could speak plainly. You want the pick.
Indeed, as much as she wants the dagger.
Understand.
However, do you think it's smart that you have the pick? Do you think getting hold of that would give you...
Do you think it's smart that you long for this dagger?
It has had quite an impact on most of my decisions thus far, to be honest.
So that's why you fireball
And
Cardinal
here
so
we
much.
find ourselves.
I will give you the pick, as long as you leave my dagger alone.
I'm not sure either of you having either weapon is intelligent.
Elemental cultist, prophetess.
Well, I'm more than
Pact.
open to hearing any such counter-offer made by you, Dragonborn.
It will be of no use to us, Gravenda, and
Do you know?
it is
I'm
but a
not
weapon.
sure it should be of any use to anyone.
Well,
As
if
you
he didn't
said,
have it,
I have held the spear that we took from the air prophetess,
Windvane.
and as you so eloquently put it, it had the whole of elemental evil about it.
Not so much.
Should you wish to have... Should someone with such a clear affinity for fire as yourself, and earth as our friend here,
and he's water.
truly be tempted
Is
with
he
something
earth?
that calls to you from the evils of the elemental planes?
Not necessarily
You
evil.
were able to subdue such a calling yourselves, were you not?
Only partially.
I was.
He was.
I-
Like,
You
everyone's just
his-
ignoring Corneo in
You
this
believe his
conversation.
own mind to be more capable than your own?
Gravenda,
Or my own?
I believe maybe these weapons are seeking us out because we may be the only capable hands powerful enough to control that power they hold within them. And in the hands of anyone else, they are complete chaotic disaster. So that's why they keep calling out to him and myself, so that we may get a hold of them and control them the way they are meant to be. If that may make sense. I'm not sure.
I would like to write a quick note and use my mage hand and send it into the room and drop it on the table in front of Gerbender. If I may.
But while you're doing that,
Certainly
I'm-
free to do so. Go ahead and
I'm
just
gonna
type it
say-
out in the chat as this letter pops out in front of the three of them.
We all look at each other, who's going to reach for it?
and I'm just gonna say that usually it may be that these things are calling out to you because you're the only ones capable of wielding it. May also be that they're calling out to you because should they be able to turn you, you would be the most devastating with them. And someone seems to think that they're keys to closing a portal.
Mm-hmm.
What?
You guys all know about this.
So was information given to you inside of the Feathergale Spire when you guys sent word back to Cognar's contacts in Waterdeep about the spear?
They're used to
Basically
close the
found out-
portals to the elemental planes that they're trying to pull
That
the...
these weapons were not made of this plane and of materials of another, and effectively they pierced a hole in this realm when they arrived here, and they are the only things that can be used to effectively stop that hole. They're like a hole in a dike. These things poke their way through, and these are the only things that can stop that hole from spreading wider and wider.
Yeah, you remember that old Hydra guy? Yeah. He's coming through.
Did you tell that to Gorneo?
I don't remember this, but I'm gonna go with it.
See, I remember.
I don't know.
Because, like, in all honesty, like, I know that Nick knows that, but I don't know if
I
Gorneo
think it was
knows that.
Katrina who was there at the time.
Which means
Yep.
Gorneo would
Katarina.
know it because she told him everything.
And see, I remember from the notes on Wind Vein, like that it was used to make the things and everything, but I didn't know if that was something I learned because I was attuned to Wind Vein, or if that was just information that was there and that Ben knew.
Okay, well now all the characters know because it's character.
That's fair.
knowledge.
Well, Gorneo will say the spear did have an interesting feel to it. I could see how it would be a weapon of immense power.
So then, the only way to stop this elemental evil, per se, is to
Send the
put
weapons
these
back.
weapons back in it, into the portal.
I look in and I just shake my head, yes.
Well, the
Well-
Dragonborn, it would seem I'm still waiting to hear a counter offer. If not for this pick, then what for my services?
We could give you Basilma, the entire dwarven town that dwells underground. For you to
Someone with
keep-
the connection to Earth you seem to have, it would seem a friendly place to live.
You would only have to worry of certain ports to guard, and you can bring as many people into the town as you wish.
And of course, as we have done throughout all our travels, if you were to join us, fight by our side, you would be entitled to an equal share of any treasures found.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check for Bender, because he's asking you, with the assistance of Mushi for advantage.
He's
Guess
really
you chimed
planning on
in.
giving him the ancient... We don't even know what this city was made for.
It's okay.
It's
You
an
know what?
abandoned
Rather than giving
dwarven
him the
city.
weapon,
Who cares? Not us.
Cognar's not here anymore. He doesn't care.
Nobody in the party even speaks Dwarven. Come on.
I don't know. I was looking at the map. I was like, we'll just give him the city.
Mayhaps.
Oh,
Are you familiar with an item known as the Azarian Malleus?
can I do a history check?
Never heard of it.
Everybody go ahead and roll me an intelligence check.
How about a history check?
Intelligence check.
Okay, well. Fine.
Uh-oh.
Wow! Wow! Okay,
Who
well,
is
that,
Mushi,
that beats
and
my
what
16.
have you done with her?
I want
I
to
got
talk
a-
about
I
fireball
got a 16.
And
Spy. I get 20s.
Is she going through some, like, midlife crisis? Did she find religion?
She's like rolling.
Cognar
she's
did. I mean,
on
it's not
fire
impossible,
tonight, man.
right?
How many
Cognar left
20s
her.
is
Give
that
her,
from
like-
Mushi tonight?
So what you're saying is this is all Cognar's fault?
Yes.
He was the bad influence.
He was the Wheaton of the group. He brought the bad.
Oh my gosh. If Cognar would have stayed, I just would
See,
have
look
came
at
and
this.
fireballed
Loxus is a good
everyone.
luck charm. You have to keep him. Don't kill him, please.
Oh, he's gonna get fireballed.
No.
Loxus, I
Yes.
think I'm still waiting for you.
I got a 16.
16.
16.
All right. Stand by.
On any of Arcana, History, Nature, or Religion. Ooh, all the types.
Right? Goddamn natural 20s.
I know everything.
You know
That's
his
okay.
social security number.
By the way, were you born on X day at this hour and this time?
And
This
you
is
see
the exact
Loxus
thing
go through his
that's
notes.
true.
Yes, he was.
What I don't trust you at all, Loxus. You should know this.
I'm not a female, so I'm already
just
above the
saying.
bar.
I'm just saying. Hey, you know what? Me and Wolf Paw Lady get along fine now. Thanks for leaving us.
See? Cognar leaving.
But as long as there wasn't a boy around.
Yeah. Whoa. Hey.
All right, Mirshi, that is what you know about it. Whereas the rest of you have not heard about this Malleus before.
I am trying to listen intently to see if he will provide more
To
information.
Mirshi's thoughts.
Well, I'm taking that spell once I get a level, but no, I'm hoping he will elaborate so I can write some notes on it. And I guess while this is going on,
Okay.
I could be. No, I need to be focusing on this. Okay.
Are you aware of an item known as the Azarian Malleus?
I do believe Cognar may have mentioned something of the sort once upon a time. He is very fond of his smithing tools.
Yoshi, currently you would be lying, which is
What?
not gonna happen.
You can't do that.
Okay,
As
well
you,
then fine, I
Yoshi,
just
as you
heard
go
of
to
it.
speak these
I just
words,
assumed Cognar maybe said
it
something
wasn't
about it.
Cognar. As you go to
Fine.
speak these
Take that
words, you
sword
find
out of
yourself flubbering and unable to speak.
Now you look
Oh.
bad.
Effectively,
Well-
everybody at the table knows you just tried to lie.
Well, I can tell the truth now. Well, I just assumed, like, hey, Cognar's good with smithing. Maybe he would have brought it up sometime. I was trying to
Very
characterize it.
Thing to say.
Okay, so this is a smithing tool, if I'm not mistaken. It's a
Indeed
hammer
it
of sorts.
is. And if you're not so keen on handing over the Iron Fane pick, perhaps it will do. What say you?
I see no reason that's not reasonable. I mean, as long as we're able to close the portals, then if we come across this hammer, I believe it should be bestowed upon you. Is that
Your cowardly friend seems more keen to point out, and he reaches over towards the note and just holds it up before the two of you. Would seem those weapons are of a peculiar interest for you. And as your dragonborn, Gerbender has made more than clear he has no intention of handing such items over to individuals whom he would believe incapable of wielding such power, whom he does not trust himself.
Well, I
Perhaps an
believe you would be
agreement
perfectly
be
capable
made.
of wielding the power. I do not
Individuals he
believe
would
that.
not trust with wielding such power.
I believe
Having
we should
heard
just
no
close
exceptional counteroffer being made by him in regards to any such treasures or other items acquired, this would be my fee. The reclamation of this Azarian Malleus, should the party come across it.
Might I just ask how you heard of such an item?
Might I just point out, I was a member of their ranks for a
That's
great
reasonable.
period of time. I was more than well aware when they came across the entryway. To the forge themselves.
I believe if we could get your hand in this endeavor, that is more than reasonable payment. And I'm going to put my hand out to, like, shake his hand. Are we at an agreement?
His gaze drifts from Gorneo to Gerbender as he reciprocates the question, are we in agreement?
As Mushi seems to know something of it and thinks it is a reasonable agreement, then yes, we are.
And up to Gorneo.
I have no need for a hammer.
So we've come to an agreement then.
I believe we have.
He's
My hand will still be
asking for
outstretched.
Neo because your hand is outstretched. He's keeping his just kind of inches away, waiting for everyone in the party, the noticeable party, to more or less accept this agreement before he is shaking your hand, Mushi.
I'm gonna look at Corneo as well.
Yes, the hammer will be yours.
And Mushi, your hand is grasped and shaken. And as you do so, Mushi, you feel a slight searing pain between your wrist and his own.
Like
As a
lock
series
my
of
jaw for a minute.
lifts of golden ink appear up and around your arm, and equally matching up and around his own as this happens. An identical set of runes decorate your wrists as this handshake is come to an accord. And upon releasing, the party has effectively recruited Larock to
Fuck
their
yeah.
team,
Oh my gosh.
Good job, guys.
successfully avoiding what could have been a very serious encounter here in Westbridge.
Guys, we did it! Oh my gosh!
That's where we're going to end this session tonight.
Wow! I
With
really thought I
a
was gonna
serious boost to the
I can't believe I
party's
don't know what
arm.
that hammer is. I wonder what the hammer is. It sounds intriguing. It sounds like something just as devastating as the war pick, if he wants
Don't
it.
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
I don't.
The hammer.
Well, I do worry about it, but
I mean,
And
we'll
Amanda, that was just a very
betray
brief
him later. It's fine.
Because a natural 20 is Jesus.
For some reason, I
really
trust
thought
Michi,
should
so I'm not
know
worried about it.
deal done.
Yeah, if she, I mean, I feel that if she feels that it's good, then it's gotta make sense.
I mean, it's not bad.
I mean, it's not like Cognar's here to be like, "Fuck you, I want the hammer."
Right? That
Guy
fucking
would want to
Cognar guy. The only one who could speak Dwarven in the party who just decided to go off on his own.
Like, hey, we'll give you the Dwarven City. Like, what do you mean we'll give him the Dwarven City? Don't worry about it, Cognar, you're gone.
It wasn't.
Don't worry about it,
it wasn't,
Cognar. You're not a member of our team anymore.
it wasn't about Cognar. It was about.
I opened the door, Cognar. You should be proud. I opened 2 doors this session, all by myself.
Yeah, but you didn't like kick him in and kill stuff. That's not how
Uh-uh.
Cognar operates.
You know what? Cognar left to not kill people. I was trying to take a book out of Cognar's book.
Oh, see, you're learning. Now you got to become
Hey.
a cleric.
How are you going to take a book out of his book?
You know what? I've had a lot to drink, guys. I
Cognar
needed
doesn't
quick courage
do
tonight.
books, so it fits.
So, for note-taking's sake, Gorneo, you have been awake for 2 days since completion and rest after your own surgery. Grubender, you have been awake for 1, including the rest that you just got outside of Westbridge with your party.
So 8
So until-
and 9 days.
Yes. So until that is completed, Grubender, effectively you can't make use of your left arm, whether for wielding a shield or for making use of somatic spell components. You're going to have to either choose to wield the mace or use a free action to draw or sheath the mace. Either or. So you can't do both on the same turn.
Right.
So that's going to make things a
Good
little
thing we
bit...
didn't
Or
have
we
to fight
take
him.
an extended long rest and you just sleep for 10 days.
Corneo's still got those dragon scales over his right eye.
And I just look dashing.
That's Luke.
We're just
I
not going
don't
to talk
trust
about
you
that
at
hate
all,
crime right there.
Dashing guy.
As Grubender continues to be forced to look upon his own flesh being worn by his teammates.
But he doesn't
Have-
notice.
Have you guys seen Community, the D&D episode?
Hell yeah.
Yes.
We're just not going to talk about this hate crime?
That's how Ryan got me into D&D. It's like, before we started, he's like, man,
I am
what's this?
Brutalitops, magician.
For the longest time, I had that little sound clip, the eagle, like with the eagle and everything, for the character dies sound. And
Yeah.
it's only because it's like the rarest thing, but it's happened a couple of times in our game so far. But before I got to use it, it got all copyrighted and blocked off, and so I couldn't play it. And I was like, "God damn you!" It was there for a while. Should have killed people sooner.
Damn it! What were you thinking? Letting us live this long?
Lucas, what class are you?
I am a wizard.
Yes, we're gonna have to find out
It's
Fun.
I'm a
by
wizard.
pushing him into combat.
Elf
Or maybe
wizard.
the party can attack him to
An
test
elf
his
wizard, I
We
know.
can
it's
just
so
knock
original.
everyone down. Guys, we talked someone down without fighting. This is the first. Oh my god. I'm so excited right now.
I mean, I could have played another tank, but he would have just went through doors just like Cognar, so.
That means Grabender's now the tank at the party again.
Yeah.
Healer tank.
Or Gorneo. Gorneo seems to take
Dude.
some hits.
I mean,
Monks are
Grabender's got
not
that,
good
21
tanks.
AC?
Dodge
Like,
tanking?
I do not take
Decent AC.
damage well.
We're talking
I
about
only have
wisdom.
19 if I can't use my shield.
19 with that. Only 19.
If only Cognar left his
I only
shield
have
on.
19, and if this skin graft thing takes, then I'll only have resistance to lightning, fire, piercing, bludgeoning, and slashing damage.
That's it.
Only.
That's pretty much Cognar. It'll be fine.
You're basically
if this
only going to be able to rage on your own without the need to rage.
Yeah, you'll
Watch.
be better than Cognar.
All of these
And
tier
let's face
ones
it,
you keep casting on yourself
Cognar
are
wasn't
like
doing that much
slowly
damage.
getting rid of the new thing you put in your arm.
But
But
just
Ben, look on the bright side. If this stone scales doesn't take to you, it'll be so much more interesting.
it will. I will become a stone dragon.
And you'll have a new character.
A not Grabender stone dragon. The
Yes.
original stone
But-
dragon that the stone scales came from.
I very specifically asked you that stone dragons are not evil creatures.
Correct.
So
What are
I
they,
may
neutral?
become an actual dragon, but at least I won't be an evil dragon.
We have
Oh.
to slay the beast and kick our bender back.
Yeah, that's our mindset.
Kill him. Oh, he's just dead. Shit.
Where's,
didn't come
where's-
back.
Where's the clerik? We gotta res him up. Oh shit, we just killed him.
We
Ooh,
just killed the
that
cleric.
was
He's dead.
cleric.
Oh,
That would
shit.
be bad. You
He's
can't
dead.
kill the cleric.
That's bad, right? That's bad.
So-
Okay, well, I gotta go to bed.
yeah.
Adios, Ben.
Highlight
Hi,
next
Ben.
week before you
Hi,
go to bed.
Ben. Highlight.
Not having to do the recap for this session.
Again?
Again.
Ben.
Well, the main thing is I don't know if it's a highlight or not because I don't know what Ryan rolled. But I'm going to go with I think that it's a highlight that I'm getting my new stony scale skin thing. And for next session, it'll be very interesting to see what LaRock is going to do. If he's actually joining up with us, if he's going to take
That
an
will
army
prove
of his
that.
own.
If I may, it would be interesting to see what what LaRock is cooking.
Oh, God.
Oh, you guys could just make your
Okay,
way over
well,
to the
that's-
kitchen to see what the rock is cooking.
That officially did it. I'm done. That's
Adios, Ben.
But it's just
All right, guys.
Hanging out.
I quit playing D&D. I'm done.
Rage quit.
All right, who would like to go next?
My highlight was this whole entire session. I don't think I've ever RP'd that much in my life.
Good thing you did.
This is a
Like-
whole lot of mercy happening this session,
It
for
was.
sure.
I really for sure thought that he was just gonna be like, you know what, you just need to shut up and die. And I'm dead. That's the end. Like I said, talk my way through it, and it worked.
Like, instead, you decided to just keep on rolling high on those charisma and persuasion
See,
checks.
that's how
No.
Cognar used to work. Cognar used to work. I'm just gonna, I'm gonna go through this door, and if I die, I die.
Well, I've been like texting Ryan all week. Like, if this goes bad, I'm dead. Like, I'm about to create a new character. Like, this is the end.
Do I need to make a new character? Should I just start building a new person? What's gonna happen to me?
See, you know what? The best
Those
thing
bad
about
guys,
that
those
is that
bad-
it makes you want your character to die when you build a new character. Why do you think I have so
Amanda-
many characters?
Oh my
And
god.
just think of how many different possibilities could have happened this session. Like,
Oh my gosh. I
could
literally
have
know
been
all of them.
really like, including whenever Korg came up to you while you were sleeping.
Okay. That
That
I
was
did
kinda
not see.
creepy.
I was so happy he made it out of the bog. Like, even if that was just like Ryan's like, you know, Amanda, you deserve to know. Like, oh my god, Kirk, he's alive.
That was totally him making his way up to you, like actually making his way up to you, and you decided to just snooze all the way through it. So he's like, all right, well, you know, I tried. Here's
Well, I
this
wish
thing.
I would have woken up now. That makes me feel
Yeah.
bad.
Maybe if you would have woken up, better things could have happened. But they
But
didn't.
you know what? I'm happy he made it out.
And
he gets
speaking
his
of
life.
possibly better things could have happened, Muji, remember when you tried to sneak through town and got that natural one?
Oh, with the bucket? I definitely remember the bucket.
Better things could have happened. You absolutely could have made your way to La Rock right then and there.
Yeah.
I
And
think
let's just say a series of trials was ready and in place should that have happened.
I
never
did
came
think
to
about
pass.
it. But I was just really sketchy. Like, after seeing all the freaking earthquakes and shit, I was like, is this guy, like, really trying to destroy the town just to get these people's, like, mind control? Because, like, back in Red Larch, everything was 100% normal. And here,
Also,
like, he's trying to kill
Despite
everything.
all this conversation that happened with him, between Mushi and Larock, between Gravender and Larock, between Gorneo's quips and Larock, and between Loxus even observing in Larock, nobody wanted to make an insight check on this guy.
I thought I did. Like, just, no, maybe just the
I figured he
hobgoblin.
was telling the truth because of the thing, but
Yeah, I totally did the insight check on the hobgoblin, and I didn't do it again. No, because I failed an insight check, didn't I?
Commander did.
Insight 5. Yeah, see, I failed an insight check.
Oh,
I
great.
did fail an insight
He
check
lied
on
to
him.
us the whole fucking time.
And
You're all gonna
I
die.
got a 6 on an insight check earlier. And a 7, so I failed a lot of insight checks.
You failed a lot of checks, Amanda, because you still had that disadvantage on ability
No, this
checks
was after
Like-
disadvantage.
for like half of the session.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But look at that nat 20 I got. I got like 3 this session, despite that.
You also rolled some wrong abilities when you were trying to do other ones.
Yeah, I did that. Every session. That's just something I do.
I'm gonna persuade him that I can see him. What's happening?
Well, I see P and I click on it.
If I can see more things.
Don't worry about it. It's easier that way.
Jeez.
Easier. The next session, I want to get like a battle plan down and ready. Like, I just want to see like if he knows how well his forces are compared to our forces. If you know, maybe it's best we both go through the monastery, or if we both go through Riverguard, or you know, maybe get some insight on what he's thinking with his forces. And I want to make a battle plan and go through it and just kill these cultists and be done, and then we could just everyone retire and then go fight something else.
And that's it. Just start up a farm of your own, live your days to old age.
I told Cognar we were gonna build a farm and he left. I'll never be able
He's
to
not-
farm again.
He's not.
Speaking
up for
of
fun
which,
Mushi's
Lucas,
gotta kill.
yes.
Mushi's gotta mow down cultists so she can go.
while
kill
Amanda was
Cognar.
talking to me about all the shit that Mushi wanted to do this week, she told me about all the whispers back and forth between you two last week. That's not shit that you can whisper. That's definitely things that you have to totally RP out. Because that was absolutely Cognar saying his goodbyes.
It
I know.
was.
It was like, Jesus.
But I.
Like,
But
as
I.
she was telling me this, I was like, that is totally...
I had to whisper it. I had to whisper it because Nick and Ben were up in Tribor, so I was like, it's just between us.
We didn't want to interrupt, Ryan.
No, we
That's
really
what-
didn't because you guys had some good stuff going on.
It was beautiful. Like, even for Cognar, that was like above
I
and
didn't know
beyond.
it was goodbye.
Yeah, after the session, Amanda just like on and on, like, oh my god, he was saying goodbye. He gave away the bag of holding. And then he was like, you got him to Eunice, I'll stay
me the last drink. It was sad. It was so sad.
After the fact, she definitely realized it was Cognar saying his goodbyes.
Yep.
It took me a minute, but I figured it out. It was a little
Right?
faster than Nick took to figure out the bag
Right?
of holding. Though. I was like, he's gone. That's why I gave away the bag of holding. Oh my god. He's never coming back.
Guys, it's LaRock. And
Ah.
Amanda, here's the fun little individual you saw back in the kitchen.
That's LaRock?
I did not like him.
It's
He
LaRock.
was a
Okay,
big
I get
guy
the
and that was
LaRock
messed
thing.
up.
He's got rocks coming out of his head.
He's
I
low.
don't know why they decided to literally put just like rock in his name, but he is LaRock.
Wait, who's this guy?
French for the Rock.
The big guy is the guy I saw in the kitchen.
His full name is Coke LaRock, and he's a DJ.
You wanted to know what LaRock is cooking? That second link is what LaRock had in the kitchen.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's why I closed the door.
Yeah, Mushi, I mean, Gournay was just trying to get an answer. He's like, hey, we're on our way. Nothing. What a jerk. He's
No
like,
big deal.
instead of answering you right now, I'm just going to wait like 6 hours and shoot you a message.
I'll find out. I also forgot my perfume if it makes you feel any better. Imagine how much better
Yeah,
this
we
would
noticed
be.
when you said like every single time you needed to make a roll, like, damn it, I should have done the perfume.
I
I
know,
should have done
I
the perfume.
like I thought about this all week long, and I was like ready. I was like, this is what I'm gonna do. This is how I'm gonna do it. My roll's gonna be great. I'm gonna use perfume, and
I'm
even
gonna
with
use
this
perfume,
advantage,
and then, except when it actually comes to pass, I'm not going to because my perfume's important and I need to save it for something important. Not
Yeah,
like
like
a guy who's
perfume's like-
super strong and could totally, like, possibly TPK the party, but for something important, something else.
something more important. But my original plan was to get a bath at the inn, and then they're like, no, they're all surrounding the inn, and I was like, I'm never gonna get a bath now. Great.
I know
Funny.
your plan was to just, like, since the beginning, was to just go in all nonchalant, like you're one of the just common people here trying to get an inn, a room at the inn. Man, that was never gonna work. Like,
What?
literally any other town that could probably work except for this one because of reasons.
Well, I thought like it was gonna be like Red Larch. Like in Red Larch, we walked in, yeah, we could get a town like that's. Oh, that's what I was thinking. Like it's just gonna be like Red Larch. Like when you're freaking out, and then we came up to, I was like, this is not like Red Larch at
If you
all.
remember, there was more than one inn you stayed at.
Yeah,
in
we had to
Red
go
Larch.
like secret in with
Remember
Mother
why?
Yolanda. I remember her name,
You remember why?
Yolanda.
Do you remember why?
Because some people didn't trust the innkeeper. Because she may have been part of the cult. But you know what? Now we learned the cult really wasn't a bad thing. Like maybe they were just protectors of the
Oh my
town.
god.
And maybe
I
we
think he
should've
was
just
lying
killed
to
people.
you and you're buying into all of his lies.
I don't
It's
think so.
entirely possible. He just made all this shit up to look like all in his favor. It's entirely
He showed me
possible
the
he's
kid
telling
that
you the
I
truth.
slayed. Okay, guys. He showed me the kid who I killed his dad. Like that is
You used
heartstrings
him for
right there. I never
blackmail.
heard him.
He used him for blackmail and he's hanging out with hobgoblins. He is not a good dude.
I'm sure he's a nice guy.
You have a
It's-
terrible
Hey.
judge of character. You know that?
It's very racist
Herb.
to just all hobgoblins are evil.
Hey,
Arg is a good
I
guy.
am an
Y'all thought he was
Elijah.
bad too.
I think everything could be evil, and I want to study it.
Kurg, you guys said Kurg was a terrible person, and you guys don't even know what he gave me, but he gave me awesome
Now
shit.
Mushi set him loose upon the world.
And
Yeah,
he's a
he's
terrible
doing
person.
great.
He's an Oni. They are terrible.
He saved our lives.
That's true, he did. It's only
He's a
because he
nice
couldn't eat
person.
us.
He could have eaten us if he wanted
Could
to.
have.
We slept outside
Cognar
his
was
Maybe,
there.
maybe
If
not
anything,
the first
the
night,
magic of that swamp saved our lives.
After
but
being
whenever
3 points
Commander gave him
exhausted-
that remove
Oh, yeah.
curse, and then he was able to sleep that full night and get his spells back,
Oh shit!
When it was only like 2 of you guys left on the island at a time, he totally could have just eaten the 2 of you at a
I
time.
am just so
And then one by
happy.
one, each of you just come back looking for your party members and just would have continued.
I just, you know what? He got out. That's all that matters. He
But the
can live in this world. And
growing. They didn't make any mention of that. The bog seems to be growing.
yeah, they did not mention that at all. There's butterflies everywhere now. Probably not a good thing.
They're probably a good thing. It was a hint.
Yeah, definitely good butterflies.
I don't know. I'm
Who's
seeing
ever
like
heard of
butterfly effect.
Butterflies. I mean, come on. Right,
Well, if
guys?
We'll have to deal with that at a later date. Backburner, we have.
I mean,
cultists to
even
deal with.
Corneo is afraid to get within 30 feet of any of these butterflies.
Dude, they were like swarms. I don't get near swarms. I can't deal with swarms. I'm not equipped for that.
I hate swarms more than anything else in any game possible. Swarms. Brian ruined me with the rat swarms.
Rat swarms, really? Not these swarms of ravens that you.
I lost my virginity to a rat swarm.
Jeez.
I'm sorry.
What a sad life.
Yeah. Man, for all the ways that Westbridge could have gone, I think I was prepared. It could have been very, very difficult,
Mm-hmm.
depending on a lot of the routes that you guys could have taken.
We said, fuck it, we're going the front road.
But it wasn't just going the front road that did it, Amanda. It was the fact that everyone's like, peace, white flag. We're not harmful. We're cool. We're cool. Look, we got the
I did
shade.
good.
Cool.
Now I tell you right now, that wouldn't have happened if Cognar was here. If Cognar would have went with you, there was no white flagging. He would have ran right into that kitchen and started hacking people.
Nobody even checked the local graveyard for Cognar's freshly dug grave.
LaRock could have killed him, and you guys don't even know.
We would never know.
You would never know.
I just want to go back to the elf place. Like when he said he was from that elf place, like Cognar knows those people.
I've
and
only
he's
been
like,
saying it for
no.
4 goddamn sessions.
I didn't know.
Maybe we should go
I
see
mean,
the elves.
Amanda, you camped out that place like 2 nights in a row, and you were roughly like less than 5 miles
I know.
away.
I was like, is she gonna go? Is the elves gonna pull her into the woods?
I didn't actually know where it was exactly. I
Right
wasn't
where you
about to
were.
get lost on some goose chase.
That's the bonus
The
of
tree.
me.
It was funny because like
Remotely
Ryan
off
just
the
like
map.
sends me this message. He's like, "You're 5 miles away from the elf place." I'm like, "That's
Corneo
great."
would know that.
But it's just funny because like Gorneo's the only one that really has reason to go there, and it's really only go to there to get rewarded, and he's a monk who doesn't really give a shit about materialistic things.
Except for that spear.
But
Cognar was very persistent.
Wait, and Corneo with his
To
ridiculous
be fair,
memories.
you haven't really heard Gorneo talk about wanting to get the spear back. He hasn't said it once.
No, but about materialistic things, and then you buy a flashy vest and an eye patch?
Hey.
He didn't buy the eye patch.
He had
I
it
did
not-
buy the eye patch. I had the eye patch made.
I made the eye patch out of my companions. I mean,
No big deal.
I
Just
need
the
to
flash
protect
of the
myself from
friends.
the elements.
It's like the fantasy equivalent of recycling. What do you
Hey,
know?
who said you can't harvest your friend's body parts?
Lessons have been learned.
I have a character that's kind of like that, so
It's for the greater good.
be careful. Just actually be thankful he's not in this campaign. Let's put it that way.
Oh, man. But we still got Gorneo's highlight for this week and what Gorneo hopes to accomplish next week.
Oh yeah. My highlight was I don't know. Probably like getting the horses, getting the eye patch is probably my favorite part. Just because I was just like, oh, there's just random Gerbender skins. I could make an eye patch out of those. And then I like Mushi's vision of how next session should go, because it's like about time we actually make some serious proactive moves against these bastards.
Get back into the grind.
Yeah. We really need to get in touch with Lady What's Her Bucket as well over at the monastery.
Don't mention bucket around Mushi anymore.
Lady
For some reason,
Machine.
it always brings up a negative connotation with Mushi.
Lady Great Cleavage.
Bucket and Bog. I'm starting to hate B words.
And our newfound party member, Loxus.
All right. Well, not Loxus's highlight, but Lucas's highlight was Nick finally realizing about the bag of holding.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Right.
What did he do? What did Loxus do?
I think just
Note.
kind of freaking everybody out that he knew about him.
Yeah.
I think like
I'm
all
still
the
kind
tiny
of like,
little
wait a minute.
subtleties that Loxus was able to provide, like as they're going on with this information, he's able to be like, but also and also the all these little details like they're leaving out, but he's able to fill in when he clearly wasn't there for it. That was beautiful.
I don't trust him.
That's fine. Don't worry.
But he's not a woman, Amanda.
Don't worry.
he
I'm
has
going to get that
woman-like
one good
features.
charisma roll on you, and I'm going to steal you from everybody.
He's gonna steal my heart.
Yep.
Gerbinder's gonna be mad, but you know what? He's
He's
been
already
moody
pissed.
today.
Did you hear him today? He's like, I got my scales. I don't need you anymore.
Basically, yeah, he's been moody today.
Maybe
Maybe
it's the
those
scales
parties
already taken over.
He was moody. He was moody dragon.
I called him out on it too.
You did.
Proud to you today.
Yeah, I would say that's the highlight for him. That's his character is totally like I want to know, but you don't want me to know.
I want you.
Total invader of privacy.
Total invader of privacy. He's a total creeper. Yeah.
He wrote the Patriot Act. Fun fact.
fun information fact.
Fun fact. Next week, he's hoping that he can continue on with these guys because they're going to provide him with plenty of information on, magic items and spells that people are using. So he's looking forward to that, and just gathering knowledge for next week,
And hopefully not dying because he's frail.
And additionally, there is this certain Malleus that Mushi seems to know about that he has no idea
Yeah,
about.
he's going to have a word with
It's a
Mushu
bit of
about
a
that.
curious comeuppance for him.
Yes,
There's
it
not
is.
a whole lot of things that he doesn't know about.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Luckily, I trust you 110%, so I'll tell you.
I have ways of making you tell me.
She has just drank in this donkey's ass.
Well, there's that. But that doesn't
She has to be truthful.
But she doesn't have to tell me. That's the different thing. I have ways of
Make
making
my
her tell me.
lips sealed.
Trust me, Mushi, you will tell me.
And that's another thing. You guys don't even know if he passed his save or not. Could have been lying all the way through this.
I think he was lying the whole way.
Just like Gerbender.
Can I do like a history check to see if I know like what this gold rune thing he did on me is?
I was going to
Amanda's unfamiliar with that.
Amanda, go ahead and roll me a history or arcana check.
Well,
I was seeing that. I wanted to-
test it.
I swear I saw that in an elf book called Larry Lauder somewhere.
You and your books.
You saw a fairly similar appearance of runes when Gerbender struck hands, coming to an accord with what is his name? Gaelkur in Red Larch.
Oh,
before those runes danced up around Grabender's arm and formed a necklace around his neck with a series of tokens to be pulled from.
Oh, it's a magical, like, deal binding.
Magical word is your bond kind of a deal.
That's fine. I'm an honest person.
Haven't quite
That's
found
fine.
out what happens when you break that bond.
Don't plan on breaking
Can
it.
I Arcana that?
We just did.
Oh,
You just have to talk to me to figure out what it means.
I'm tired of talking to you for things.
Tired of talking to you even though we haven't even spoken yet. Get out of my face!
I spoke to her as she was walking away.
To be fair, I was
That was
like
so funny.
99% sure that Grey Paw was Lucas's new character.
We actually,
Like, I was like-
I tried to write it in that way, and he's like, "No, we can't do that." Oh, okay.
He tried to write his character in as like being there with Greypaw. It wouldn't work. Because Amanda, actually, all of you guys, if you think about the information you've been given about Greypaw thus far, who is he?
We don't
I have no
know.
idea. We've yet to meet him. Like, I just really thought it was going to be Lucas's character, and you were going to introduce it when
It's
Lucas was
probably
ready.
a
And I'm
wolf
like,
that she can talk to, is what I'm thinking.
I don't know.
Grey Paw.
I don't know.
Maybe it's Lucas's second new character.
This guy just wanted to fill us in on
It's
some
the
notes
druid
and stuff.
that got shit canned because he was turning out exactly like Rom.
The guy who showed up for maybe one session?
Maybe.
Who was the bear that you guys harassed and Cognar tried to talk with but gave up on?
And then you pushed him
Poor
into a
bear.
tower and it caught on
Turned
fire
into
and then he was
wolf.
never seen from again.
No, that was
I know.
someone else entirely.
It's another one of those
The
druids.
bear druid just ran off after that one session that he showed up for.
No, I honestly can't
Was
wait
that
to
really
play my
a
ranger.
Lucas's character?
What?
Was that really a Lucas character? That bear?
No.
Bear druid?
No,
No.
it wasn't.
Okay.
I think it was like Chip or something. I can't remember for sure, but it was one of Ben's friends.
Ah.
It
I
wasn't
can't-
Yeah,
Chip.
no,
It
I
was not
remember
Chip.
that
It was
guy.
somebody
He
else.
was there for one session, and then
Yeah.
he showed up for another one and left early,
Yeah.
and that was it. And then he never came back.
That was it. Never came back. So that's
Katrina
why
tried
there's
being
no
friends with him and
lasting
everything.
impression.
He was not a
Oh,
D&D-er.
you know what? I do remember that.
That's why I have no recollection of who he actually was because there was never any relationship formed
No.
whatsoever.
Oh.
I don't
It
remember
happened
the
for
guy's
a
name.
minute.
No,
No,
Yeah, I don't even remember the character's
Me
name.
I don't even remember the guy's name.
I don't remember like
No.
barely what he was.
That's why I'm like, I don't know, maybe it was Chip. I don't
No,
know.
it definitely wasn't Chip. It was,
No, I feel like Chip would show up
I
no
know.
matter what.
now that we know Chip.
Driving on the highway,
I'm
he
not
just
a Riverside
starts
Oh my
guy, so
God.
I'm speeding out,
I've got
but I'm gonna
highlights of
beat
those,
you.
by the way. Like when he got Chick-fil-A out of the car and we were all joking about him honking the horn at hobgoblins.
oh man.
Oh, we didn't have like many little clips that we could just go back and play whenever we need to laugh.
I have some of them on
Got him.
Twitch. I have some of them on Twitch, but I think
What was that other one right before that?
it was the one where
This was things got a little
Things
out of
just got
hand.
out of hand.
I've got that one on YouTube. I can link it for you.
That one's great.
That one, oh my god. I
I
have that one on loop
and
at work.
everything.
It is so funny. Of course, I gotta
Good
get it on the
time.
right screen. I just closed the wrong screen. Oh, damn it.
Murder. I will not let you out yet. You have to wait.
It
Wait.
should be under the Horde of the Dragon Queen. Yeah, okay. And where are you? Yeah, there it is.
Taken. Look at you
You
two.
look body.
So were they cultists?
Yeah, that one.
What?
God, I love that. So funny. There's a couple. There's like a minute, like after like the first 30 seconds, there's like a minute of nothing happening, and then after the middle part, there's like another minute. But If you want to get to the juicy part, it's the first part, and then the second part is 2 minutes and 36 seconds. I know this because I've listened to this video too many times. And 126 is where I talk about how Chesko is mentally handicapped. Yelling about Baphomet in the middle of the street.
Yeah, all the things you want to do to him.
Just killed 4 random people in town. So if anybody asks, we've been with you for the last 3 hours. I swear, I've never heard Ben laugh more than some of those sessions.
I love that.
What is it exactly that,
by the
that
way,
you guys
there's a whole bar
accomplished
that
today?
knows that I have.
I mean, you just can't plan things like Chip hitting the horn
No.
as Xavier is sneaking about.
Sneaking about. And just his reaction, he's like,
and
oh
then
god.
his defense was like, oh, sorry, I was trying to grab my Chick-fil-A. I'm like, oh, well, that explains it.
Oh my god. It gets me every time, like when Chesko says like things got really out of hand. It gets me every time when someone just loses it that bad that they can barely speak.
Right?
Really out of hand.
Like he didn't seem like he was getting ready to crack up, and then he just died.
I would say you were correct.
Well, that's like what 2 weeks ago on Critical Role when Pike,
Nope,
when Sam and Ashley were doing all that shit. Like, oh my gosh,
The
I lost
commissions
it.
and all that.
Oh, with the pictures
Yes.
and Grog doing his naked Burt Reynolds pose. Like, oh my gosh,
Yes.
I laughed so hard.
The one that got me was when Sam and Taliesin were tinkering together on the boat.
Romance.
Yeah, they were bromancing. Talking about the metric system. Oh god, that got me. I get in trouble. I watch those clips at work. Oh god, man. I have to like keep it in so hard, just trying not to lose it. Occasionally snot will come out because like the laughs can't.
Dude, it's always Sam's fault too. Like,
Yeah. I'm glad his character is like opening up a little bit to still be the funny person in the group because it needs it. Like, I was hoping Tyrion wouldn't be like super serious.
Oh, we just straight up murdered some dudes, and it's got really out of hand.
So, did I level up, Ryan?
Not quite yet.
Damn.
oh, what level are you?
I don't want to tell you.
This
level
is
4.
fitting. I just found a
Level-
meme I sent
what?
Ryan
Yeah.
a year ago.
You're level
Wait, you're level 4?
Yeah.
That got both of them.
Don't worry. I'm
You're just gonna get randomly one shot by things.
yes, they can do enough damage to kill me.
Oh god.
Don't worry, there's 2 other characters that are still alive in this campaign that could come back in case this guy dies.
Hey guys, remember Grey
Who's
Pop?
protecting
Remember?
this nigga?
Well, you know, I mean, I have some evasion stuff, but like, I can make a house. I
I can make a house. We can all live happily now.
I
guys.
can
We're
I
gonna
can
be
talk
fine.
to I can talk to all of the people. That's a thing I can do.
Luckily, I just found this meme that I sent Ryan like a year ago on Facebook. Thanks, Facebook.
Doesn't sound like the cat approves.
I've been playing.
He's not very
this
happy
model.
because the door is
You will
closed.
all
And he wants to
play
go.
in new and creative ways, but only after I have broken your collective spirits. The good thing is, after Rom's death, nothing can break my spirits when a character dies.
Yeah,
Right?
because your spirit came back and tried to kill us.
Oh yes.
He hates it.
That's how I felt in Ben's game when session 1. My guy died.
Once you get past
Outside
the
of
first one.
combat. I was like, oh, well, I don't think I've ever heard of that happening. A guy dies outside of combat when the cleric's like right there. I mean, okay, I guess that's
So
it
it's
for
your
Draxus.
sister's fault, right?
Oh, absolutely. Everybody blames her, 100%.
She's the one with 10,000 healer kit and a cleric, but she won't heal anybody.
She's the cleric who says, "Go get your own damn heals. I brought mine."
Yeah. I'm gonna go hit something with a mace now. See you later. Oh, we love her. It's funny. The funny thing is I had to play her for a couple sessions because she was working, and everybody was like, "Wow, so this is what it's like to have a cleric play."
Well, that's what it feels like to heal.
It's like, oh wow, you've got abilities that like irradiate the entire room and kill everybody? That's a thing you can do? Yeah.
You can't do that. Oh, you can't.
Amanda was like, I have that ability? I was like, yeah, it's right here. It's on your character
That's your
sheet.
channel divinity. That's what clerics do.
It's like, yeah, that's what clerics do. She's like, I'm still learning. I'm like, how long have you been playing this?
Hold on, guys. I'm not used to being nice to people and healing.
You heal with fire. It's the same thing. It just doesn't actually hurt people.
Oh, well, I'm not used to that at all.
You just think of like mass healing word as like fireball for your friends.
Fireball! Friendly fire! That's what it's called.
Oh, geez.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to actually get him into combat. I mean, there's not a whole lot he can do right now. I realized I picked a lot of concentration spells. To be fair, a lot of wizard first and second level spells are all concentration, like any of the decent ones. 5th level, I get fireball, so I'm hoping for level 5. But yeah, I can't wait. It'll be fun. I really was going to use levitate on that kid and send him into the rafters and just have Gorneo go punch the shit out of Larock. That's what my plan was. I was like, if he didn't break down in Mushi's arm, I was like, you're going to the roof, kid.
He didn't break down in Mushi's arms.
Yeah, he did.
She murdered his father after she saved him. So imagine that roller coaster of emotions where you're just like caught underneath a pile of rocks, and your saviors are like, "Go get help! Go find the constable!" And you come back with the constable to find your father there murdered by the very people who saved your life.
I think Cognar wasn't there. He would have started like etching that symbol into people's foreheads after he was done killing them.
I felt bad. No, maybe they just needed to be talked to for a minute. Okay, maybe they weren't all that bad of people.
That's a lot of D&D can be handled with talking.
Who knew?
That's what we found out tonight.
I hate playing that way, but it can do that. Yeah. I'd rather kick in a door and kill people, but that's why I went in with a wizard, because I want someone who's intelligent and it'll actually let me sit back.
Yeah, finally Gorneo's not the smartest person in the group.
I have an 18 intelligence, so hopefully eventually I'll get to level 8. I might go 20 intelligence, but I might get a feat. I don't know. Wizards don't really need feats in this.
They really don't.
The only ones that I can see would be like Warcaster, just to have advantage on concentration checks, or Resilience.
And even then, you don't really need it.
Yeah.
We shall see.
By the way, he only has 10 AC.
Jesus.
Wizards, man. God.
You at least have like mage
Cast
armor?
mage
man.
armor on yourself.
Okay, so I get 13 AC.
What's your dexterity?
0.
Just 10?
My dex is 10.
God.
But I've got 18 intelligence, guys. I can think my way through anything.
Right? Come
See-
on.
You're
see,
worse
this-
than I am.
And knowledge is power.
Knowledge is power. I've got a passive 18 to 4 things, so oof.
I mean, I can only hope that everybody just continues to shove Loxus down into the dirt and call him a nerd every chance that they get.
Hey, they called me a coward, and he didn't even care. He was like, "Dude, I'm
Take
taking
his milk
notes.
money.
I'm taking notes, dude."
I mean, you guys have already witnessed how very well he is at hiding. Except for
Well, it's
Mushi.
It's
He's able to
funny
get
too
by
because
Mushi's
like if he really
perception.
wants to, Gorneo will just sit there and talk and talk and talk and talk and talk and just like spill things out.
Yeah. So his intention, at least right now, is to like learn about everybody, so he can try to like, oh, you know how to cast spells? Well, let's talk spells.
So he can use it all against you later.
Yeah. Well, eventually, I'm hoping to be like, hey, can I pay you to like make a scroll for me? And hopefully, I can get some of Ben's stuff because Ben's got some things that are on the wizards list that I just didn't want to pick, like gentle repose.
Well, now who's
That's something a wizard
metagaming?
can actually learn, and that's something that Ben could cast into a spell scroll. It'd be expensive, but
Maybe you could have just bought the spell scroll off of your good friend Token.
By the
Well,
way,
I
can I
don't
have
have
my
any money.
scroll case back?
For Ben
No,
has it,
no,
you
you
have
may
to
not.
ask him.
yeah, you might want to like actually think
Actually,
about.
leaving the map in that case is probably not a bad idea.
But
That's true.
you know, I don't know if leaving the bag of holding in Ben's possession is the wisest idea.
Hey, you did it.
I know, but
You
I
did
figured he
this.
would delegate to the right person. I didn't want to give it to Miyushi because she'd like start hoarding shit.
I am a hoarder in every game.
If she's like, I can't pick up this 2-pound dagger because it'll put me overweight, you got a problem. Anyway, all right, I gotta go.
All right. Adios,
See y'all.
senor.
Hasta